Welcome back, everyone, to day 2 of the Stuttgart Regionals, where we are down to the top 8 competitors. I am Amanda Lundberger, and I'm alongside my co-caster here, Amadine Nim.
Hey, we are the Amandiologists here, and welcome everyone because this is the second day of Stuttgart, the championship regionals, and we're really happy to be able to shortcast it for you. I will really hope it will be entertaining as well. And let's just start to begin to talk a bit about the matches that we will
that's
have
right.
today.
Well, first of all, before the matches, we need to go into what these competitors are actually competing for, and that is a very stacked prize pool. For those of you who don't know, the winner of the tournament gets to go ahead. They get a World's invitation along with the travel rewards, but also the second place person will also get to go have an invitation for Worlds.
Yeah, and also they will have some boxes of cards.
Who doesn't love booster packs, right?
Yeah, I'm really excited because it's the new extension, so it's really good.
Yes, and as we can see now on the screen, their first and second place also get 72 booster packs. Third and fourth place get 36 booster packs. Fifth through eighth place will get 18 booster packs, and ninth through 16th will get 9 booster packs. So a lot of these have already been determined, but we are still looking to get the first through eighth place, right, Nim?
Yeah, all right. So we also have some cash prize.
Yes, that's very important.
Yeah, because some players will probably need this cash prize to be able to go to Japan.
That's right.
For these World Championships. So the first one, because we are in the 2500 row, column, I think, yeah, column, sorry, column here. So the first one will get $1,000, the second one will get $500, and the third one will get $250, the fourth one $150, and unfortunately, because we don't have enough players, the other players won't get anything.
Yes, but maybe after this, the more regionals, more people will sign up and we can get all the way to the tier 13. What do you think?
Yeah, I think so, because I think I already saw that in Liverpool there are a lot of players registered yet, like 90 something.
Oh, that's very exciting.
Yeah, it is. Of course it is. And the thing is that the number of players will increase day by day. So
that's right.
Yeah, I hope that Stuttgart regionals will, some people will see them and will be there. Oh, I want to be there as well. I want to be sit here or here. I want to be interviewed and maybe to go on the stage and
That's
maybe
right.
to have the medal, to be first and to be on stage and be like, yoo-hoo, I won it. Yeah. I'm the champion of Liverpool.
Well, even more exciting right now is going to be the champion of Stuttgart. We have our top 8 competitors, like we said. Just to go over them briefly for everyone, we have Inadequance, we have Pokesquark, Manning 3, Kato, we have Elephant Flasche, which I can never pronounce quite correctly because it is a German name.
Elephant Flasche, I think. Something like that?
Yeah, I think so. We have a French player, one of your friends, Tonton Bateau.
Tonton Batteuse, le Tonton Batteuse.
And we have Hansi Klum. So we're going to go ahead and get kicked off into the losers bracket finals. So these people are competing. It is a double elimination tournament, so they have already lost once. So unfortunately for them, whoever loses this will be out of the bracket. But we were going to feature all 8 matches, so don't worry, anyone. Yeah, we got you covered.
Yeah, we will get a lot of matches today, but it's really good because all these matches we had yesterday were so pretty good. So I really hope the high level will continue again and again and again. I mean, it was so tense to matches. What do you think?
Oh my goodness! I mean, you saw such a high caliber of play going on in the tournaments, and it was what was most exciting for me is so we saw what was going on in obviously here in Germany, but then once these tournaments were done, we also could kind of see what was going on in regional competitions around the globe. There was also a regional event in Toronto where they had their top 8 that will be competing today as well.
Yeah.
That will go on after this.
And we're kicking off with Elephant Flasche versus Tonton Batteuse with the little cute shaman you just see here.
I do think we saw the shaman on our stage actually a little bit yesterday too while you were interviewing Tonton.
I saw it.
So you can also see the players' team along the bottom. Elephant Flasche is running that Medicham, Trevenant, Galarian, Stunfisk, Umbreon, Noctowl, and Lantern. And Tonton is running an Altaria, Toxicroak, Registeel, Pelipper, Swampert, and Lickitung. What are your thoughts on these team compositions, Nim?
I think that the team composition, I mean, both players built around one Pokemon they like, but I mean, Elephant Flashe's Trevenant could be a bit annoying for Totombata's team, just because Totombata does not have like one really hard answer to this Trevenant because he does not own the Noctowl. So it's a bit difficult, or a Sableye. So it's like a bit difficult for Totobatas to be able to really deal with this Trevenant. But luckily, Trevenant is really squishy because it's glassy. So
That's true.
yeah, so you can just try to lower the HPs of this Trevenant and just trying to avoid it because you don't want it on Trumpert. You don't want. I mean, you don't really want it on your Pelipper, but it's better on your Pelipper than on your Swampert.
That's true. I would much rather have the Trevenant on that. I would say that Lickitung is sort of a neutral matchup for Trevenant because those Licks
Yeah.
are doing heavy damage, but obviously nothing that the Trevenant is throwing at the Lickitung is hitting it too hard either.
Yeah.
So that could be quite a long match if we're watching that play out.
Yeah, it's true because you resist all the charge move of Lickitung just because Trevenant is the typing of Trevenant is Ghost and Grass type, and the charged moves of Lickitung are normal and Grass type. So
That's right.
yeah, so you double resist the Body Slam and you single resist the Power Whip.
What do you think about Tauntaun's pick of Toxicroak? We haven't seen very many of them in the tournament. Normally, for the most part, we are seeing Medichams as the fighter of choice. An occasional Obstagoon here and there as well.
Yeah, and for me, Toxicroak can be good because it's glassy and pressure. He has a really good coverage as well, but it's maybe a bit too glassy because most of the players just chose Medicham just for the bulk of Medicham.
That's true. That's true. But we did see Tauntaun end up taking out a Pelipper, I believe, yesterday with the Sludge Wave from that very Toxicroak, and he's obviously been using it very well to get into the finals on day 2.
Yeah, I mean, for all the Pelipper, you have to kick all your moves. I mean, you have to keep all your shields for your Pelipper. No, yeah, for your Toxicroak, but you also can take the shields. And we are kicking off with Registeel versus Galarian Stunfisk here. So the lead is obviously for Elephant Flasher, but Totobatas has an Altaria in the back, so he's also weak to Galarian Stunfisk in the back. So he is not able to switch right now, and the Focus Blast is going on the Galarian Stunfisk.
Yes, my goodness, it does connect.
Yeah, I mean, Elephant Flasher decided not to shield in case it could be a Zap Cannon because Totobatas needs 2 moves anyway, and Totobatas decide to aggressively switch out of this matchup, and Elephant Flasher tries to bank some more energy now and going on his Trevenant. So
This is like you were talking about earlier, that the Trevenant is something that is quite a strong core for Elephant Flasher.
And
here.
he
But
shields
still
the bait
chooses-
here.
Oh, no, the first shield goes down for Elephant Flasher, and he is going immediately. He is not baiting. He's going straight for that Shadow Ball, which will knock out the Toxicroak at this point. Will Tauntaun decide to shield? Okay,
It decides to shield at the
goes out
last
for him.
second. Yeah, so now Totobatas is able to throw a Sludge Bomb on this Trevenant and is probably trying to CMP and is baiting again. Would the bait... Oh, he baits again and it works once again. Elephant Flasher just shielded the other bait, but Totobatas has to shield this Seed Bomb if he wants to...
Oh, and you can see that Elephant Flasher is also undercharging the Seed Bomb because he wants to get a little bit of extra farm with those Shadow Claws.
And that's what he does.
If you look at it,
Totobatas,
is
yeah.
already at another. But fortunately for Elephant Flasher, this is just a Mud Bomb, and it will not knock out this Trevenant at this point. So Elephant Flasher will keep a hold of Switch and will possibly have enough energy to throw at whatever comes back in before it goes down. This Altaria's Dragon Breath is very oppressive.
Oh, and he caught the Shadow Ball here. Totobatas is really on fire all this match.
Yes, this is going very exciting. Catching this, the Shadow Ball is enough to take out the Registeel, but now we have a Noctowl with no shields left against an Altaria, and this Moonblast will do a lot more damage than the Shadow Ball will at this point. Tauntaun counting up a little bit extra. They're both going way over energy here and choosing to throw the Sky Attack instead.
Yeah, because you need 2 moves anyway, so you just prefer to try to have more energy. And so Elephant Flasher decides to try to CMP with this Altaria, and Totobatas decide to leave this Sky Attack go through, and it's a really good choice because he just wants to avoid the damages of the Rock Slide, which is super effective of this Galarian Stunfisk, because Elephant Flasher decided to switch out to switch out his Garant.
Oh, he is able to
Yeah.
barely reach it. Those mud shots do not do much damage at all. But this rock slide would be enough to take out the Altaria, and Tauntaun knows it. He shields up. Both shields are now gone from both players. Very few slivers of
And
health
it's
on both teams, and the Trevenant goes down to the
Yeah,
Dragon
it is
Breath.
a good game for Totobatas who takes this first game. Elephant Flasher is
You can see the pressure is very high.
He's
in
very
today's tournament.
pressured. I mean, I'm so sad to see like this face. I mean, he's like sad because he probably miscounted something, or I don't really know. But Totobatas looks really confident here with these little. Oh, I like the T-shirt of Totobatas. I mean, the Squirtle with
Squirtle
sunglasses.
squad.
Yeah, it's so cool. I mean, Squirtle is cool anyway, but with glasses.
Yes, I know.
Way cooler, yeah. So what do you think? Do you think that the players will keep the same teams, or?
I think the team compositions were pretty strong on both sides. I think the major thing that ended up flipping it for Tauntaun there was when he was able to catch that Shadow Ball on the Registeel.
Yeah, it's
that was
true.
a big, not energy waster, because he would still need to throw a heavier move at the Registeel. But if he saw that the Registeel was coming in, he most likely would have tried to farm up a little bit more energy and not
Yeah.
throw straight away.
Yeah, I mean, here probably the win code was to try to undercharge a bit the Shadow Ball and go immediately on Galarian Stunfisk and trying to take some more energy for what comes next. I mean, for the Altaria, because then you know that you can try to reach 2 rock slides and then finish the work with Noctowl.
Yes, it was very smart at the beginning of Elephant Flash, even though Tauntaun came in with that Toxicroak to try to knock it out. Elephant Flash ended up staying in a little bit longer to try to get 1 or 2 extra mud shots, which made him able to get that rock slide at the end, or rock throw at the end against the Altaria. Unfortunately, those counters did a lot of damage, and there was not enough HP left on that Galarian Stunfisk to really do much else.
I think that Totobatas probably tried to lure the Noctowl of Elephant Flasher by switching aggressively on this Toxic Rock, to be honest.
So what do you think? Do you think that they will keep a similar team composition, or do you think that now Tauntaun is going to do something completely different?
I mean, this strat probably worked once, but I mean, it's Elephant Flasher, so Elephant Flasher won't fall like twice in this trap. So
Fool me once, shame on you, right? Fool me twice, shame on me. Elephant Flasher also was one of the top 8 competitors.
So the level is really high. And we are Medicham lead for Elephant Flasher versus Pelipper lead for Totobatas, so it's a good lead for Totobatas here. And the switch is immediately on the Trevenant, and Totobatas knows that he can just stay a bit here, and he's probably about to throw. No, he's just trying to read the Hurricane, and Elephant Flasher gets to the Shadow Ball, but base with the Seed Bomb now, so Totobatas just decides to shield carefully here and going straight.
Back with the bait of his own.
Yeah. For the Weather Ball, Elephant Flasher decides not to shield the bait here, but Totobatas is able to throw another one right now, just before Elephant Flasher reaches another Seed Bomb just here. And would he shield this and trying to get this other shield? Yeah, he does, of course.
He will. I mean, he will be able to generate energy very quickly.
Oh, he switched out.
Once again, catching. But this time, Tauntaun, like you said, he's not going to be fooled twice. He's not going to throw right away. These lock-ons are not doing very much damage at all to the Trevenant. So Elephant Flash is able to get just a little bit of extra energy. He probably will be able to get up to another one before if Tauntaun chooses not to throw. And he does. Now it's Tauntaun's turn to choose. Is he using his last shield? He is.
He does, yeah. So it's a bit difficult for Tauntaun right now, just because now the Medicham will be able to farm everything here and throw a Psychic on the Pelipper. So what do you think it could happen now? So Zap Cannon is coming right now on the Medicham, and Tauntaun's clock is not up yet. And Elephant Flasher decides not to shield this Zap Cannon. He just wants to keep everything, keep all this energy by farming this Bastiodon down. And would he be able to reach it? No, he does not.
This is actually looking quite favorable for Elephant Flasher now. Although if you look in the back, again, we see that Galarian Stunfisk and the Toxicroak, which is not a matchup that Elephant Flasher would like to see. Tauntaun is hiding this Pokemon rather well in the back, and the Elephant Flasher knows that this will be enough to take out the Pelipper at this range, and maybe the Galarian Stunfisk might not even see that Toxicroak at all.
Maybe not, because now you have to try to... no, because he probably reaches the Psychic before Totobatas is able to reach this the double Mud Bomb here, and the Psychic takes down the Toxic Rock here. What do you think about it, Amanda?
Well, this if Elephant Flasher was a little bit worried about that first game, he had a very dominating matchup this second game
Yeah,
here,
it's
with
true.
Tauntaun not even being able to see his back line. Even.
Yeah, even in a really bad lead for Elephant Flasher, it turned the things really well here. But I think that Tonton Batas can here about just to let go the Registine and all this energy and just farming more energy on the Pelipper on this
Yeah,
game.
that could have been an answer. Although if he would have gotten that Zap Cannon debuff, he might have been able to get to that second move before getting farmed down by the
Yeah.
Medicham.
Yeah, it's true, but it's also scary because then you know that the Medicham will get more from
That's
here.
true, that's true.
So
But it will have a attack debuff, so it might not hit everything for as much damage.
yeah, and here Toto just goes on the third game with a little disadvantage just because he never saw the back of Elephant Flasher. I mean, he probably doubts it's a Galaran Stunfisk, but he would never know at this point.
That's an important factor also for when you're doing competitive PvP. You want to keep as much information about your team hidden as possible so your opponent cannot gather this and to use against you in a later matchup.
Yeah, it's true because you try most of the time. You know, when you are competing, for example, in some tournaments, you just want to keep your moveset secret because sometimes it can just be surprising. And same, for example, for the lineup you're running, because if you're running a lineup for the round one and another one for round two, maybe you want to just keep the surprise for the round three. So if your opponent does not know, like Tonton Batas in this situation right now, it's better for you because now it can doubt like what could have been in the back, what did he
Right.
try to, yeah, with the Medicham here and because you have Medicham lead, you switch on the Trevenant,
Trevenant,
yeah, so maybe
You would think that it would be a flyer, perhaps.
yeah, maybe it's the Noctowl, maybe it's the Garen Stunfix. You would never know until you rewatch the VOD here.
So yes, for those of you just tuning in, they are 1-1 now. We have Elephant Flasha from Germany versus Tonton Bateau, who is from France, and they are competing in the losers bracket final. So whoever loses this will be out of the tournament, and the next will advance to the next round.
Yeah, and the matches are really good. And I don't know what Leandro does with the thumbs up here, but I think that
I
means
think
that
he's
players
just
have.
confirming that they are both ready
Yeah.
to go, ready to rock. Looks like we
Yeah.
have a second verse, same as the first here. We have another Medicham into the Pelipper lead. Let's see what they choose to do this time. This time you see there is no Trevenant as the safe swap here. So, and it looks
Yeah.
like Elephant Flasha is staying in and going to throw immediately that Psychic right when Tonton gets to the Hurricane.
Yeah, and it's shielded by Tonton Batas because he does not want to risk his Pelipper's life. And what Elephant Flasher would do here, because you have literally, I won't say two hard answers to Pelipper, you just have one, which is Lantern, because Lantern's move just covers everything. So here, what do you want to do? Throwing another weather ball? Would Elephant Flasher shield here and trying to get the other shield? And do you think Tonton Batas would just switch right after?
I think, yes, this
No,
Lantern
he's
is for
letting it
sure
go.
coming in, and then he's, now it's, Tonton's turn to switch right after. But if you look at what is going on, this is right where Elephant Flasha wants that Toxicroak. He doesn't want the Toxicroak lined up against the Stunfisk at all, so I am sure that he will stay in this matchup already at a serve, with the...
And he just wants to lower the life here of this Toxic Rock because he did not go to the Thunderbolt, so Toto knew it was a serve because Toto Batas counts really well. And here, do you want to shield your Lantern? No, because you want to keep all your shields for your Garen's Stunfisk, excuse me, now.
that makes perfect sense. Tonton also just deciding to let this Toxicroak go, which is unfortunate for him because the Toxicroak would have done very well against the backline that's coming in. You can see Elephant Flasha tapping immediately on the Stunfisk. He doesn't want to give farm to anything that's
Where
potentially
Toto Batas
coming in.
is waiting for the clock right here, and now Elephant Flasher knows it's Lickitung as a third Pokemon, and Toto Batas know that the matchup is pretty good, let's say for Galarian Stunfisk with this shield advantage, but don't forget that the Pelipper still has some energy.
Yes, you can see, the Pelipper, speaking of, is now coming back in. It has a lot of energy. 2 Weather Balls, which will definitely be enough to take out the Galarian Stunfisk. But Ellen Flasha says, you know, I know what is coming in. I'm going to get Weather Ball after Weather Ball here. I might as well shield him up because I am almost at a rock slide myself.
Yeah, so here he decides to throw a rock slide, and Toto Batas decides to shield the little Pelipper because you don't want to let it go at this point. That's because you have like a lot of energy stored, and Elephant Flasher will have to use another shield here just because the Weather Ball is about to hit a lot.
Yes, I think that at this point he'll probably almost go back-to-back weather balls. It's not going to be enough to knock out the Galarian Stunfisk at this point. Unfortunately for Tauntaun, the next move, the Rock Slide coming in from Elephant Flash's side would be enough, but
But Lantern is about
yes.
from everything done, so Toto just throws the weather ball here because the clock of the timer of Toto Batas is not up yet, but maybe it will be right after this move, and it is. So Toto Batas decided to switch immediately, and the leak finished the Lantern when he got the move here, and now he has a power whip.
Costly. I think Elephant Flash maybe realizes his mistake. I think he should have stayed in, to be honest, because he would have been able to knock out.
And it does, and it's a good game for Toto Batas, who's just moving forward to this loser bracket here in the end of the journey for Elephant Flasher. But he can be proud of himself, but just because it already impressive to do it until here.
Exactly, getting to day 2 in such a tournament that is full of people who are very, very talented. Like I said, we keep calling it a quote stacked tournament. I mean, you can't be disappointed at all by your performance so far if you're Elephant Flasha.
Yeah, I mean, Toto Batas did really, really well here. I mean, he managed really well, and Elephant Flasher did also really well. But I mean, Toto Batas had the lead here and did not fall for all the traps of Elephant Flasher. So Elephant Flasher decided to try to change his strategy now, and Toto Batas was able to adapt really well. So I'm really proud of him. And we will be back really soon with the winner interview for this game.
Yes, so don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, everyone. I'm now with Toto Batas, and we know this loser bracket now. How do you feel, Toto?
Really, I'm really ready to push all my best further.
Really
do all my best to climb as further as I can. Yeah.
I'm so happy for you, because if you people know us a bit, we're like from the same community, from a French PvP community together, and we also share the same faction as well.
Yeah.
So I'm really happy for my friend. And what do you think about the matches you had against Elephant Flasher? Because now it's also personal, because you just get the revenge on your teammate, because last year I was playing against Elephant Flasher on the EUICs in Frankfurt, and I lost against him. So
I have to win him just for the revenge, yeah. I'm really happy about to beat him, yeah.
Are you ready for the next?
I'm ready for the next year. I will wait. I will watch the other battles, but I'm ready to to battle my next opponent and win this battle.
Okay, do you think it was like a disadvantage for you not to knowing the back of the second game from Elephant Flasher?
Oh, it's a yeah, sorry, this little French. It was a disadvantage, yeah, because I didn't know if he wanted to bring a lantern in the third slot, so I was like, yeah, in the third battle I will bring Pelipper anyway, and just hope that lantern will not be on him.
Yeah,
It was the case.
you're right. And do you think that your Pelipper did a really huge job during
Oh,
this
yeah.
game?
I saw that Pelipper has good matchups against everything except this lantern. So
Yeah.
if you have your Pelipper outside of this lantern, it's a good matchup or even matchup.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
true. And were you like a bit scared because I know that you both distinct to beat the clocks between each other.
Oh yeah, I was like, yeah, he will bring back his lantern. I hope I have my switch and I will farm down his lantern in the last battle, and then power whip Jeffis to take the win. Yeah,
Okay,
I
so
think all play in this clock.
now what is your objective? Being the champion or just going further?
I will going forward. I will try to go to the champion, right?
Yeah, because you have to have this objective.
Yeah, I have this little disadvantage because I lost yesterday, but I will try my best to be the champion. Yeah.
Yeah, because you know the world champion Dancing Rob also lost and was in the loser bracket, so nothing is impossible.
Yeah, yeah.
Do
So
you-
I will do it.
Yeah, you will definitely. So, do you have anything else to tell to all the people watching us right now?
So everyone watching on For Me 78, good shout out to you all, and shout out to my faction Les Mange Morts, the Dream Eaters in English. Thanks you, and see you later.
Thank you, guys. Just don't go anywhere because we're coming back right now. I mean, not right now, but just after this short break. And welcome back, everyone. We are still here. I am Amandine, and this is Amanda, just here. So we are back with our Amandio now.
Amandu is back in action. And we're ready to go ahead and get into the next losers bracket finals between Hanzi and Kato.
Yeah, of course. So we both know the players from yesterday. They are like really good battlers, and I'm really looking forward to see the next game the next game, sorry, because the previous game between Elephant Flash and Total Battles was really exciting, to be
Yes.
honest. Full of emotions, of sensation, and everything. Everything you like to see, trainers, to be honest, as PvP player, because it was like catches, knowledges as well, with counts of Pokemons, of moves, energy management.
Yes, and we're
um,
about to see about the same, I imagine, from the next competitors.
Yeah,
A
really
reminder that it
exciting.
is yesterday. It was Kato's birthday, so I can't think of a better gift for him than maybe taking home a Stuttgart Regional Championship title. What do you think?
I think it will be a really good gift. I mean, even if he's not able to make it, and I hope he will, but even if he does not, I mean, making it to day 2 is already a really, really big
I
birthday
agree. Yeah,
gift.
yes, it's a huge accomplishment. All of these trainers should be incredibly proud of their performances. Once again, you can see the teams of these two competitors at the bottom of the screen. Hansi is running a Noctowl, a Gliscor, which is very exciting to see. The Shadow Obama Snow, spicy,
Yeah.
spicy picks all around from Hansi's side. Metacham, Galarian Stunfisk, and Lantern, and Kato is running a Galarian Stunfisk. Trevenant again, Altaria, Noctowl, Metacham, and Registeel.
Yeah, and you know what's not going really well for Kedo, unfortunately? Is that the Gliscor is a little core breaker, let's say, for his team. Just because as Gliscor, the best answer is probably Noctowl or Altera, because with Gliscor you have a nice slash and you also have wing attack, so you charge really fast your mode thanks to the last update. Also, you have the coverage for steel types with the earthquake move, a charge move.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, so you have like
And there's always the potential for that night slash boost, which
yeah,
we
yeah.
you know,
Also,
you love to see it as an audience member, but you hate to see it when you're the opponent of the person who always seems to get it. Am I
it's
right?
true. That's why it's better to be here casting, than playing, because I hate it when players boost against me, to be honest. I mean, who likes it?
I know, and I mean, it always seems like a low chance, but it always seems to happen against you, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, sometimes it's a bit random in Pokemon. I mean, random is a thing, like, since all the versions of the game. So, yeah, sometimes you have to boost, sometimes in the real game, I mean, in the video game, it's a critical strike, and it's part of the game.
You can
And
see both players there giving each other a nice fist bump, a friendly fist bump for the morning, wishing each other, a good game ahead of time. Well, that's what we were talking about earlier too. We love the camaraderie of all the Pokemon Go players. They're all in good spirits, even if they're losing. They know that it is a game, and that although everyone is obviously playing to win, there's a lot of sportsmanship going around.
yeah, in this type of competition, you have no friends. They're all your enemies because everyone wants to go further and to be the champion of the tournament. So.
Besides the Gliscor, is there any Pokemon that are standing out to you on either side here?
I mean, Abomasnow is also a bit annoying, because you just have Registeel and not Trevenant and Medicham able to take him down, and we are going in this first game with Hansi and his Garen Stunfield versus Altaria, Kedo in his Altaria. So Kedo
This
just
is an interesting
switches.
switch. Switching a Galarian Stunfisk already into a Galarian Stunfisk with 1 month shot advantage. What are your thoughts on this? And you can see that Hansi is going straight for the Earthquake here. Will Kato call it? He does
He
last
does,
second.
yeah,
The
you
first
just-
shield is on the board.
Yeah, but here I just don't want to bring the hardest answer here. And here comes the Gliscor! We all love the Gliscor, so I'm curious on how much damage the Rock Slide does to this Gliscor. Oh,
And not enough, I think, that to be that effective here. And as you can see, that Gliscor is almost already at another Earthquake. This Rock Slide will also not be enough to take it out. Hansi knows it is not putting up any shields on this Gliscor. It's like it's an air licky tongue, we would say. We're just using it as a third or fourth shield.
yeah, and Gliscor is going straight for the Earthquake because Kedo has a shield disadvantage, so he has no reason to shield it. I mean, he has one because it's probably an Earthquake going, but he does not want to be baited with a nice slash. And here comes the Altaria and trying to farm everything down of this Gliscor. But Hansi's Gliscor is able to reach another nice slash, and the nice slash going through the Altaria. Kedo knows it's a nice slash, so he's not worried at all about anything.
Yes, it's no problem for that. I mean, but hey, as we say, chip damage is chip damage, and now that Altaria has a little bit of less health, and you can see a Noctowl coming in. Oh, Hansi anticipated that Kato would immediately switch, so came in with the Noctowl instead, and now the Noctowl is switch locked against the Metacham, and you could see it on Kato's face that this was not what he was expecting.
Yeah, sometimes you have to wait, for your clock because you just want to see what is coming then.
Yes, I think it's one of those really big plays as a high-level competitor is that Hansi realized that the Altaria
locked, yeah.
obviously does not want to be up against that stun fist, so that Takeda would do an immediate switch and came in with a very appropriate Pokemon. But now Hansi has just used the shield to maintain a little bit of health on that Noctowl.
Yeah, so here the Noctowl is able to throw a move on this Altaria, and he's not locked. So he will be able to switch out of the Garen Stunfix any time now.
It looks like we've already showcased that Hansi has won this match here with a 1-0 lead over Kato.
Yeah, because of this play, Kedo has unfortunately probably no win con anymore, but who knows? No, he does not anymore because now the Garen Stunfisk can just mud bomb this down. And it's a good game from Hansi because it was really interesting coming back with the Noctowl because Kedo just locked himself and he fell into it. Because sometimes you're really nervous and then you just switch without seeing what's coming down.
I think sometimes also, these split-second decisions, when they're done correctly, can save you in a matchup as well. So sometimes not switching fast enough is something that the players
should do, yeah, waiting.
Their disadvantage as well. So it's one of those things that it's hard to call, but when your opponent reads you right, there's nothing you can do in those sorts of situations. And Hansi takes a very definitive win for game number 1, but we can't count Takedo out yet. There's still a best of 3 to be played. He can come back and win the remaining 2.
Yeah, I mean, he can still try to tie it and then giving us more excitement.
That's right, we're here for the excitement.
The game, yeah. We just want to shoutcast a lot of really, really good games. So the more game, the happier we are. Yeah.
So what do you think that Kato might try to do differently this time?
Waiting to see the typing of the Pokemon coming from his opponent, maybe, because I think he could have had it,
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, that's true. The Medicham against the Stunfisk is not a bad matchup at all for the Medicham. Unfortunately, just didn't get that aligned appropriately.
Yeah. So here, I don't know, because I don't see the Lantern coming here, and it's a lead for, it's neutral, so.
Pretty neutral.
Lantern versus Altaria.
And obviously the Noctowl getting to the move a little bit quicker here, charging up extra and throwing just as the Altaria is reaching the Sky Attack itself. I assume that this would probably go unshielded. What do you think, Im?
No. I mean, the first one does not kill, and the Noctowl is perfectly where it has to be because both bags, I mean, here both bags are similar, so you have to get this alignment. But
yeah, but sometimes the player doesn't know, if
the trainers don't know here.
And that's the unfortunate part. You don't know your opponent. While you can see your opponent's 6, you do not know the 3 that they are bringing into the battle until they are revealed on the field. And this Sky Attack going through, not quite enough to take it out. This Dragon Breath damage, though, is doing a ton. I was wondering if Kato was going to try to farm down, but I think it would be a little bit impossible at that stage. And throwing the Sky Attack,
yeah, but here it's so important to have this switch. But what will the players do then?
I wonder if we are going to see an aggressive try to mudshot farm down. No, going in with a little bit of a
it would have been crazy to just try to mudshot the Altaria down because ground is double resisted on flying types.
Think about how much energy you would have on that Stunfisk when you completed.
Yeah, it's true. So now Hansi has some energy advantage on this Medicham, but both shields are still up. So would Kato shield this one?
And actually,
he does.
To be honest, losing that first round may have been advantageous for Hansi because it has quite a big energy advantage here. So Kato knows it as well, trying to even the field a little bit, going for that Ice Punch bait, and Hansi does fall for it, and both of them have used one shield in this Medicham mirror. Do you think that maybe lets both players know what the potential backline could be?
I don't think so, to be honest, because I think that Kato expects the Gliscor as well. So he prefers here to bring the Medicham. And also, you don't want to bring your Steel type against the Medicham, obviously.
That's true, that is true. And both players, now let's see, Hansi has used both of his shields, properly getting the Psychic. But if you saw that,
we have the defense spell just here. So here comes the Ice Punch, and Kato decides to
also shield.
There
are no more shields left on the field, and there are a glaring
he tried to catch here
on the back. I don't know if this is the correct play. I guess he did do a lot of chip damage, so the Earthquake from Kato will probably be enough at this range to take out Hansi's. But in a similar note, I mean, this is Earthquake is going to bring Kato's Sunfist very, very low, doing a little bit of extra mud shot damage,
Yeah.
hoping that this Earthquake will be enough. If not, maybe the additional mud shots would
Yeah,
be
through
enough to take it
perfectly
out.
because the rock slide of Hans is one because you don't want to take the damages of the rock slide. And here trying to, oh, he reaches,
Oh,
he did not throw the rock. Kato decided not to throw the rock slide and to psychic immediately the
Wow.
Medicham of Hansi, and it will be enough to kick it out because he switched immediately and decided to combo the Medicham before he reaches enough energy here. And
What a
it's
play
a
for
good
Kato.
tie
My
here.
goodness,
Yeah.
I did not actually see that coming. I
mean,
was wondering why he didn't throw that rock throw, but I guess he knew that he was able
Yeah.
to throw the psychic.
Yeah, he just wanted to throw immediately because he did not want to give that much energy to the
To the opposing
yeah,
Medicham.
to
That makes
this
sense.
Medicham
No,
here.
I guess that's why they're on the main stage and we're not, right?
Yeah, it's so exciting. I probably did not want him to switch immediately because the clock timer were not up so he decided not to throw because otherwise, if it does not kill, you can switch immediately.
That's true. That is true. Now the score is tied 1-1. Just like we were saying, they're doing it for us, right? So we have more amazing.
more content for us.
But this is a very decisive game because, as we said before, we are in the losers bracket, and the loser of this tournament will be out, and the winner will continue on to be in the final six.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, Keto probably expected maybe Naboma Snow this time.
Mm?
Yeah, because Naboma Snow, I think is kind of strong from Hansi, but the I also like the Registeel of Keto, even if it's not really good. His Registeel is not really good versus the Gliscor plus, plus Medicham plus Galarian Stunfisk.
Yeah, I suppose
Yeah.
Hansi is saying the first game, I dare you to bring that Registeel by bringing a lineup like this. We're back into the very third matchup. This time we have the Noctowl against the Medicham. These counters and Ice Punches would do decent amount. Oh, but we're not even going to get to see it. We're going to go ahead and get to see a Noctowl mirror as Kato switches in his own Noctowl to counter.
Yeah, and here both players try to farm up to more energy. Oh, and here comes the Galarian Stunfisk here.
Being able to catch the Shadow Ball, it's still going to do a decent amount of damage. And as we've seen in many matchups before, this is not as favorable for the Galarian Stunfisk as you might think. Noctowl has turned into a very, very good Pokemon for this type of tournament. And with this much energy advantage, he's going to be able to take 3 Shadow Balls before.
Yeah, but here, I think that Hansi does not really mind about the switch because you have 2 counters to Medicham then in the back, so you don't really mind. Here, all you want to do is just taking shields from from Kato.
And looked like he did do that as Kato put his first shield up to protect the Noctowl. Now this is a wing attack, or a sky attack, but Hansi fell for it a little bit here, using his shield against a sky attack, but he's able to get to this rock slide, so it is going to do some nice damage to the Noctowl. And Kato, I doubt, wants to use both shields on the field so early in the matchup. Oh,
Yeah,
but yet he does.
And he does, yeah, because he just wanted to try to take both shields off this Noctowl, and I think that now Kedo is trying to farm everything down or probably switching immediately on something else and trying to get some more energy maybe. I don't really know because all he wants here is just to take down this Galarian Stunfisk, and Kedo decides to throw carefully here, just trying to keep this alignment.
Yes, right before the rock slide was available, Kato throwing that last sky attack, and Hansi saying, you know what, okay, I'll let the Galarian Stunfisk go back into its ball at this moment, and coming in with a wing attack or sky attack to go ahead and take out this Noctowl.
Yeah, because here you just don't want to try to I mean, here you just want to not to take another move from this Noctowl who was really close from another sky attack, and here comes the Altaria of Kedo, and he is already at the sky attack, and the sky attack is going through this Altaria because Kedo has no shields anymore, and you just want to get rid of this Noctowl now to try to free the way for your Medicham then.
But unfortunately, actually, to be fair, Ice Punch, is pretty effective against that Gliscor in the back. So it's not like it is so cut and dry at this point. I think that it's still going to come down to the wire here. This Sky attack goes through from Kato's side, still not quite enough to knock out the Noctowl.
Switch.
Oh, and an immediate switch as well on Kato's side. This I mean, obviously the charge moves are going to be doing a lot of damage from the Medicham side, but these wing attacks are chunking
Yeah.
the fighter.
And yeah, here you have to shield this ice punch because it's double super effective and it's probably what will hurt you the most in this game. And Handy is trying to go for the earthquake now. We will probably not take down this Medicham right now, but,
Oh, but
probably
those wing attacks that are coming in after, like I said, it's going to be so close. He might take it down before he gets to the ice punch. He does take it down, and now he has so much energy, and this Altaria is so low at this point, already able to throw this Night Slide, like we talked about earlier. It's not a big, heavy move, but at this range,
a really
it will be enough.
Game from Handy here, who managed perfectly everything and completely lured Kedo because Kedo just wanted to take this switch again.
Very well played by both opponents there. Hansi had a good read on that last round. And hopefully that we'll have a chance to talk to him a little bit to see his thought process.
Yeah, so the inventory is over for Kedo. It's already a good birthday gift, just doing it to this day too. Unfortunately, he won't be the champion here. But fortunately for Hansi, he can continue here and probably battle against Tonton Batters for the next round.
Yes, we'll see that coming up shortly. But first, we're going to have a little interview with the winner of that last round right after this break. Welcome back, everyone. We're here for an interview with the winner of the last round here. We have Hansi Gloom with us. Congratulations, you are officially in the top 6.
Thanks very much.
How does it feel?
It feels amazing.
So already being a second-day competitor is pretty fantastic.
Yes.
But what are your goals for the rest of today?
Just to play well.
Okay, that's a good goal.
All I wish for.
Yeah.
No big blunders, no big mistakes. Just playing well, and then everything else will work out.
Well, I can already tell you, you're already completing your goals, so maybe your goal should be to compete the best.
I mean, yes, of course.
Let's talk a little bit about your team composition. Gliscor has really seemed to be something that is kind of a core breaker for a lot of teams and has really served you well through the tournament so far. Would you call it your MVP Pokemon?
No, I don't think so. It has its spots, and the last match was definitely one of those spots. But in general, it's not the most flexible pick.
That's true.
There's a lot of hard counters. There's a lot of Frostless running around. And Frostless into Gliscor, even though it has Night Slash, it's not going to be fun.
That's true, unless you get that boost that everyone is hoping for.
Yeah, even then. Frostless just 2 shields and I'm sad.
Yeah. Well, you're not sad right now, though, right?
No,
Because you're winning.
right now I'm very happy.
And we'll probably see a little bit more matches from you, as you are one of the finalists now in the top 6. Is there anyone you want to shout out or like give thanks to while you're here on the screen?
Yes, my clan of Vienna, the AMD crew,
Yes.
and of course Christoph and Floli and Tin, who are maybe watching now.
All right, you hear her first. Don't go anywhere, everyone. We're going to be back with a lot of more interviews and a lot more games after this break. Hello, everyone. I'm Amanda, and I'm here with a man who really needed no introduction, but I'm going to give him one anyway. We have the 2022 Pokemon Go World Champion, Rob, Dancing Rob, I guess we should call you, right? How are you doing?
Thanks, Amanda. I'm Rob, and I'm doing very fine.
Yeah. We're here in Germany for the Stuttgart Regionals, and for those who don't know, Rob is German. You are the only Pokemon World Champion, and you're German. How does it feel to be representing your home country here in this regional tournament?
Oh, it does feel great. I'm mainly here because I really want to visit the whole event. I love the experience, and yeah, I really want to see someone become the German champion.
Someone else to become the German champion?
Someone else, of course.
Have you been helping your fellow Germans train for this event?
Yeah, I did a little, but I've got many friends in here and many people I want to root for, so it's a little bit difficult.
I can understand that. Let's take it back to last year at the World Championship, which was in London. Walk us through kind of your tournament. So you were able to qualify early on in the tournament or in the regionals. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Sure. Basically, I was at the European International Championship, and it was announced only like 2 months before, and I wasn't really sure whether I wanted to go there, but it was quite near, and I know I'm at least a decent PvP player, so I just went there for the fun, and I was a little bit scared the first time because there were so many great battles, but definitely was a great idea, and I was really surprised that I managed to basically win every match but one the first day to advance in the top 8, and then even managed to get my Worlds ticket.
Yeah, which was pretty good. And you said at the beginning, I was talking to you in London, you said, I'm probably going to go 0-2, which obviously did not happen, but you did end up losing in one of the earlier rounds. What kind of advice could you give to players who maybe had the same thing? Because for those of you who don't know, it's a double elimination tournament. So if you are knocked out twice, then you are done with the tournament. However, if you've been knocked out once, you have the chance to flip the bracket and become the world champion.
I checked back the bracket, and at this moment I didn't realize how big my run was, but in the end I managed to win 9 games in a row.
That's
just
heavy.
because I went down in the losers bracket so early. But this already shows that you don't have to give up even if you lost your first match in the double elimination bracket. There's always a chance that you can get back from it, and yeah, that's how I got the world champion.
When you were analyzing other people's teams versus what you had, what is your thought process when you are doing your team building? Do you focus on what one Pokemon of yours does the best against their team, or do you already have a structured 3 that you like to play and then you see if it works against their team?
That's an interesting question, and it kind of depends on your team and how your playstyle is. I would just try to grab multiple safe options, so I have a little bit of flexibility and all, and I can build around a few Pokemon, and then in the step after that I'll check what leads I prefer or do a game plan. But it's really about choosing the Pokemon I want for the first game, and then of course also adapting for the next games.
So if you can remember back, what do you think was the critical turning point for you in the Worlds tournament when you were thinking, you know what, I think that I really have a shot at the title here?
I think I didn't even think about that till the last time, I guess. I mainly focused on every single matchup and try to win every single one.
Mm-hmm.
And basically in every matchup, I think there was at least always a chance to win these, even in the one that I lost, or there were a few where I nearly lost, but it's great.
And then, of course, the most cliche question, but how did it feel to become the world champion? Were there any, Yeah, what were the thoughts going across your mind at that moment?
Oh, it was nearly 3 p.m. and my emotions were overcoming me.
Oh,
No.
boy.
I really like when even before I threw like the last charge move, I knew in the particular game that I was the world champion. But it took a little bit to realize how big this is, and like everyone from the community can know me at least, and even my town knows now what I'm doing, and that I'm not just like walking around and playing this stuff.
There's that crazy boy walking by again.
Exactly, always staring at his phone.
I do have to say one thing. We were sitting next to each other during the tournament for a lot of the matches, and Rob told me that if he won, he was going to dance on the stage, being Dancing Rob. He didn't do it, but maybe after this break, we can convince him to do a little bit of a dance. So stay tuned.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers. We are ready for the first winners semi.
Yeah.
So, my name is Leonard König. I haven't been on today, so
And we've missed you.
yeah.
Welcome back.
I've missed you guys too. Okay, so we're going to see another great match of the top 8 that we have determined yesterday. It is going to be Inadequance versus Manning the Third.
Yes, and a little bit of a reminder, we are in the winner's bracket right now, so that means these players have not lost an actual round yet, so they still have plenty of opportunity. Even when one of these people lose, they will still be in the loser's bracket and have a chance to still come back and win it all.
Exactly, and they have overperformed yesterday, honestly. I mean,
goodness.
of course, they did not lose a single match. And I mean, especially Inadequance is kind of a tournament favorite right
Yes,
now.
I think he's a little bit of a crowd favorite,
Yeah.
and he's always giving those cheeky little winks to the camera when he knows he
Yeah.
does something good on screen, so stay tuned for that.
Yeah, so you really have to pay attention to that. Of course, also please pay attention to the game, obviously. So we have had a little bit of a delay, so maybe we can get into the game quicker. Now there is not a cheeky little wink, but a look into the camera of Inadequance. He is ready to play. And his opponent also looked really, really confident.
Yes, I know. Well, with the record so far, how could you not be confident?
Absolutely.
I really like these team compositions too. Inadequance is running a Zoomerl, a Jumpluff, a Dunsparce, which has been a pretty spicy pick, Medicham, Shadow Sableye, and a Registeel, and Manning running Medicham, Noctowl, Shadow Venusaur, Pelipper, Galarian Stunfisk, and Lantern. What do you think about these matchups?
It is going to be some kind of unique because, I mean, we haven't seen the Dunsparce perform versus the Shadow Venusaur,
That's
which is
true.
one of the few Pokemon that are not getting too hard hits by Drill Run and by the Rock Slide. So it's a really good typing in that regard.
However, the Jumpluff is something that the Venusaur needs to be afraid of because it is a flying type that the Frenzy Plants aren't going to hit for as hard, and it also is able to hit with those very super effective acrobatics.
Yeah, and Fairy Wind is a really fast energy generating move, so I doubt that he is going to reach the Sludge Bomb before the acrobatics is going to be reached.
No, and the acrobatics would knock out the Venusaur, but the Sludge would not quite knock out the Jumpluff, I believe. Well, it is a Shadow. Shadows do 20% more damage, so I could be wrong in that scenario. Maybe we'll find out on screen.
But we are going to see also that this Zoomerl of Inadequance has caused a lot of problems to his opponents in the last few matches that we have seen on stream. But Manning is running a Lantern.
Yes, Lantern, which is a good check to the Noctowls that have been running around. Yes, Inadequance doesn't have that on his team, but it is a good answer also to that Azumarill. We haven't seen as many Azumarills been, but maybe we'll see it on the field right now. No, we have the Shadow Sableye against the Noctowl. This is more in favor of that Noctowl, but the Shadow Sableye can still hit it pretty hard with the Power Gem or even going double foul play in the Zero Shields.
That is absolutely true. We are going to see how much the first foul play is going to do here.
Yes, Manning not wanting to use a Protect Shield so early in the game. It does
significant
basically have, but the Shadow Ball would knock out the Sableye for sure, and Manning charging up to 2 Sky Attacks. This is a bit of a bait. Let's see if Inadequance calls it or if he chooses to use a shield. It looks like he's just going to let it go. He's already at that foul play himself, and now it is Manning's turn to see do they want to let their Noctowl go down, or are they going to use that shield?
I don't think so. You have so much energy. Yes, you are preserving it. And I think at this point you can actually farm down the Sableye. Those Shadow Claws, even though it's a Shadow form, do not deal too much damage because of this normal typing. And now we are having 2 Sky Attacks going into the next matchup versus the Registeel.
Yes, I mean, the Noctowl versus Registeel is very favorable for the Registeel, but not when the Noctowl has this much energy. Look how much the Shadow Ball. Okay, it's not too much. The Galarian Stunfisk is immediately met by the Medicham. This is definitely not what Manning wants to see. These counters are doing so much damage already, and though this Ice Punch is not very effective against it, it's still going to chip away plus that counter damage.
Welcome to Hard Counter City. Ice Punch is not the most effective move. I mean, it is normally effective, but these counters deal a lot of damage, and even this Earthquake, if it goes unshielded, will not do too much to the Medicham. However, it will be shielded.
Last-minute Protect Shield.
Inadequance basically decided that he wants to preserve the health on this Medicham because this is such an important factor in this matchup for him.
Yeah, and now Manning not sure if I think he was going to reach an Earthquake, so went ahead and used that Rock Slide.
I think he would have.
I think he would have as well, but I know sometimes you get a little bit nervous on screen like this, but now we have almost a fully loaded Medicham. What do you think is going to come in the back? Because the Registeel, again, that doesn't want to see Manning's Medicham.
That is true. So I am interested in knowing why he took so much time for it. He would have much rather not let the counter run out for his opponent, so he couldn't switch into the Registeel. Okay, so Medicham mirror match now. Inadequance's Medicham is having the Psychic here.
Yeah, let's see what if it's choosing to be shielded yet. The Zap Cannon will do just as much damage as the Psychic.
Yeah.
So I think that Manning
Defense
is
drop.
doing a good job of choosing which one to be shielded, and now coming back with the Psychic of his own. Inadequance knows that Registeel is not going to have a favorable matchup against the Medicham, and choosing to use his last Protect Shield as well. Hopefully, for him, we'll be able to get up to that Psychic. Indeed, that Medicham is going to be very low, and maybe not something the Registeel has to deal with if Manning chooses not to shield this time.
We have, okay, so there is another shield, so I think that, wow, we are now really going into this matchup of Medicham versus Registeel.
Psychic is not going to be that effective. It is the heavier hitting move, and it is same type attack bonus. However, still not enough to be able to take out the Registeel. The Registeel will be able to get to the Zap Cannon. Zap Cannon at this range will most likely take out that Medicham. And Inadequance clearly making some jokes with his opponent here, taking out the Medicham and securing game 1.
Again, what a strong performance by Inadequence. He barely seems to lose his Pokemon in his matches that he is playing. I don't even know if we've seen him lose a game so far on stream.
I think when he played against the German player Frika, it was very close games. In the first day, please go back and watch the VODs chat if you have not yet, because there was a double drill run at the very end that was secured the victory, and everyone thought it was going to go in favor of Frika, and it was very, very close matchups here.
So maybe I have not just seen Inadequence.
Maybe you are his bad luck charm, and you need to always be watching Inadequence games so he will win.
True. That is possible. So let's see if we are going to see this happen. He has been putting out a phenomenal performance so far.
Yes, and with Pokemon that are not, we wouldn't say off meta,
Yeah.
per se, but also ones that are maybe giving a new chance to shine. Like, I would never have thought about bringing Dunsparce, but yet 2 people did bring it to this tournament and performed
worked.
relatively well.
I mean, this offensive combo of ground and rock type moves is so strong while already having this normal type move, so you don't get affected by all these heavy hitting Shadow Claws.
It's true. Shadow Claw is one of the best moves in the game, I think people would say, but yeah, obviously against a normal typing, it's not going to do that much damage.
Not at all.
You see Inadequence's Pelipper is not really flying. He's just kind of laying there. Right? Maybe he's taking a short rest while the battles are going on.
I think it's going to fly off in just a minute when the next game starts. Inadequence has been looking so dominant. Let's see if Manning can recover from this, because this was a decisive victory again.
Yes, and I really like Manning's pick of Shadow Venusaur. Everyone thought that maybe the grass types were getting a little bit out because of all the Noctowls and the wing attack buff that just recently happened. And so I think a lot more people brought water types, but the Venusaur is very scary for this. We have the Shadow Sableye now against the Galarian Stunfisk, which is more of a neutral matchup, I would say.
Okay, so we are going out on Mudshots and the Shadow Claw. So first charge move will be the foul play. I really doubt that we are going to see a Protect Shield here.
Yes, we know that it doesn't knock it out at this range. An Earthquake, however, would knock out the Sableye. So now I guess the goal is, do you bait here or do you go straight for the big move? He is going straight for the Earthquake, and Inadequence correctly shields this up. It is like he's watching over Manning's shoulder, seeing which move.
Which would be unfair. Which would be really unfair, to be honest. And also the Sableye already reaching the next move. So you will think about shielding this because you want this Rock Slide to connect on the Sableye.
I think, unfortunately for Manning, he might have clicked. No, he did not. Okay, so that is good. He was going for Earthquake, so Inadequence has to choose if he's going to double shield. He is. So I assume at this point it's the Shadow Claw farm down, right?
So if he had used a Rock Slide, maybe he could reach a second Rock Slide before this Sableye gets to the next foul play. I doubt that. But he would have had to use the foul play, so that would have been a lot of energy taken out of the Sableye if that was a bait Rock Slide.
Yeah. Manning has gone ahead and switched in his Lantern, and Inadequence is staying in because he knows he is so close to that foul play, but unable to reach it before the Surf goes off. With the fast move of Lantern, is getting to his charge moves very quickly. Super spammy here, taking out that Shadow Sableye, and in comes Inadequence's Medicham.
And now Medicham, or Inadequence, is at a deficit of Protect Shields, which is going to be really important. There's going to be a farm down here on this Lantern. Lantern will reach the Thunderbolt, and even though this is a powerful same type attack bonus move, this will not deal too much damage because Medicham is bulky as hell.
It is true. And now look how much energy this has. And oh, this is very bad because with 0 Protect Shields left, this Psychic on a Shadow... Oh, I'm sorry. I
no, there is one.
You better shield that up, Manning. Okay.
Even an Ice Punch as a bait would deal a lot of damage. But oh, we are going to get to the Psychic before... Oh, this did not...
Oh, Manning tried to use a sacrificial swap, but was unable to make it. Inadequence through an extra counter,
Manning.
seeing it coming, and now this Psychic for sure will be able to take out the Venusaur. And like you said, the man just cannot lose.
Oh, and we have forfeited the Registeel, not even coming in there. This was absolutely massive.
Yeah, I'm actually not sure, because you're right, there was a Registeel for Inadequence in the back.
But if that was intentional and we had no connectivity issues here, this extra counter was genius because the Venusaur would have reached the Frenzy Plant with one more Vine Whip.
Yes, they were both at that similar pacing, and I think, again, these high-level plays, Inadequance thought that he would potentially do a swap, and he did indeed. And going one extra really saved him in that scenario. However, it could have proved costly if he would have just gone straight Frenzy Plant.
Yeah, I mean,
Wow.
he would have caught me as well. I would have hammered this Psychic, so he would have caught the caught the Psychic with the Stunfisk if I was there. But
That's why, again, why we're behind this.
exactly. So Inadequance would have, or Manning would have beat me in this scenario. But I'm excited to see where this is going, because this is supposed to be a best of 5, right?
I believe only.
Or not?
I don't know if it
don't
is yet,
think
actually.
so.
I believe it's only for the actual winners finals.
Yeah.
And this is the semis.
This
So
is
the
the-
next round after this, I believe.
So Inadequance actually just advancing to the winners finals here.
Well, congratulations to him.
Okay, forgive me for being a little bit confused here. So we are going to go into a short break, and then we will be right back for the winners interview with Inadequance. Welcome back, guys, with our first winners finalist, Inadequance. What a stunning performance. Did you expect this game, congratulations first of all, did you expect this game to go this way, to beat him 2-0 swiftly?
No. I think my matchup wasn't great. I think his Shadow Venusaur was really good against me. And basically my plan was always to get a shield advantage somewhere for myself. It was, I think, a bit of a messy matchup, right? Like finding the balance between getting a shield advantage or switch advantage. Both can be so important in the Open Grey League. To be fair, I think my opponent kind of misplayed. I felt a bit bad for them to go out like that in the winners, but he still has a chance to lose, of course. I think I was very fortunate, and my plays were good, I think.
Oh, I was really impressed by this countering down the Stunfisk, expecting the Psychic immediately, but you actually just generated a bit more energy, and then you were able to beat the Venusaur, because you probably counted, right? You knew that if he would stay in with the Venusaur, he would reach the Frenzy Plant.
To tell you the truth, I kind of choked there because I realized that we will get to the Psychic and the Frenzy at the same time.
Oh.
So at that point, I would have to catch on my Registeel, and I don't know if I would survive 2 Frenzies plus that many Vine Whips. So I'm lucky he swapped a bit earlier.
Because he didn't reach the Frenzy Plant.
No, he was one off, and I was one of a Psychic, to be honest.
No, you had the Psychic when before the Frenzy Plant.
The first one, you mean, or?
There where he swapped into the Stunfisk.
Okay, well, I didn't get much sleep, so maybe that explains. Anyway, it worked out. I was counting to his Frenzy Plant.
It was a genius move. We both know that it was all planned. So now with this confidence of winning 2-0, I mean, you have kind of a curse in getting to the top 8 and then not winning the entire thing. Is this your big day?
If you say so.
Yes,
you told me yesterday I had to say it's my big day, so here it is, it's my big day.
Exactly, we need this confidence, we want this confidence. So in your next matchups, is there any player in the field you are particularly afraid of?
Me, Weedle is a scary player. I think Pokesquark is some sort of nemesis of mine. He takes out all my faction teammates every time, so I have to avenge them. Um, I don't know. I'd love to play anyone, to be honest, at this point.
I can understand that, and with your roster and with your talent, it makes sense to take on anyone. So you can leave Pelipper here on the desk, and we will be in a short break, and then we'll be right back for the next featured match. Thank you. Welcome back, guys, to our interview in Misty Terrain with the Pokemon Go World Champion Dancing Rob. We are now going to go into deep analysis of the new format with the Wing Attack buff, the Charm nerf, and also the Poison Fang nerf. So, first of all, because everyone has been talking about Wing Attack and all the flying types that are great now, which one do you think is the best flying type Pokemon?
I think it's probably Pelipper, just because of the coverage is just amazing, and it can now be G-Fist again, which it couldn't before because Wing Attack and Weather Ball got nerfed before, but Pelipper doesn't care anymore about the Weather Ball nerf. Just Wing Attack is just so good now.
So for those of you who don't know, Wing Attack needs 5 hits to get to the first Weather Ball and then just 4 more to get to the next one, so you can actually beat this G-Fist really hard. So you think Pelipper is the best one, and now because of all these wing attackers that we are going to see over the weekend, I want to ask you something about your signature Pokemon from the World Finals, the Shadow Venusaur. Do you think this is still a good contender, even though there is such an increase of flying type Pokemon?
Actually, I have to say, I'd probably say no. I really liked Shadow Venusaur for the World Championship meta because there weren't too many flyers at this point. Like, just looking also at my team, I was pretty weak to Venusaur myself, and so were my opponents. And like the new season, it got the Noctowl buff. Not only the Wing Attack buff, which also affected Noctowl, which is like the second best flyer, I'd say. Maybe also at Pelipper level, but I prefer Pelipper myself. But also, like, Shadow Venusaur is so hard to deal with it, and both of them will probably be really common, and Noctowl already is.
That is true. Noctowl was already one of the most picked Pokemon for the format, and now it is getting even better. So, another Shadow Pokemon that you played in Worlds was Shadow Swampert, and Shadow Swampert has declined a little bit because Trevenant was so strong. Trevenant also a Grass-type Pokemon, which is getting a bit worse now because Wing Attack gets better. So, do you think there is room for Shadow Swampert now? Is it going to be as strong as it was before?
I'd say it's a tough question. I'd say generally yes. Shadow Swampert is better than the regular Swampert versus Noctowl, for example, because you only need 2 instead of 3 Hydro Cannon, while the Mudshells basically do no damage. But the main issue with Shadow Swampert now is just the bad Pelipper matchup, and Pelipper's basically you can like throw 1 Weather Ball and then Wing Attack down. Well, you definitely need 2 Charge Move, and in before the matchup was pretty terrible. I also faced like the matchup. I also had the matchup myself at the UIC against my friend Martijn, also known as Ineloquence, and he was playing Pelipper, and he was giving me a very hard time, and I only managed to overcome by good alignment at this point, just because Pelipper pre-nerf was already so strong against my Shadow Swampert.
So, do you think that maybe not running Earthquake is a good choice and running Sludge Bomb instead, or Wave?
I'm not a huge fan of Sludge Wave myself, and I've never been, but technically it should be like your better coverage move, but Earthquake is mostly fine in all your neutral matchups, and it's just a better move. So I wouldn't say I necessarily want Sludge Wave. I would just be a little bit more concerned about bringing Swampert itself, but if you find a solid core around with Shadow Swampert, that's definitely a great choice.
How would a solid core around Shadow Swampert look like for you in this event?
I don't necessarily have a certain Pokemon so far that I can think of, but you really just need to cover for the weakness, which would be mainly Trevenant or also like pseudo-grass types as Cresselia. And yeah, that's probably the main issue that Swampert has.
Alright, you heard it here, so maybe another flying type could cover that weakness. So we are going to go back to the next featured match. Stay tuned, guys.
Welcome back, guys, to the second winners semi-final. Ineloquence unfortunately took the Pelipper away again from the table, but we are still happy to be here. We have Amanda back again, so that's one thing going for us, I guess.
Yeah, we're down a Pelipper, but we're
Yeah.
up an Amanda.
I think that's a good trade. So we are going to see Meweedle play versus Pokesquawk in the next match. What do you think about this matchup? Because this is not only high stakes, this is also high skill.
Yes, I'm very excited. Emmy Weedle is only 15 years old, and he was the actual world champion for Worlds for the senior division. There is no senior division for Pokemon Go this year, but everyone who competed in the senior division has already pretty much won or secured a spot for Japan in other regional tournaments. I don't know if Emmy Weedle already has one for an invite for Japan, being the senior leader, if there's no senior tournament, so I think he's ready to prove himself here. I have my eye on him. I think he's at least going to be in the top
finals.
2.
Yeah, so this guy has also performed really well so far. You got to be honest there. What a player. So Pokesquawk also has had some great matches.
Yes, I mean, you cannot count Pokesquark out at all. He is definitely a very high-skilled level competitor and someone that we've been watching throughout all the matches. He has qualified in the previous year as well, so it's not like he is new to the PvP scene by any means. He has gotten here through true grit and performance.
So, I mean, Weedle is also... I mean, I love to see that these senior players are transferring or conveying really good into the Masters.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So,
and also with kind of a spicy pick on his team with that Manton. We talked about all these Pokemon who benefited from the wing attack buff, but we completely overlooked Manton, and it's been doing really well for him over these past cups.
Bubble Beam is such a crazy strong...
It's so annoying.
Yeah. Because if you shield it, you are going to feel really, really bad. And even if it goes through, it is still strong. It deals little damage, but against matchups like Altaria and such, is still crazy strong because
it's lowering the attack of your opponent
is so important.
every single time. Even if your Manton goes down, you at least know that the Pokemon that comes in is not going to be dealt as much damage from your opponent. But Pokesquark also has that Mew, and I don't know if we've discussed it at all, but he has not revealed on screen the moveset of this Mew. And as we all know, Mew can learn all of the different movesets, so it literally could be anything that could be in the game right now.
Absolutely, and I mean, we were talking about Surf and Wild Charge as like the common set, but if there is a Pokemon that is, as you call it, a Swiss knife, a Swiss pocket knife, then there shouldn't be a common moveset, right?
That is true. I also like how their plushie stand seems to be almost rivaling ours on stage. They have 3 plushies as well as the Emmy Weedle's hat. He is always wearing this Eevee hat. If you see him around, but like we said yesterday, they probably don't fit over the speakers.
That is true, especially with the ears. So, who do you think is going to take this? I mean, you said that Emmy Weedle is going to be in the top 2 at least. You can still find your way into the top 2 and even to the finals as the winner during to the losers bracket. So
that is true. And like I said, not to count Pokesquark out at all because he is a very high-level competitor. But I have been watching Emmy Weedle play, and I think he is very, very talented. I'm not saying he's going to win, but I'm going to say that these matches are going to be incredible to watch. What are your thoughts?
I think that I trust Pokesquawk a little bit more because
we want to have a little bit of a rivalry here.
Of course, because of the expertise. I think that the experience is going to really come in handy for him to not be too pressured, even though Emmy Weedle obviously has experience on big stages.
Yes, that is true. Also, I don't know if you remember from yesterday's performance, he played against Junkus, who's a well-known staple, I think, in the German as well as PvP community. And Emmy Weedle kind of threw the first game, which is what he did at Worlds as well. So he at least has the knowledge and the grit that when you lose a round, you can calmly collect yourself and still come back to win the remaining 2 matches. And that is a skill in itself for a lot of players.
And maybe that is even strategy, because then your opponent gets all hyped up and maybe loses a little bit of focus, and then it kind of breaks you if you don't win 2-0. If you lose the second game, like, oh no, I don't have the momentum anymore. So maybe that's his plan all along.
Like he says, he says, quote, "I'm just a small kid," but he just wants us all to think
exactly. Losing games on purpose is a 500 IQ play.
My goodness, we'll see if it pays off for him this round. Again, going through we're getting right up into the matches here. This is not what, maybe we'll see it again, losing a first round, definitely losing the lead here. Trevin against Noctowl, switching right away to go into that Noctowl mirror match that we've seen quite a few times in the play so far.
So Pokesquark reaching the Sky Attack first makes sense because the Noctowl had to be switched in. So we are going to see a counter Sky Attack of his opponent. Nope, we are going right into the Registeel after the first Sky Attack came out.
what we talked about earlier. This is not a very good matchup at all for the Noctowl. Registeel being one of the hardest counters. The Shadow Ball doesn't even do that much damage to the Registeel, and getting to the Zap Cannon or Focus Blast would be very beneficial here. Able to get to the second right as the charge move priority goes off.
And I think that we are going to see a Focus Blast here. not
I
Zap
believe
Cannon.
that looked like what the Pokesquark chose, which is interesting, but also very effective against the Noctowl, being that normal typing, and it is shielded by Emmy Weedle. It is a little bit quicker to get to energy generation-wise, so Pokesquark probably knew that he will be able to get to another move before Emmy Weedle gets.
Oh, wow, that is really good energy management. Can't lie, they're expecting the first one to be shielded, the second one as well. So we are up 2-0 in shields, which is really, really important. But I think that Emmy Weedle really wants to keep the alignment to get this Trevenant out of the way of the opponent's Noctowl.
Yeah, I mean, I would be too. As we talked about earlier, the Trevenant is super hard countered by the Noctowl, with those wing attacks being super effective, and also the charge moves really doing nothing to a Noctowl.
Oh, and we are going to see the shiny Mew in this match.
Wow, we are about to see the moveset reveal for Pokesquark on this Mew, and yes, kind of a showing off here with a shinies do more damage joke.
So we are going to see another Sky Attack coming off of Emmy Weedle's Noctowl. And another one.
This is very interesting, and maybe a tell for Emmy Weedle. I think he's a little bit nervous, being like, okay, they must have another hard counter for Trevenant in the back if he's willing to let his Noctowl go. Pokesquark is even undercharging this. I still think it will be enough to take out the Noctowl at this point, but it will.
Oh, no,
not
it
quite. Being
won't.
able to
Very
get one more
strong.
energy advantage and be able to definitely get to a wing attack.
So now we are seeing the immediate switch into Mew versus the Registeel. Registeel is going to get to a Zap Cannon, but we are also seeing Wild Charge and Surf on the Mew.
Yeah, this is a very, quote, standard Go Battle League moveset on a Mew. I was not sure
Oh,
what it
and
would
the
be.
attack
This
drop is so
unfortunate.
important.
This is unfortunate for Pokesquark, but however, if you notice, he did save a little bit of that Noctowl energy just for this scenario, I believe, because once you switch out a Pokemon, all of the attack debuffs or increases end up going away. So at this point, he can just go ahead, swap out, let the Noctowl go down, and reset.
That is true. And now are we going to see the second protection? It makes sense because Noctowl is so low at the moment that there is probably not going to be any charged moves being thrown at it.
And this is so interesting as well. The Surfs are not very effective, and they are debuffed as well. I think now that shields are down, Emmy Weedle is in a pretty good position. This Wild Charge will not be enough to take out the Trevenant, especially since it's been debuffed.
Twice.
And these Shadow Claws are going to be doing a lot of damage.
We are switching.
Oh,
and
we are
immediately
now
going for the Sky Attack. Also
This
reaching
is
it.
huge. Emmy Weedle is also he's shaking his head. He knows that this is going to be a potential game changer for him, because he now needs to get to another move before the Mew gets to a Wild Charge or two. Although it's going to be a race here. It looks like just one or two Focus Blasts away. Will a Wild Charge be enough at this point? I am not quite sure. Registeel does
Charge
have
is
quite a bit of tankiness to him. And at this range, it is
and
not
it's
enough.
not.
And Weedle will be able to get to the Focus Blast.
And the Focus Blast is resisted, however, the defenses harshly fell of Mew, so this looks like it is going to take it out, and Emmy Weedle takes the first game versus
Wow.
Pokesquark.
Very, very
What a
close.
comeback after leading the lead this hard, investing 2 shields early in his Noctowl just to keep alignment.
I know, this was an insane match. I wonder, I think Pokesquark is probably wondering the same, because he was almost at Double Surf. If Double Surf would have been a better move than to drop his defenses, but it's just so hard to tell, because lock-ons are one of the most difficult to charge move or fast moves to count in the game, and if you miscount that and he gets to a Zap Cannon, it is over for sure.
Yeah, that is absolutely true. Lock-on, even the animation is really confusing at times. So Pokesquark now staring into the camera, probably not thinking about it too much, but thinking, how can I win this matchup? Because that was the optimal lead. Every time I play Great League and I open my Noctowl versus the Trevenant, I'm like, I think I got this.
This is one thing, yes, you can be quite confident on, but I think this also goes to show that if you lose the lead, it doesn't necessarily mean that you are going to lose the matchup. So please,
If you are a fantastic
yes,
player.
if you are a good player, always think of a way to get out of these scenarios.
Yeah.
And also, I think last night, a lot of these players, knowing that they were in today's tournament, have been studying their opponent's teams, have been studying possible moveset combos. They know if this person leads this, I will immediately swap to this, or I will do this to counter. So, I mean, Weedle had a plan, I believe, and it clearly, he's given the thumbs up here. It's clearly going to pay off for him in that, at least round 1. However, this is kind of going against what we said earlier. He did win game 1. Maybe it is Pokesquark who is now doing the intellectual thing of saying, I'm going to win game 2 and game 3 now that your confidence is too high.
So maybe it is the crazy play again. But I really like what Emmy Weedle was doing there, leading the Trevenant, which is possibly the best Pokemon against 4 of the Pokemon on Pokesquark's side, but we are going to see the same lead again. We are going to see different Pokemon in the back. I think, I don't know if the Medicham was on there before. I don't think so.
I think different for Pokesquark, but I believe it is the exact same lineup for Emmy Weedle. And this is very smart by Pokesquark because so far it has played out exactly the same. It may lead Emmy Weedle into a false sense of security, thinking that, oh, I won the last one playing it this way, but now instead that Registeel is going to be met by a Medicham, which is definitely one of the harder counters for the Registeel.
Absolutely, and we are, seeing the exact same team on Emmy Weedle's side. I mean, it is understandable, the strategy worked out so far, but Pokesquark made one adjustment, and I think that this might be the strategic advantage that he needs to win this.
And Emmy Weedle's going ahead and blocking up that Sky Attack, and now we'll have to see if Pokesquark will choose to do the same or let his go down. He is mirroring shields here. I think they both want to go ahead and secure this victory.
Yeah. I mean, also Pokesquark realized that he lost the last game because he lost the alignment and because he couldn't get the Noctowl in front of the Trevenant again. So I can understand why he's saying, okay, now I want to play this a little bit differently.
But now this Registeel is going to have a nice time because Pokesquark's Noctowl does not have much energy, and it does. And an interesting thing, swapping into the Mew instead of swapping into the Trevenant, because Medicham does not have a very good move against the Trevenant. However, that Noctowl still has a decent amount of health left.
That is true. So, wow, we are taking this charged move to the Mew's face, and now we are going to see how much a Surf does. It is not the strongest move in the field, so I can understand why we are leaving this unshielded. Yeah, this barely scratches the Registeel. But I think double Surf would have knocked out in the last game.
Oh, wow. Catching a Wild Charge onto the Trevenant, it is going to do a decent amount of damage, but I think Emmy Weedle knows that Noctowl is still there. The Trevenant might not have much play, but again, probably playing into Pokesquark's plan because that Noctowl is going to be able to take care of this Trevenant, and then we have a full health Medicham in the back that will take care of the Registeel.
And this Medicham would have also been really important to take on with the Trevenant. So
yes, exactly.
Taking out this Trevenant means being in a really good situation for Pokesquark. So not risking any more damage. Undercharging the Sky Attack even, I still think this will take out because it's super effective.
As a super effective move, I pretty much take out a Trevenant or two, even if it's undercharged here. Being able to lock on down farm is pretty huge. He was not quite there, and you see Emmy Weedle shaking his head at Pokesquark. He realized the plan now. Pokesquark still has a shield as well, so it's going to be able to counter down if this attack doesn't happen. Attack buff didn't happen, and even though Emmy Weedle will be able to get to another move, he's going to just go ahead and get countered down.
Yeah, exactly. We are going to see an Ice Punch, which is not the strongest of moves, but I mean, it will take out the Registeel at this point. So we are seeing Game 2 going to Pokesquark with the adjusted strategy.
Yeah, that's very interesting. And Emmy Weedle did have one shield left, but he knew it was over at that point, so he just decided to concede the game.
Exactly. So what do we do now here as Emmy Weedle? Because he knows now that his perfect strategy can be beat.
Yes, I think it's a little bit more dangerous as well now that he knows the moveset of the Mew.
Yeah.
I mean, the Manton is a little bit dangerous to bring in because of that potential Wild Charge that does very well against the Manton Noctowl. You saw it do a decent amount to that Registeel as well.
Yeah. I mean,
it wasn't enough to secure it, but it did do more than the Surfs did. But this regular combo of the Surf and the Wild Charge performs well. I mean, it's the standard-ish moveset for a reason, right? It does well against most of the meta. One of the harder counters being Trevenant. Even so, it has seen that Trevenant a couple times and still has come down to the wire for both games.
That is indeed true. I think you were right before, by the way, that it got a little bit to Emmy Weedle's head, this first win, because he had the worst possible lead and he still won the game. So he actually just thought, okay, I'm going to bring the same thing again. It can't be worse than this.
That's true, and even though it was the same thing,
Yeah.
since the backlines had changed a little bit, it does change everything, and that was a good adjustment by PokeSquark, realizing, okay, if these are the three that he's comfortable with, that he did win, I'm going to try to counter that team.
Yeah. And he also identified what was the win condition for Emmy Wheel in the first game, keeping the alignment immediately, double shielding at the start. So he actually started to invest a shield as well. So he won this game because he just planned it out better, I think.
For those of you who are just tuning in, this is the winners, though. So
Yeah.
even whoever loses this matchup will get a chance, and we'll see them on screen a little bit later while they compete in the losers bracket. But as 1-1 in the win, neither one of these players have lost yet. You kind of feel the pressure. You want to stay in that
Really
winners
want to
bracket. You
win
want to
this, yeah.
secure as many wins as possible because only 2 people can go on, can get the world's invite, and I think all of these players are really pushing hard for it.
Exactly. Everyone in this top 8 is on their road to Yokohama, and everyone just wants to get there. By the way, funny thing, I for some reason thought that Emmy Weedle was German.
Oh, no,
And
he's
I just-
Swiss.
I greeted. Wait, it said.
Yeah, I think he lives in England now, but I believe that his actual heritage is Swiss. So maybe it is completely wrong overall. We'll have to
Okay,
verify.
then it makes sense because he answered me in German when I talked to him.
Okay, okay. No, I do believe that he is Swiss, but maybe he has recently moved to the UK. Kind of like I am American and I am living in Belgium.
Oh, you're American.
I am. Can you not tell by my accent?
I could have asked you that before, by the way. How rude.
Oh, well, that's okay. I'm sure that everyone loves to know our backgrounds.
Absolutely. I'm German, by the way. You can hear that, I guess.
And PokeSquark lives in Luxembourg, but he is Greek. So look at this. We are multicultural, multi-diverse
Absolutely.
players from around the world competing in Pokemon Go. You kind of love to see that, to be honest.
Absolutely, we do. So let's talk a little bit again about the matchup. How can Emmy Weedle adjust his team now that he knew that his original plan that seemed unbeatable can be beat, in fact?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, Trevenant is really good against the majority of the picks there. I can understand why Emmy Weedle
Yep.
wants to bring it, but maybe he is a little bit scared at this point. So I don't know if you drop it for this game. Bringing Medicham also, it's one of those things where it's like, do you do a Medicham mirror? I think maybe if I was Weedle, I would bring in the Medicham itself. It can do decent against the Altaria and the Noctowls, even though they do have very oppressive fast moves, because it carries that Ice Punch.
Do you bring the Registeel still?
Registeel is a bit difficult. It is the hardest Noctowl counter on Emmy Weedle's side, and PokeSquark has brought the Noctowl every game, so it's almost needed. But in that case, it's like almost giving an invitation to PokeSquark to bring that Medicham and potentially go for almost a rock, paper, scissors sort of matchup. However, bringing Trevenant also pretty much guarantees this as well.
I would really love to see Trevenant on the roster, a Mantine and a Galarian Stunfisk here, to be honest, because Stunfisk can also deal quite well versus Noctowl in a normal matchup. It also does well against Altaria, which is also a good counter to the Trevenant.
Yeah, that is. You could possibly do like an ABB and lead the Stunfisk and lure out. The only problem with this also is potentially that Registeel, because there's not much that either the Noctowl or the Mantine could do, and gives a lot of extra farm. But we can analyze as much as we want. It looks like they're about to lock in. I'm very excited to see who's going to be carrying on to the winners final here.
This is the toughest matchup I think we have seen all day so far.
Yes, and they're jumping right into it. This time, the lead finally goes to Emmy Weedle here with the Registeel into PokeSquark's Noctowl. Immediate swap out to that Mew. The moveset of the Mew has been revealed with that Surf Wild Charge, and Emmy Weedle knows it. Is going to go ahead and try to get up to that Zap Cannon to either, as you can see, hit the Mew for very hard, or maybe potentially get that attack debuff as well.
And I can really see why he is not switching out here. He has the Noctowl to go into a neutral matchup versus the opponent's Noctowl, and he probably knows there might actually be a Medicham in the back. His opponent does not want to switch into the hard counter immediately, just to be answered by a Trevenant. Oh, we are actually going to see a Noctowl being switched in
We
here.
did get that attack debuff. These Wild Charges are still going to hurt, though. They are super effective against the Noctowl.
That is brave.
Emmy Weedle, knowing, I guess, it's not going to knock him out at the first one, and not going ahead and shielding, hoping that he can fast move farm down. He is, before PokeSquark is able to get off that second Wild Charge. This is huge and potentially game changer here, because now Emmy Weedle's Noctowl has a decent amount of energy and is going to do well against both the Noctowl and the Medicham. And if you look, Emmy Weedle still carrying that Trevenant in the back. It's going to be great against that Medicham.
And now, I mean, Weedle probably would love to have his Registeel here against the opposing Noctowl, because the last Pokemon in the field is, as you said, the Medicham, and Registeel is not going to do great against it. However, if you have a shield advantage, at some point you can deal a lot of damage.
Yes,
And you have the Trev.
I think the Trevenant will be the key to victory here. He knows that he was going to probably have to let go that Registeel. Even if he lets his Noctowl go, the Shadow Ball is not going to knock out the Registeel at this point. And then with 2 shields on a Trevenant in the back, I think it'll be very difficult. It's going to be a huge uphill climb for Pokespark, and you can see it on Pokespark's face as well. He nods in a bit of acceptance. He's still going to play it out like the champion he is, throwing this first Ice Punch, and we'll see if Weedle chooses to shield or not. They are super effective moves. Going to go ahead and let the first one go through, but as you can see, he's already at a Seed Bomb and a half. All these shields are still in play. He's going to finally throw. He's going to throw a Shadow Ball. I think even a Grass Knot with the continuing Shadow Claws at this range would knock it out, but the Pokespark is not even bothering to shield because he knows that the game is pretty much over at this point.
So he is identifying the Noctowl as maybe his last win condition. Getting another Seed Bomb off, has to be shielded, then we can farm down the Trevenant, but I think that this Registeel is way too healthy to be beat by this Noctowl
Yes, and I
that
think
is deep in the red.
Oh yes, even with this extra shield, I mean, there is a 2 shielded Registeel is pretty interesting against a Noctowl with this little health. He's obviously going to have to throw 2 charge moves to knock it out because these lock-ons don't do very much damage at all. But even still, it's looking like it's still in the favor of Weedle.
That is true. Actually, this is going a bit down to the wire here, I think. Because these lockdowns really don't do too much damage. I mean, I like the Zap Cannon because it can lower the attack. Are we not going to shield this? Yes, we are going to shield this. I thought he was conceding there for a second, but he can reach the second Shadow Ball, I think, before the lock-on hits. This is probably not going to deal enough damage. We will see. We have seen in the past that this Shadow Ball is not going to be enough to take out the Registeel at this range. Registeel takes the hit like a champion, locks on down on the Noctowl, and we are seeing Weedle advance to the winners finals.
Wow, with the lock-on down.
Yeah.
What do you think about that?
It's even better than a mud shot down.
Yes, I would say that that is something you will not see as often as a lock-on down. And both players congratulating each other. But you haven't seen the last of Pokescore because, like we said, he will be continuing on in the losers bracket. And, I mean, congratulations to both players. They have been playing phenomenally. Each of these games have been made way closer than you would think it would be. Pokescore not really, giving up. I think some players, when they see a backline and they realize they've been so hard countered, they have a tendency to stop trying or give up a little bit.
We don't want to see that.
No, and to be honest, it almost paid off for him there because if Weedle was not able to lock on farm down, if it had just a little bit more health, then
another Sky Attack would have been able to take out this Registeel. So I think 2 or 3 more Wing Attacks, and this would have been a completely different game.
Yeah, so we'll be back to talk a little bit with Weedle right after this break, so don't go anywhere, everyone. Welcome back, everyone. As you can see, our plushie collection is continuing to grow and grow. We are back with the winner of the last matchup, M.E. Weedle. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Once again, we are back up here. This interview is just old hat for you by this point, I'm sure.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still glad that I can continue winning, and it's always nice having an interview, so yeah.
So what were your thoughts originally when you saw PokeSquark's team? Because I'm sure you did a little bit of researching the night before, and you saw that he had the Mew, but the Mew had not been revealed on stream yet. So did you have any idea of what the movesets would be, or have any guesses?
Well, Wild Charge was probably most obvious. My main question was whether he had Surf or Flame Charge. The Flame Charge would have put my Registeel in a worse matchup. Luckily for me, he had Surf, so it worked out a bit better for me like that this time, and yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it was also very bold of you to lead Trevenant both times. Trevenant had a good matchup against a lot of his team, but then when it was losing, it was very hard countered by that Noctowl. What were your thoughts when you saw it both Game 1 and Game 2?
Well, I was a bit disappointed I didn't see the Mew on the lead. Originally, I built my lines ABA strong against the Mew, so with the Trevenant and the Noctowl. So if it's on the lead, then I can catch it on the lead, or if it's in the back, then hopefully my Noctowl gets put onto it, which didn't happen in any of the games, but well, in Game 3, I didn't lead the Trevenant anymore, but luckily the Noctowl was put on the Mew.
Yeah.
In the end, it worked out, so...
It indeed worked out. One of the only things that made us a bit sad was that your kind of spice pick, your MVP that you were calling it, the Manton, wasn't being able to use with this. Was this because you suspected the Wild Charge?
Yeah, of course. The Wild Charge would easily one-shot a Mantine 4 times damage, so... I mean, there's no way I want to have it against the Mew, yeah.
That makes absolute sense. And now how are you feeling? You are one of the only competitors left who have not lost a round, and now it's you and Inadequance. What are your thoughts about that?
Well, Inadequance has definitely got a very, very cool team as well, with a few spice picks, even ones that I never would have thought of using myself. So I look forward to that battle already now.
Yeah, we'll see it pretty shortly.
Yeah.
One thing, before we let you go, we were discussing this a little bit because Leo was wondering how you were able to talk to him in German because you're from the UK. And I said, and I might be wrong, that you are actually Swiss?
I'm officially both, actually.
Okay.
So I live in Switzerland. I am also British. I originally come from Great Britain, so yeah.
There you have it. Facts confirmed by M.E. Weedle himself. Don't go anywhere, because he's going to be back playing shortly, and you can see some more of his amazing action after this break. Welcome back. Sorry, guys, I think you just missed it. Rob did this crazy synchronized dance across the room. Maybe we can get him to do it again before the end. But a little bit of backstory about that. How did you come up with your in-game name, Dancing Rob?
Well, that's actually a pretty good question, and it was when in 2016, when I initially installed the game for a few weeks, I was dancing in a dancing formation back from school, which sadly dissolved because of COVID, but I managed to dance there for like 5 years, and it was pretty cool.
So you not only are a legend Pokemon player, you are pretty much a legend dancer as well?
I'm a solid dancer. So
Above average dancer.
Above average dancer.
Okay, to go back a little bit to the world competition, so you won, and then I noticed, because we are in-game friends, that now you have this pretty fancy new pose that you have, and I believe you're only one of 2 people in the world to have this, correct?
That's correct.
And will you ever change this pose?
Never ever. Unless I win again and maybe there's another pose for me.
Yeah, that's a good point. So you automatically, as the winner of the first year that Pokemon Go was involved, is invited to play in Japan for the 2023 finals. How are you feeling so far? Are you keeping an eye on your competition? What's been played and who's been playing it?
Of course, I did a little, and how the meta shifts and what my friends are playing even. And it's interesting to see that even like small changes in the meta are doing like some significant changes to everything basically, and that's pretty cool. So if you really want to stay in the competition, you also have to like watch out all the time for the meta.
Yep, that's true. I remember that you thanked Tho Technical on stage during the finals, and he was one of the qualifiers in the last regional, so I'm sure there's going to be a little bit of a friendly competition between you two. do you scrimmage against each other at all already? Is it going to be something where you try to hold back your team or your skills the closer it gets to time?
Probably the second one. I'm not too worried about Japan so far, mainly because it's in like 7 months. But when it comes to Japan finally, then I will probably practice a lot.
Do you have any tips for people who are interested in participating in these play tournaments but maybe haven't yet, or are just waiting to see what this meta will shift into? And overall general tips to becoming a better PvP player?
It's probably something that I could answer in more than an hour or something like that.
That's okay. No, I'm sorry, we do not have.
But of course, first of all, it's never too late to start with it. Like I know players that started last year and already doing really good at some regionals, and you can basically just go to every regional you like. There's probably always some spots like go can be capped, but it's not like, but it's like 90% capped at the moment. So there's always a chance to sneak into one of these. And yeah, just have fun there.
Yeah, and having fun is a big part of it. I mean, it's really nice to be able to meet people in the community. We became friends through the game, and speaking of becoming friends, Rob and I are lucky friends in the game, and we decided ahead of time that we were going to do our special trade on screen for you guys right here. So Rob, what was it that you wanted?
I wanted the shiny Veltar.
And I do have one of those for you.
That's perfect.
And you don't have one for me, correct?
Sadly, don't have one for you, but
that's okay.
I have something else for you.
So I believe that we agreed that I was going to give you what?
A shiny Veltar.
A shiny Veltar, okay. And I am going for a shiny Lucky Dex, and so don't judge me for my pick, but I'm going with a shiny Regigigas.
Which is a pretty nice shiny.
Yeah, it is. So let's do it. On the count of 3 here. 1, 2, 3. All right, I'm gonna check the IVs. I don't know about you.
It's pretty average,
Yep.
but it's from you, so that's perfect.
We'll have to keep trying. One last question to go out on. It's not PvP related, but it is very much our friendship related, and I think might spark some controversy in the chat that they can discuss as well. Why on earth do you believe that pineapple belongs on pizza?
It's just a perfect combination of the pizza with a little bit of sweet on it.
I don't agree with him, but he is the champion, so we'll let him have his moment. Back to the rounds.
Welcome back, guys, to our next big losers bracket match. We are seeing Tonton Bateuse play versus Hansi Gloom AMD. So Hansi is actually, this is his first regional ever, and he has advanced this far.
It's impressive, to be honest, because, you know, most of the time when it's your first tournament, you have like a lot of stress, you're also nervous, so you lose your mains. But this guy just lost once, and then he's just going further and further, step by step.
Absolutely. This is absolutely a massive performance that he's bringing to the table. He told me yesterday, yeah, I was hoping to qualify for day 2. I did not really expect it. And now that he made it, he can actually just keep on winning, and he can go even further. He's already in the top 6.
Yes.
So maybe he's actually a great contender for the title as well. He has a good roster.
It's true. I mean, his team is really consistent overall, and even if it's, let's say, spicy, because it would be like maybe the first time. Imagine if he's winning this, it will be the first time a spicy team would win a tournament.
Yeah, Gliscor and Abomasnow are really strong. Shadow Abomasnow even.
Yeah, I mean, Gliscor with this wing attack buff is pretty solid, let's say, because you have like a really good coverage, but you have to avoid these icy types.
Yeah, but even though Metacham has an ice-type attack that he's not going to face here, by the way, even an Earthquake plus a few wing attacks took out this really, really bulky Pokémon. So that was a strong performance against the Toxicroak. This is going to be even better because Toxicroak cannot touch Gliscor at all.
Yeah, but do you think Toxicroak has some place here from Tonton Bateuse's one? Because honestly, the Toxicroak of Tonton Bateuse is not in a good situation versus a Noctowl, a Gliscor, a Medicham, and a Lantern.
I think that the matchup versus Lantern is actually fine because you have the super effective Mud Bomb.
Yeah, it's neutral, but thinking that a Thunderbolt would hurt the Toxicroak a lot, while a Mud Bomb does not KO at all the Lantern, because Lantern is bulky and Toxicroak is really glassy.
So I think that Hansi actually is running the water gun lantern, right?
Yeah.
Is he so?
Yeah, I remember because yesterday when he was facing Andres,
Yeah.
they
Yeah,
both
they
had
both
the
water gunned each
mirror.
other down.
Yeah.
So actually, Lantern is not going to really reach the Thunderbolt quite quickly. So I think that actually he might get quicker to 2 of the mud bombs.
To two mud bomb. But thing is that the lantern can pressure with the fast
Yeah.
move. Then the toxic
Yeah,
rock.
I
and
think
it just
then one
once-
Thunderbolt is enough.
no,
So
one surf.
one
would be-
surf, really.
Yeah, I think one surf would be just enough because of all the damages of the
Yeah,
water
sure.
gun. Then.
Yeah, and Toxic Rogue really is not the most bulky Pokemon.
Yeah,
So
definitely.
those, even though Lantern is not the strongest Pokemon in terms of attack, we are going to see a really interesting match here. I'm really excited to see how this one pans out. I hope we can see a scenario where both of these Pokemon are at full HP and no one has energy advantage, so we can settle this debate for once and for all if Toxic Rogue can beat the Water Gun Lantern.
Yeah, but what do you think about the Altaria of Tonton Battles? Because Altaria is not that bad, let's say, against all these matchups because it's pretty neutral, let's say. And even against Lancer, it's not the worst matchup.
No, I think versus Lantern, especially when it is Water Gun, it's really hard to reach 2 Thunderbolts. Surf deals basically no damage whatsoever. Water Gun also is weakened due to the Dragon typing of Altaria, so you really have to go for the Thunderbolt, which is hard to reach. The Stunfisk matchup is not the best. Medicham you can beat because the Sky attacks hurt a lot, and the Moonblast especially. However, there is Ice Punch, even though Altaria is easily able to take one of those. Abomasnow is a horrible matchup, we don't even need to talk about this.
But with some energy advantage, it's kind of cool for Altaria because of the grass typing of Abomasnow. So
Oh
if
yeah, the
Altaria
Sky
is
attacks
able,
are good,
yeah,
yeah.
to throw one Sky attack on the Abomasnow, Hansi has to concede this shield.
Yeah, that is true. But Abomasnow is, I think, running Powder Snow, so
Yeah.
those fast moves really will deal a lot of damage, maybe even more than the Dragon Breaths. Gliscor is a horrible matchup, and Noctowl matchup is okay for Altaria.
Yeah, I mean, it's not really horrible for Altaria, Glasgow, but just because, I mean, everything is neutral and you resist the big...
Oh no, sorry, it's good for Gliscor, for Altaria.
For
Gliscor
Altaria,
has a horrible Altaria matchup because just the Night Slash is a neutral hit, and this is not even same type attack bonus, and also not the strongest of moves.
Yeah, but you can still hope, to have like one boost with the Night Slash because sometimes it's your win con boosting, then just dealing tons of damages with your wing attack. And we are starting right now in this first game with the shiny Pelipper of Tonton Battle versus the shiny Medicham of Manning.
And this is an immediate switch out for Manning because he doesn't want to stay in there. It is a horrible matchup for Medicham because these Ice Punches don't super effectively hit the Pelipper, even though it's a flying type. So Noctowl is coming in, and Noctowl is already taking a Weather Ball to the face.
And Tonton Battles is switching immediately on his own Altaria now against this Noctowl, and the Noctowl just charged the 2 moves before throwing probably back-to-back here. Tonton Battles does not even need to shield the first one, and probably wants to farm everything done from this Altaria, but it will be really difficult because here he can take another Sky attack, but decide finally to throw the other Sky attack before the Noctowl reaches the Shadow Ball because he wants to take this shield here.
Okay, and he got the shield, but now Noctowl is going to be able to reach the Shadow Ball and or probably go for maybe 2 Sky attacks, really close to the second Shadow Ball as well. So we might actually see a double Shadow Ball before Altaria reaches the first Sky attack. Maybe see a shield taken from it. Ooh, wow, that is a lot of damage.
Oh yeah, and now throwing this Sky attack here. So Tonton Battles has to shield this one, trying to keep this switch. It's really interesting because now Toto is about to shield, and I mean, who will be able to farm the other? Oh, Altaria is about to farm the Noctowl down, but it's really close. But it also means no farm for the next Pokemon coming now. Both clocks are still up, so Tonton Battles will be able to switch, and Altaria even reaches the Sky attack here and is able to land it on the poor Pelipper just coming on the field.
And Pelipper is an offensive threat, however, it takes a lot of damage from the Sky attack, and now in comes the Lickitung, and Lickitung can take thousands of these Weather Balls.
Yeah, and Tonton Battles is happy because Lickitung is not aligned on the Medicham, and now it's the Pelipper aligned with the Medicham of Manninger here. So Manninger has to bait for the Ice Punch, maybe? No, he's going straight for the Psychic, and Tonton Battles decides to call it, and he just shielded the Psychic here. Does Manning get the debuff? Not even. And Tonton Battles is about to throw a Weather Ball and probably another one, because here you don't want to read the fact that your opponent can shield your big Hurricane, because was too weather ball enough to take the Medicham down.
So, and we are already at 3 weather balls almost. So this is a really good spot for the Pelipper to be in. Medicham is also going to shield this. However, it is not going to help because there is another weather ball coming. Now we are in the CMP and Pelipper wins that. Pelipper actually going for the next weather ball. Medicham is going to fall here.
Yeah, and then coming the other Pelipper, will Manning be able to farm this Pelipper down and just in time, because here you have to weather ball it, and Tonton Batters win the CMP over Manning's one.
Wow,
And
Manning a little bit off there with his counts.
yeah, he does not take Manning's Pelipper down, I think, and no, it does, and Tonton Batters win this first game of this Bear 3 of the loser bracket here.
Wow, so there was a lot of energy stored on this Pelipper, so I don't even recall the last Pokemon that Tonton brought and at what HP status it was at, but this
Tonton was
Pelipper...
probably
yeah,
fully
okay.
healthy.
Yeah, but okay. Yeah, okay. A Lickitung, I think, would have made a difference there. So
Yeah.
this looked really good for Tonton in the end. However, this Pelipper still was loaded with energy, so you could have gotten probably a Hurricane off skill still, but a Lickitung, it can take a Hurricane.
Yeah, but as I said just before, Altaria, Tonton Batters' Altaria is a problem for Manning's team.
Yeah, that
Because-
is true.
Yeah, because here the Altaria did a lot. I mean, this Sky Attack just landed in the last time on the Pelipper of Manning. Wow. Because it was really close. One more wing attack from the Noctowl and it would have been a tie here. So a tie means that you can decide if you... I mean, you can't decide. It can be random, but the Medicham of Manning could have been aligned of the Lickitung
Yep.
of Tonton Batters.
That would have been a difficult scenario then as well, even though Lickitung can still deal with a Medicham. It is the inferior typing because you are getting hard damage by those counters, but the licks also add up.
Yeah, but still, I mean, both players were both shields down
Yeah.
here, but it's like a scenario you don't really want to see a full health Lickitung
Yeah.
on a full health Medicham.
Yeah, I mean, I really love these no-shield scenarios for both players because then it feels like a real race. Who gets to their charge moves before? You don't have to bait anything. You really just want to go for these hard-hitting moves. Then you want to play the game differently. You want to maximize your damage because there is no chance that your opponent can call a bait or take a bait.
Yeah, and here you have probably, to time your moves as well, because you don't want to take all the damages of the move through, and you also want not to be caught. So, for example, for Lickitung or Altaria, it's easier, just because, you can just time it in the animation of the other
Oh,
one. And here comes Regis still lead of Tonton Batters against the Noctowl of Manning, and Manning switch immediately on Medicham, and Toto answers immediately on the Altaria. So Medicham can just land a nice punch now. Toto Batters knows he survives it, even if it's double super effective.
so, but it still deals a significant amount of damage. Also, these counters are adding up quite a bit. We are going to see a Sky Attack being used before Medicham can reach the second Ice Punch. And let's see if this one goes shielded or not.
He probably lets it. No, he does not want to let it go because he wants to take at least one shield from Toto Batters, and he knows he's outpacing for the next Ice Punch here. So Toto Batters just shields here and trying to outpace the Medicham for another Sky Attack. And it's probably Toto Batters reaches the Sky Attack just in time before Medicham reaches the other Ice Punch. And would Manning shield? He has two at this range, but he decides not to, and it's taking down.
Both players at one shield left. We can now decide, do we bring in the Noctowl, because we are not switch locked anymore. So if we take out the Altaria and the Registeel comes out, we can still switch. However, if you're
And
switching
Tonton
into stun-
Batters is able to throw another Sky Attack just before being taken down here. It's really huge damages on the Noctowl.
This Altaria, even though it is not a wing attack user, it is really coming in handy. And now the Toxicroak is aligned versus the Galarian Stunfisk, and this is just the matchup that this Toxicroak wants to see. Now we are seeing an Earthquake and the immediate shield out of Tonton Batters. This would have knocked out the Toxicroak, however, this will not happen today.
Yeah, and here Manning just went straight for the Earthquake without even trying to bait, and Tonton Batters is really safe here. And the Toxicroak is about to take this Galarian Stunfisk down, and coming then the Noctowl, and the Noctowl takes the sludge bomb damages, but unfortunately, I think that Maining is about to shield it, but Registeel is a big wall.
Yes, he can actually deal a lot of damage with his Sky Attack now, farm up some Wing Attacks, taking some damage off these counters, but there is no shield anymore, and Noctowl is really slow at taking out Registeels. Registeels is almost at full health. It is going to take a Shadow Ball, maybe even two, but then the last charge move is probably going to take out this Noctowl, which is at really low health. So I think we are going to see Tonton Mateus win this game over Manning.
Yeah, because now one Zap Cannon is enough because all the shields are done, or even the Focus Blast here is enough because Tonton Mateus just want to end this game really quick, I guess.
Manning falling to the superior performance by Tonton Mateus, having really great matchups overall in this game. And this was such a stunning performance by Tonton Mateus.
Yeah, Tonton Mateus was really good during the second game, reading his opponent, to be honest. And the first one was really exciting because it was a really good management from both players. So, I mean, the switch on this Altera and then the Altera reaching the Sky Attack at the last moment, and wow, it was really exciting and also risky for both players.
Yeah, I really like to see this Altaria coming in handy for so many players now in the top 8. It is a Pokemon that wasn't played too much for this tournament, but it really succeeded. The few players that brought Altaria got really far in the tournament. We have also seen some players being eliminated before the top 8, but they really got close.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, Altaria for me is still consistent, even if we have a lot of Ice types Pokemon just because of this Noctowl, but for me, Altaria has like a really good coverage overall.
Yeah, that is true. Also not being hit super effective by electric type attack, for example, by Lantern. But we are going to hear in the interview with Tonton Mateus what he has to think about his Altaria. Stay tuned.
Tonton Mateus is about to make the interview in French. Welcome back, everyone. I'm with Tonton Mateus and the Shamin. So, Tonton Mateus, how do you feel?
I'm stressed, really stressed.
Okay, maybe you prefer to continue this interview in French?
I can continue in French, yeah.
Okay.
If it's okay for you.
Yeah, it's fine. I will just translate, so no problem about it. Comment tu te sens, tonton? Qu'est-ce que...
Je suis vraiment stressé, mais je vais faire mon maximum pour continuer. En tout
Ok.
cas. Mais ouais.
How do you feel? So now he feels really stressed and we will do his best to go further and further. Maintenant, est-ce que ton Altaria t'a permis de vraiment clutch, on va dire, cette game jusqu'au bout? Est-ce que ton Altaria a été vraiment important? So, is your Altaria really important for you to be able to win this game?
Mon Altaria était très très important dans cette partie parce que tant qu'il ne voyait pas l'immonde de Galar, il était bien contre tout le reste.
My Altaria was really, really important during this game because while he did not see the Galarian Stunfisk in this game, it was really important and really strong against all this team. Du coup, maintenant, alors, qu'est-ce que tu comptes essayer de faire pour la suite? Top 1 ou essayer...
Le bon top 1, là, je suis bien parti.
Do you want now to reach the top 1? Yeah. And he said, yeah, I'm ready. It's a really good start, so I will continue and try to reach this top 1. Merci beaucoup, tonton, pour tout. Et j'espère que tu iras vraiment loin parce que ça va nous faire plaisir pour la communauté française. Thank you, tonton. Thank you, tonton, for all your kind words. And I hope you will go further because the French community is behind you.
Yeah.
Thank you, everyone, for watching it. And don't go anywhere because we are coming back after a short break.
Welcome, guys, to my personal team builder. We have a new format in Pokemon Go, and I got two of the biggest experts in the field to help me build my team that will get me to Yokohama eventually. So, guys, thank you for doing this with me. I want to start things off. We have seen a wing attack buff, so it generates more energy, and there's one Pokemon that comes to my mind. Are you guys okay with Noctowl?
For me now, Noctowl just became the best F-switch of the game. Just before it was Sableye, but now you have more energy generated thanks to this buff. So you outpace with a Sky Attack, and even against Frostlass it's really good because just before, Frostlass was one of the best Ghost Hunter, and now thanks to it, you just can outpace to Avalanche.
So, Amanda, I think Noctowl is a staple now. You can basically play this in any team you want. And I think most of my opponents are going to run it too. So which Pokemon would you recommend as a check for Noctowl?
That is a really good question, and you're absolutely right. I think everyone is going to run Noctowl and a counter to Noctowl. Some of the biggest counters you can most likely think of are going to be ice types. Walrein is probably going to make a comeback. There's potential with maybe Ninetales or something like that. However, I'm going to say this, and people are going to hate me for it, but the best check is probably going to be Bastiodon. And not only does it check Noctowl, it checks most of Noctowl counters.
Bastiodon seems pretty interesting to me. However, I'm kind of afraid of counter users. Amandine, what would you recommend me instead if I don't want to bring Bastiodon?
I think I would recommend you probably something neutral who can just lure the Noctowl, for example, as a safe switch. If you really want to lure the Noctowl, for example, you can try to pick Lickitung if your opponent does not own a counter user, or you can also try your Medicham because Medicham is still good overall. And depending on IVs, for example, if you prefer attack over bulk, you can also win CMP over some Noctowls. And then with Ice Punch, we can still pressure it. So I think the strat who would be popular would be to have a Lickitung or Medicham just trying to lure the Noctowl now.
Okay, so I've already had a favorite Pokemon in mind that I wanted to bring. You did mention it so far. What do you guys think of Lantern?
I absolutely think Lantern is a good pick. I think because Noctowl has now gotten this buff, a lot of the grass types, and especially grass types like Trevenant, which we've seen a lot in the past, are no longer going to be as prevalent. So with the lack of grass, the water types will come back out to play. Lantern is a really good pick if there are not grass types around. However, its typing and charge moves make it so it's not that viable against a grass type. So I would think of perhaps at least one other counter in case your opponent chooses to be a bit brave and runs like a Venusaur or even we were discussing a little bit off screen, a Jumpluff, and Amandine has a lot to say about Jumpluff.
Yeah, it's true because Jumpluff is probably one of my favorite Pokemon. And I mean, it's a spice. It's rare like spice anyway. But for me, Jumpluff can be interesting because you still can take one Sky Attack from Nocturne against Galarian Stunfisk. The matchup is not that bad thanks to Energy Ball. And you generate a lot of energy thanks to Fairing. Fairing, which is a move, which is a copy of Mudshot. So yeah, it's really interesting. Even if it deals no damage, I mean, for Jumpluff, it's really huge because you also have the big move Acrobatics. So you can have the acrobatic move thanks to the Community Day All-Star, which grabs all the Community Days of all the year. So just keep your hop up for this Community Day All-Star.
Okay, so Jumpluff actually sounds pretty good. So I would also like to integrate that in my team because I am afraid of Swampert. Swampert has been massive and it has kind of fallen out of favor because Trevenant has become so popular now that Noctowl is really strong again and like a staple pick. Maybe it is time for Swampert, especially Shadow Swampert, to come back because 2 Hydro Cannons from Shadow Swampert take out the Noctowl. But for now, we are going to get to the next featured match.
Welcome back, everyone. We are now still in this day 2 of the championship in Stuttgart. I am Amandine Nimu, and I am still with Leo.
Hi.
So what did you think about the last games, Leo?
Oh, it was really great, even though, and now I have to excuse myself, we got a little bit confused with the names at first.
Yeah.
So many great players, so at some point in this bracket, we might get a little bit lost.
Yeah, it was Tonton versus
Manning,
Manning.
Yeah, in the first, we thought it was Hansi, but Hansi is going to play now versus Pokesquawk if we are not wrong again. But I think that we are not. This is going to be the next losers bracket match because Pokesquawk was beaten by Emmy Weedle, and that was a crazy match. And I think that Pokesquawk really has the advantage here.
Yeah, but here, we will see your favorite Gliscor, Gliscor plus Shadow Abomasnow plus Lantern matchups.
Yeah, so Gliscor is an interesting Pokemon. So this is Hansi's first regional, right? And he already advanced to the top 8 and even the top 6. So that is a really good achievement. So maybe this Gliscor has something to do with it because it is a Pokemon that nobody has prepared for. Nobody prepares for this coverage of Dark type and Ground type moves in the charged moves. So maybe this thing is a core breaker for Pokesquawk's team.
It's true. Also because, the Gliscor does a lot versus the Mew, and unfortunately the Mew's moveset, we already saw it lately, does not cover the Abomasnow at all.
Yeah, the Abomasnow is going to hardwall the Mew. You can really farm this thing down at some point. I mean, Shadow Claws still deal a lot of damage. That's always going to be the case. But it's still a favorable matchup, of course.
But in the other hand, a Weather Ball of the Shadow Abomasnow would hurt the Mew a lot. So it's not really a good idea, I think, for Pokesquawk to say switch the Mew here just because you have the Noctowl, you have the Gliscor, you have the Abomasnow. But you want to probably try to align it on the Medicham or on the Galarian Stunfisk. Even the Lantern can be baited, let's say, with it because you also have White Charge.
Medicham is not the easiest matchup, though, because of the Ice Punch that is 4 times super effective.
Yeah, it's true, but even Medicham can do against Gliscor, and Gliscor has to throw the Earthquake because the Night Slash is just a neutral and does not deal a lot of damages, and we all know the bulk of Medicham now.
Yeah, and we have seen that an Earthquake and a few Wing Attacks can take out the Medicham, so in a no-shield scenario, because the Ice Punch is not enough, I think that the Gliscor has the ability to take this. So, interesting thing, we are also going to see other matchups, of course. I mean, queuing it up against the Registeel also could be really good.
Yeah, I mean, here you can try to lure the Abomasnow with, for example, the Mew or the Nocturne, and then playing your Altaria, because it's also a double flying type here.
So Abomasnow also looking really good. It is not that great versus Stunfisk, has neutral hits, but the Rock Slides are going to deal a lot of damage. Medicham, you really don't want to go into this matchup because as a Shadow Abomasnow, these counters are going to deal crazy damage.
And you're also walled by Registeel. So Abomasnow is good, but also risky at the same time. I mean, if you try to bring your Abomasnow here and it's aligned to the Altaria or the Noctowl, I mean, even Noctowl is not that good, but again, the Altaria, it would pay off.
But if you now think about what we just discovered, all the 3 counters for Abomasnow are getting destroyed by Gliscor. Vice
True.
versa.
It's true.
So if you bring both of these Pokemon and you win the lead, you have a really good shot at winning this game.
You're completely right here, of course. And I think that the alignment will be really important during
Yeah.
this game. So expect probably to see both shields conceded during the switch time. And here we go into the first game, and it's Mew versus the Galarian Stunfisk here. And both players stay in this matchup because you don't want to see the Mew Surf hitting the Gliscor
Yep.
here, because you don't have the energy advantage, and Mew is already landing a Surf on the Galarian Stunfisk, while the Galarian Stunfisk is about to go straight to the Earthquake.
And it is a super effective move, but it doesn't deal over half of the HP of Galarian Stunfisk because it is not same type attack bonus boosted. So that is kind of the disadvantage of having the options for every move in the game. Sometimes they're just not as powerful as the native user. So now Gliscor is going to come in and take this serve. What do you think about that?
It's about to hurt, but you probably try to lure, if possible, something interesting, like this Galarian Stunfisk here. And here Hansi is going straight for the Earthquake, and Pokésquark, which is one shield behind, just decides to let it go, and it's about to deal tons of damages, but not enough to take the Galarian Stunfisk down here. And here Galarian Stunfisk just throws a Rock Slide, which is probably taking down the Gliscor, and Hansi decides to shield here. Probably will have to shield the next one, otherwise you have to throw, and no, he wants to go for the full farm down, and just, oh no, he's letting it go now because he does not want to be one shield behind, and he does not kill. Yeah, and he's about to come back with some energy advantage. So
and Gliscor has lots of energy.
Yeah, so you want to throw immediately one nice slash, because you know that one hit would be enough. Oh no, it's not enough to. Wow, one counter was not enough to take the Gliscor down here. It's really bulky while it's not Shadow, and Medicham.
This
wow,
is a lot of damage. Now the Gliscor immediately falls, and now we have the Noctowl versus the Medicham, which is a neutral matchup. However, it is not if the Medicham is at 20% HP. So you gladly take this Ice Punch. Don't use the last shield of yours, and just probably actually wing attack this Pokemon down.
Yeah, and now the Mew is coming, and Hansi is just going straight for the Shadow Ball, because at
Is he
this
going to
range,
call it?
yeah. No, he's not about, but he's just trying to play safe here. But here you have to throw your White Charge to be able to take this Noctowl down, but Mew is just baiting, so he's Hansi trying to call it. No, he does not.
Actually going to take this one, but we are going to reach the next Sky Attack. Oh, trying to
switch immediately on the Galarian Stunfisk, because he knows that the clock is not up, and the Galarian Stunfisk would not be useful anyway against the Medicham then. So he's just throwing Rock Strike, trying to lower the life of the Mew, and going probably straight for the other Rock Slide. But Pokésquark is going for the stuff just before the Galarian Stunfisk reaches it.
And Mew is loaded with energy.
Yeah, and probably trying to go for the White Charge immediately right after. And it was a perfect energy management from Pokésquark here.
That was really impressive, to be honest. Pokésquark with the Wild Charge on the Mew. Not same type attack bonus boosted, but it is one of the strongest electric type moves, and taking out the Noctowl to bring the game one to Pokésquark.
It was really a really good game, because Mew did a lot of work here, even if it was really tough for him, because Pokésquark went one shield behind straight at the lead, so he was not able to concede the second shield on his Galarian Stunfisk, even if you know that you're about to take an Earthquake, which is super effective on your Galarian Stunfisk. But here he did a really great job.
I think the Gliscor really performed in this matchup, though. Hansi really almost got all the advantages he had from this Gliscor, and I think that it was off to the other Pokemon to take this game home, the advantage that Gliscor built up, but they just couldn't deliver.
Yeah, and I think that Pokésquark thinks that Hansi's Abomasnow is not really playable during this game, because you don't want to see the Registeel, you don't want to see the Galarian Stunfisk, you don't want to see the Medicham.
Yep.
And I think that Pokésquark also brought here the Medicham, not also because it's kind of, let's say, neutral versus the Medicham of Hansi, and let's say neutral versus Hansi's Gliscor, really good against Hansi's Jiffis, but also to say, I don't want you to bring your Abomasnow, see, I have my Medicham, so be ready to be aligned with it, because I will fight for it.
And maybe this is going to be the biggest plot twist, the biggest bait, and now he's going to bring 3 Pokemon that are absolutely weak to Abomasnow. He's going to bring Mew, Noctowl, and Altaria just to counter out this Gliscor as well as the other Pokemon that he just brought in the last game.
But it's kind of risky, don't you think?
It's really risky.
Yeah, it is, but sometimes when you're like at this point, you have to take risk.
Yeah. But I mean, Pokésquark is actually in the lead here, so we are going to jump into the next game. Gliscor is the immediate lead on the side of Hansi, being in the favorable matchup versus Medicham. And look at how much these wing attacks deal.
Yeah, and it would be worse, imagine if Gliscor just throws a Night Slash and just boosts right after.
So we are immediately going to see a shield. So Hansi actually adapts to the problem of the last game and says, okay, I know this Gliscor is my actual win condition, so I'm going to protect it at all costs. And now he's actually going for the Night Slash, which is a bait, and it is going to be caught by Pokésquark.
Calls it! Oh my lord! He did it! So now he's about to reach another Ice Punch, and Hansi decides to charge more priority tie with it, and Pokésquark decides to shield here, just because he wants to throw this other Ice Punch and trying to take the other shield of Hansi.
Oh, and he's actually really going for it. He said, okay, I know that my bluff didn't work with the Night Slash, but I'm still going to preserve my Gliscor. I am going all out on my shields here. I'm going to charge up so much energy. This Medicham almost reached the 3rd Ice Punch. It won't happen here. But if this Medicham is going to shield, then you have to immediately switch out here, because otherwise there is going to be an Ice Punch. And he actually catches the Ice Punch. With so much energy left remaining on this Gliscor, this is going to be a huge advantage for him. And they are both at no shields already, with no Pokemon fainted.
Yeah, because now Hansi's German Stunfisk is about to outpace to an Earthquake on Pokésquark's one, because he had one mudshot advantage against him, and but the Earthquake is not enough to take down Pokésquark's Galarian Stunfisk, so he has to build up to an Earthquake, and he's about to take a Rock Slide just behind.
And now this Stunfisk really has loaded up a lot of energy, perfectly counted, taking out the Galarian Stunfisk. So now the Night Slash immediately coming out. This Galarian Stunfisk is not going to be able to take this. And now the biggest question is, are we going to see an attack boost here on the Gliscor?
Maybe, maybe not. Oh, it does
It
boost!
rolls sharply. Pokésquark is acknowledging that, laughing into the camera. I mean, he has won game 1, so he can be a bit comfortable here. So he brings in the Registeel, and Registeel, is it able to reach the first charge move before Gliscor gets to this Earthquake?
Oh,
yes, he will. He actually catches the Focus Blast.
It's crazy, it's really crazy, because now you are almost at an Earthquake here. Oh, it's really exciting, because you have to build up to more energy, but also you can't take the risk to immediately switch on your Medicham, because it's obvious that your opponent is about to catch. So how Pokésquark will deal with it?
So, but Pokésquark is not out of the picture here already, because there are no shields left remaining, and I don't even remember how much energy this Medicham has stored here.
Medicham is dry, because the Galarian stuff Hansi just caught the move.
So this Noctowl is taken out, so we are going immediately
and here
into
going
an
for the Earthquake,
almost.
And
wow, we are not going to the Earthquake.
Wait, because the catch was so obvious here, so
was the only win condition that Pokésquark has left to catch this Earthquake with the Medicham. The only purpose that this Medicham had was to be switched into an Earthquake, and now Gliscor actually took this down. Hansi identified it as the win condition, got the boost, and then took this game from Pokésquark, going into the decider game 3.
Yeah, and just because of all these good plays of Hansi was able to just tie against Pokésquark. I'm so hyped!
2 catches with the Galarian, the first one with the Galarian Stunfisk on the important Ice Punch, because he had to throw it immediately with the Medicham, because one more wing attack would have taken it out. So he did not predict the immediate switch out, so he was hoping that there wouldn't be a catch. The Stunfisk really was a great answer to that. I have never seen a Stunfisk being switched into a Medicham, by the way.
Yeah, it was a good catch, and got them all here.
Yes, and then he got them all. He really called all the deciding charge moves, and then threw the Noctowl into one as well. So both of these Pokemon, I really love this. He says, this Gliscor did so well for me in game 1 that all my other Pokemon I'm going to bring to this table are just there to catch attacks for this Gliscor. I'm going to throw all my shields on the Gliscor, and it paid off. This was a phenomenal performance.
Yeah, and here when you're in at Hansi's place, you are like in a really bad position. It was so uncomfortable for him because Medicham was able to do a lot to his backline because the only really counter of it was the Noctowl because then the Ice Punch of the Medicham is not double super effective, but you can't switch out like that.
Oh, and we are
here we
immediately
go in the game number 3. With Altera versus Noctowl.
It is a neutral matchup, and we see the Gliscor in the back. The Gliscor can beat the Galarian Stunfisk and the Medicham of Pokésquirrel if he invests the shield at the right time. So, does he maybe want to shield his Noctowl? It seems like there are no really good answers for this Gliscor on Pokésquirrel's side.
Yeah, because now the Sky Attack is going through, so because now you're about to try to bait to a Shadow Ball. I think maybe you have to throw this Shadow Ball even if it's not stab because the Shadow Ball is a really huge attack. Yeah, and the Sky Attack is coming through, so no shields are taken here. And here comes the Galarian Stunfisk. So the Shadow Ball is coming here because you want to lower it as much as possible and then switching immediately, I think, on the Gliscor. Not immediately, just wants the Galarian Stunfisk to throw.
Yeah, so you want to take this last bit of energy out of the Stunfisk. Has gotten 2 more mud shots off after reaching the first rock slide, and now we are going to keep the switch advantage, even probably bring in the Gliscor. I would be really surprised to see something different.
Yeah, I think he's about to bring the Gliscor, but thing is now the Medicham will be free against the Galarian Stunfisk.
And also, I mean, Hansi seems to not care about the Medicham being free against the Stunfisk. He really wants to win this with the Gliscor, not using the first protect. Those are meant to be for the ice punches, and now we are going to see really soon on the Gliscor if he's going to go for the Earthquake or if he is trying to bait out a shield with the Night Slash and possibly grabbing a boost here.
And he's going for the Night Slash and probably trying to grab this boost, and Pokésquirrel calls it because he just wants to let the Galarian Stunfisk go here.
And this one does not deal half damage.
Yeah, so now you have to go straight to Night Slash and trying to farm everything down, or maybe switching because you don't want to take these damages. I don't know. It's so tense, and maybe you want to try to...
another rock slide, and I think at this point you will have to shield. No attack boost for the Gliscor so far. We still have a lot of energy. It is still in a relatively good position, but now you have the shield disadvantage as well. And there is Medicham and Altaria in the back. Altaria is a neutral matchup. Now the counter switch.
Yeah, and here comes the Medicham with the double shield against the Galarian Surface mono shield here. So the Ice Punch is coming through, and Hansi knows that the matchup is in favor of the Pokésquirrel's Medicham, and he does not even shield. It does not even shield it. His only win condition is that Pokésquirrel decides not to shield this Earthquake, but Pokésquirrel is probably he's about to take it, but he needs to reach another one now. But Pokésquirrel's Medicham is able to counter everything down from now.
So Gliscor still has 1 shield left remaining to be the Pokemon to win this for Hansi. This was...
He also undercharged here because he wanted to build up some more energy with the Medicham.
This rock slide perfectly counted, not shielded here. There was no danger of an Earthquake. We are going to see a counter, a wing attack down.
Wing attack down, but the Altera is still alive, and now all you want is just to Dragon Breath everything down, and you're not about to shield the first one in case the other one, in case he's boosting for this one.
So, and we are seeing 1 Dragon Breath coming out here. We are shielding the next one. Are we getting the sharp attack raise? But does this even matter? There is still 1 more shield. We are not even at the Night Slash, and Pokésquirrel takes it down!
Yeah, with Dragon Breath. Oh, it was a really exciting game because Pokésquirrel just decided to count on his Altaria on this game.
Yeah, and this Altaria really did an amazing job. There were 2 favorable matchups for the Gliscor, but it wasn't enough because this Gliscor alone can't really win. He had no great catches in this matchup. He really got chipped down a lot by this rock slides.
Yeah, it's true because the rock slide is like taking your HPs, step by step.
Slowly but surely, yeah.
Yeah, slowly but surely.
So, we will go into another short break, and then we will be back for the winner's interview with Pokésquirrel to see what he thinks about this Gliscor and if he was afraid of it. Welcome back, Pokemon trainers, to the winners interview with PokeScore. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
You are the last member to qualify for the top 4 now. And this was incredibly close. Your opponent had a Pokemon on his roster that was really dangerous and really a rogue Pokemon. What did you think about the Gliscor?
Yes, it's exactly what you said. Really, I was afraid. I was telling everyone before, I don't want to drop to the loser bracket because I might face a Gliscor, and my team is maybe not prepared for it. The good thing is, I would say Gliscor is a bit squishy and it has to shield some Ice Punch from Medicham. Even with Stunfisk, actually, you can throw some Rock Slides and they actually do quite a bit of damage. So that was the comforting part, I guess, when I was preparing for it.
So actually, the first game looked quite dominant. So it looked like Hansi wasn't able to use the advantage that the Gliscor generated for him because of the Pokemon he brought in the back. But in the second game, he actually shifted to go full Gliscor. His other Pokemon basically just were there for the catches, some amazing catches. Were you really afraid of the third game, or did you think that, okay, I can actually use his over-preparation on his own Gliscor against him?
Yes, I was... Basically, my team, there was nothing that I could do to scare away that Gliscor. So I always had it in mind in game 1, game 2, and game 3. I'm like, for sure it will be there. The good thing going for me was I felt confident that Abomasnow maybe will not show. At the beginning, I was a bit scared of it. That's why I wasn't bringing Altaria. And I'm like, okay, let's do this. I will just bring Altaria in game 3. It will put some pressure with Dragon Breath. So. Yeah, and I covered it, of course, in the back, but yeah. At this stage of the game, you're like, whatever happens, just lock your team and go ahead.
Yeah, that absolutely makes sense. I mean, you don't have the time to think every scenario through.
Exactly.
Are you afraid of any other Pokemon? So do you think that if your opponent brought a different Pokemon in the back behind the Gliscor, you would have had bigger problems?
The things that you're afraid of is the things that you're not used to face, right?
Yeah.
So I was afraid of the Gliscor and the Abomasnow. These two were the unusual picks on his team. So I think the next one I would be afraid of was the Abomasnow because I was so close to bringing double flyers or things like that. So I'm like, okay, I hope I make the right decision.
So, do you think that after beating this unusual opponent, these rogue Pokemon, do you think anything can stop you now?
We'll see. I hope not. I hope I can make the top 2. Unfortunately, I lost the winners bracket match. I was a bit disappointed because I really played bad in that game. But yeah, maybe it was the first match of the day, so now I'm more awake.
You definitely have the momentum now, as all the players in the top 4 have the momentum right now. So I wish you the best of luck for the top 4. Guys, don't go anywhere. We are going to be right back with the next featured match, and thank you for tuning. Welcome back, guys. So, we are back for my team builder. We have 4 Pokemon already, which would be Noctowl, Pelipper, Shadow Swampert, and Medicham. And spooky season is over now, and I caught myself a really good Trevenant. So, I mean, the Pokemon has maybe fallen a bit out of favor, but Amanda, what do you think? Should I run my Trevenant?
I don't think you should run the Trevenant, even though it is a pretty good pick. It's not, especially with how many Noctowls we know is going to be thrown around. I do have a suggestion for you, but my first question is, do you want to go safe or do you want to go spicy here?
I think I personally need to catch some opponents off guard, so let's go spicy.
Ooh, spicy. Okay, well, I'm going to suggest the Unnovan Stunfisk then, because it's not seen very much lately in any of the tournaments. Because it's always been kind of outclassed by the Galarian Stunfisk version. However, as most people know, now Noctowl has some bulk and break points that it can beat the Galarian Stunfisk. And do you know what beats the Galarian Stunfisk? The regular one. Do you know what else it beats? It can beat a Bastiodon, it can beat the Walreins, it can beat, or at least go toe-to-toe with a lot of the fighters. It's going to trample that Pelipper. The Swampert, okay, that's going to be a little bit harder to deal with. But overall, I think it's a good pick that not everyone would be expecting. So take it or leave it. And my safe pick is Registeel.
I'll absolutely take the Stunfisk, even though I also love Registeel. I mean, I love the idea of it, rather, because Registeel has also fallen out of favor a bit after being a monster for the past few formats. So why is this one good again, Amandine?
Yeah, so Registeel is good. to be honest, in this meta, just because I think you can still run it with a flash cannon and a focus blast, because, for example, if you try to lure a Medicham, you win the matchup if you time well, so 2 flash cannons are able to take the Medicham down. Also, you don't need Zap Cannon, especially because of the nerf of the previous patch, so you're not sure to debuff 100% now. And still need 2 Zap Cannons to take down the Noctowl. So you probably need, and here you just needed to Focus Blast to take it down. So Registeel is still interesting, to be honest, even without Zap Cannon.
It sounds good, but not too convincing. I think I am much rather going to go for a normal Stunfisk. And now, since Amanda chose my 5th Pokemon, I want you to have the honor to decide for the 6th Pokemon on my roster.
Now I would go for Venusaur, to be honest. Shadow?
Shadow?
Yeah, Shadow, of course. Just because here you want to pressure the other Swamperts. But Venusaur can still be good with some energy advantage against Noctowl because you have the Sludge Bomb. So you prefer to run it as Shadow because you really want the plus 20% of damages, especially versus Noctowl.
So how much does Frenzy Plant do against the Noctowl? Because sometimes you will not get to the Sludge Bomb eventually.
I think it's like, it's just a 1 Vime Whip. If you try to optimize your energy, you can still reach it. But I think honestly that Frenzy Plant deals around the 20-25% of Noctowl's life, so it's still decent as a Shadow.
That is still a lot for a resisted hit, to be honest. So we have my final team of 6 now. We have, do you guys remember it? Okay, I'm not going to throw you in front of the bus. It's going to be Noctowl.
Pelipper.
Pelipper, exactly.
You know Stunfisk?
Stunfisk, right. Shadow Swampert, Medicham, and now the Shadow Venusaur, which is going to be an amazing team, and I will let you guys know if it performs when I bring it to tournaments. So, guys, thank you very much, and we are going to go back to the live coverage of the Pokémon Go Regional in Stuttgart.
Welcome back, everyone. I am Amanda, not to be confused with my wonderful co-host here, Amandine, and
Hello,
we
Amanda.
are so happy. We're stoked, right?
Yeah, we're really happy because we're all about to watch these amazing semi-finals now.
Yes, these are the winners' semifinals. So these are the matches that these battlers have not lost a match yet. We are going with Inadequance and Emmy Weedle. And unlike the previous matches that you have seen, this will be a best of 5. So we're really excited to get into this. As you've seen already, they've been doing some amazing battles.
Yeah, more games, more content, more Amandio.
That's right. But before we
can
get
be more
into their
excited.
actual battles, we're going to show a short little intro video that was made introducing these two wonderful battlers. Getting a lot of plushy love in those little promos. How cute was that? What do you think? What is cuter, a double or a Pelipper?
A Pelipper, of course. I'm sorry, but Pelipper is a cute boy.
It is, but I have to admit, that sheep is a pretty darling little thing as well.
It's true, but you know, I mean, the wool has double foot. No, wait. It's a double pied in French, but
Okay.
I don't remember. You know the fast move.
A double kick.
Double kick, yeah. Sorry.
That's true.
Yeah.
It is one of those that has a fighting fast move that is not necessarily a fighter itself.
Yeah, but you know when you have like a fighting move, you can't be cute anymore.
Oh, I see how it is. Okay, okay. For a reminder for everyone, for the teams of these two battlers, we have Inadequance, who has led with kind of a spicy team, as we call it, with a Azumarill, a Jumpluff, a Dunsparce, Medicham, a Shadow Sableye, and a Registeel. But also, Emmy Weedle has a little bit of spice on his team as well, with a Mantine, Registeel, Galarian Stunfisk, Noctowl, Medicham, and Trevenant.
Yeah, but did I already mention that Montine is close to Mortine, which is the rare name of Inadequance?
Oh, that is true. Yeah, maybe it's going to actually play for the other team. We'll have to find out.
Yeah, so maybe Mortine, I mean Inadequance will hire me with those Montine, we never know. But in the other hand, you know, Montine is really, I mean, it's not really safe to bring it against Inadequance's
It's
team.
true. With that Jumpluff on Inadequance's side, even though those wing attacks will be coming in for super effective, the Jumpluff can hit it with that fast energy generation and doing that energy ball, which would be effective against the Mantine.
Yeah, but also Mountain has Ice Beam, so Mountain can
It
defend
can hit
itself.
back. That is
yeah.
true. That is true. It would be able to defend itself a little bit. What Pokemon do you think we'll be seeing on the field for these players? As we've seen throughout a lot of the matches, they are comfortable bringing basically their whole spread.
Yeah, but both Registeel look good between each other's team. Just because Registeel is okay, let's say, against Dunsparce, for example. I mean, me with Registeel is okay against Inadequance's Dunsparce if you have like some energy advantage, because Focus Blast is super effective. But in the other hand, Dunsparce has its no, it's not Earth Power. It's not.
It is a Drill Run, I believe.
Drill Run, yeah. Sorry, I completely forgot the name as well. But
So
yeah,
that is true. With a ground move and a flying move, Dunsparce has ability to hit a lot of Pokemon in this meta for pretty effective.
yeah, super effective damages from both sides, but also not same type attack bonus because the Dunsparce is normal type and Registeel is Steel type.
That is true. I'm thinking that honestly, Emmy Weedle's Trevenant is actually looking pretty good overall. It's going to do well against that Medicham. It's going to do well against the Azumarill and the Registeel. However, that Shadow Sableye is a little bit dangerous with that 20% attack bonus.
Yeah, because for me, if Inadequance is about to align his Shadow Sableye on whatever except the Noctowl, it can be really good, to be
That's
honest.
true, yes. On Inadequance's side, I wouldn't doubt seeing that Shadow Sableye definitely in play.
On the you don't want to see it on the Noctowl, but also just because your Shadow, you don't really want to see it if you don't have some energy advantage on the Miwidl's Stunfisk Galarian.
That is true. Although
Garen
we did see Inadequance play the last round, and we do know that Shadow Sableye is able to take out a Noctowl in the Zero Shield scenario if going just straight foul play.
Yeah, it's crazy, all right? Just because Shadow Sableye is really scary. Even if you don't have return, your Shadow Claws just hurt a lot.
That's right, and with a power gem, it is the pretty obvious move of a Shadow Sableye, but the Flyers definitely do not like take to that itself.
Yeah, even if as a Nocturne, because you're bulky, you can take one, but it really hurts. And the good thing with a Nocturne versus Sableye is that you raise it, this super, this boosted 20%,
That's
sorry.
true. The boosted Shadow Claws do not as much damage to a Noctowl being a normal typing. It looks like they just locked in the battle request, so we'll see. I'm assuming we'll get into these matches fairly shortly. Both of those two seem to be having quite a good time on stage. Again, these are the winners semifinals, and it will be a best of 5. Neither one of these competitors have lost yet, but the loser will continue to compete in the losers bracket semifinals.
And we're going in the game number 1 with Inadequacies Dunsparce versus Meweedle the Noctowl, and it's an immediate switch on the Registeel, trying to lure the Medicham here, and Inadequance did not fall for it.
Yes, that was very smart, what we call a 5-head play by Inadequance there, realizing that if they switched in a Registeel, it's probably because they want to lure out that fighter because they are maybe going double steal, which is exactly what happened. Meweedle getting to this Zap Cannon, which does a very, very heavy amount, and adding salt to the wound here. The attack fell as well, so this foul play that's coming in will not do as much damage to the Registeel anymore. And you know, it's one of those things where it's like you don't normally see a lock-on farm down, but you might actually see it with the Sableye at this range.
Yeah, but here Sableye is probably about to reach another full play in the last moment. Wow! And Meweedle probably has to also shield this one if you want to keep the alignment. Does it take fall?
Oh,
it does not. One
you
HP
see
is a
Inadequance
dream.
shake his head there, and Meweedle gives him a kind of a cheeky look up through his mask.
Whoa.
And now we know that no matter what's coming in is going to get Zap Cannon, because in just hopes of lowering the attack once again.
Yeah.
That was quite a game changer, because if the attack didn't fall on that Sableye, then it definitely would have changed the matchup before.
And now comes the Galarian Stunfisk of Meweedle, and Inadequance probably knew it was something weak to the Medicham in the back. And the Drillrun is coming, but since it's not the same type attack bonus, it does not deal a lot of damages here, even if it's super effective. And here comes the Medicham, immediately entered by Meweedle's Noctowl, and Inadequance just throws a nice punch, which is super effective on the Noctowl.
Yes, I mean, Meweedle still has both shields here, getting a lot of extra attack damage, counting, I assume. Yes, he's going to throw the Sky Attack right before Inadequance gets to that second Ice Punch there, and Inadequance puts up his shield as well. This is still going to be quite close. Obviously, the Galarian Stunfisk doesn't want to face that Medicham, but with the Dunsparce as well, being those drill runs are super effective.
And here, I don't know if you saw it, but Inadequance just tried to test the charge move priority between his Medicham and Meweedle's Noctowl.
Yes,
so
and
now he knows.
See who's going to win. Inadequance very clearly undercharging this here, maybe hoping to get one more counter or two in before that Noctowl goes down.
And he gets one.
Very successful in that, and now all that is left is that Galarian Stunfisk, which is going to be taking super effective damage from the counters, and a swap out
did not fail for it. It's a charge move priority that Inadequance wins here.
Yeah, forcing Meweedle's shield. Though the counters from the Medicham is going to do more damage than the rollout, it is those super effective drill runs that would be more of a game changer there. The shield was correct in this.
And Meweedle tries to undercharge it because he wants some more energy on his Galarian Stunfisk, because now he just wants to earthquake this Medicham because it's the win con here. And
he is able to reach it. Do you think this will be enough, Nim?
I don't know. You have to ask a Toe Tactical about it.
Would a rock throw be enough?
And it is enough.
Meweedle, you can see it in both of their faces. They were. You like to see how much fun the players are having against each other.
Yeah, both players are really happy they like to face each other, and even if Inadequance loses this one, both players played really, really good. Meweedle is not the last champion of the senior regionals for nothing. I mean, senior worlds even. Yeah, so Meweedle is also, like Dancegrub, a champion of the world in Pokemon Go, because he won the senior division.
That's correct.
Last year.
And I think this first round, even though Inadequance lost, there was a big information gathering round for both of them because now they know who wins Charge Broom priority between their Medicham and their Noctowl, which was something that I think both of them are going to take into consideration for these future matchups.
Yeah. Oh, players have been kicked out of the battle because Inadequance is about to scan once again the code of me Whittle here. So players, please don't do that. I'm just kidding. You can't. But yeah, it's a really, really amazing and tense game because both players really play good, play well between each other. And
yes, all those undercharges I think was something that really helped both of their teams out. Emmy Weedle being able to undercharge and get to that earthquake
perfectly
just in time before Inadequance was able to get to his moves really was the game changer at the very end.
I completely agree about it because it's something like most of the time people try to undercharge, but you don't really know the damages of your Pokemon because you're not really used to undercharge. Most of the time you hit all your bubbles, but sometimes when you don't hit all your bubbles, you deal less damages. So take care, players, because most of the time you can just situate the damages with the nice, great, or excellent throws.
That's right. It's also interesting for this because this game definitely would have been flipped in Inadequance's favor if the attack fall didn't happen on that Sableye. Getting to that foul play because the attack bonus on the Registeel wasn't enough to knock it out. The Registeel had just enough health to throw that charge move at the Dunsparce, which did a lot of damage and kind of flipped that matchup.
Yeah, and this is just thanks to the debuff of the Zap Cannon from the Registeel.
Which is not guaranteed anymore, so that was also something that even doesn't necessarily could be replicated in the next round should they play it out exactly the same.
Yeah, because I think Inadequance without this debuff would have won this game, or at least would have taken another shield from me Whittle.
Or he would have at least won a switch advantage, which could have been very advantageous to him in the end game.
Yeah, the income of this game would have been completely different if me Whittle's Registeel would have not get this important attack drop from the Zap Cannon on this Shadow Sableye.
Yes, I completely agree with you. So what do you think that they will do? I mean, it's not like either one of them had a strong advantage over the other. Well, never mind what you think, Nim, because we're about to get right into it with the Dunsparce into a Registeel lead. This is kind of like what you were saying before. I mean, the Focus Blast is still going to do a lot of damage to the Dunsparce. What are your thoughts? Do they stay in?
I'm completely wondering about this match, to be honest, and really curious because here you try to, I mean, as Inadequance, you just wanted to throw Drill Run because the Rock Slide is resisted on 6 types, but would me Whittle bait with a Zap Cannon? Oh, he just throws Zap Cannon on the Medicham coming here. Medicham probably here trying to lure the Noctowl or the Trevenant.
Yes, but as you can see, oh wow.
And here comes the
Weedle
Trevenant.
should buy a lottery ticket if he is old enough to because he has gotten the attack buff both times he has used that Zap Cannon. And though this Ice Punch is super effective against the Trevenant here, doing a little bit less damage because of the attack fall on the Medicham, and I think Emmy Weedle's plan is just to go ahead and completely Shadow Claw down the Medicham, getting to that completely before Inadequance is able to get to another charge.
Yeah, it's crazy because now me Whittle has a lot of energy, so it's about to take step by step, move by move, the entire life of the Dunsparce.
Yes, though these seed bombs aren't going to be doing that much damage, it is something that is chipping away at the Dunsparce here. And Dunsparce is, neither one of these moves are very effective, although throwing the Rock Slide here is a more appropriate move against the Trevenant.
Yeah, because you don't want to throw a resistant move on the Trevenant, but he's about to reach another seed bomb here, and Inadequance probably has to leave the Dunsparce. No, he decides to save it here with all this energy.
Very interesting because it's pretty hard to roll out, farm down anything, but he might be successful in doing it to the Trevenant. He is, and now he has a charge move ready for whatever comes in. It's going to be that Registeel, and if you look, he's almost at 2 drill runs, which are super effective against this Steel type.
Yeah, but I think Registeel can take 2 of them, all right? Yeah, Registeel can definitely take 2 of them, but here, Inadequance is probably... decides to switch and to catch the Drill Run here. You can see in his head that he's really happy about it.
Very good counting by Emmy Weedle. If you saw Inadequance even overcharged, he didn't throw right on alignment, so that was a very predicted guess by Emmy Weedle, and it paid off for him catching that non-effective drill run on the Noctowl. And now here's a matchup that is usually in favor of the Azumarill. Although we've talked about the IV spread sometimes, there are some Azumarill slayers in the Noctowls nowadays. It definitely doesn't want to take this Ice Beam, though.
Yeah, Inadequance decides to throw immediately the Ice Beam, probably trying to bubble the Noctowl down by the next or not. I just probably would decided to let the Azumarill go, because then the Azumarill is not a useful against the Registed, because everything is resisted except the bubble, which is neutral.
And it charges very slowly as well. He's immediately going for this Ice Beam, though, because if you saw earlier, the Dunsparce is super low in health, and he doesn't want to go ahead and take that wing attack damage. And also Emmy Weedle wants to make sure to get this Azumarill out of the way. Will Inadequance use his last Protect Shield to keep this Azumarill in the game?
And he does!
And an immediate swap out now. This is going to be costly on either side.
Yeah, and here you know that Weedle just threw the Focus Blast here in case he switches on the Dunsparce, and also because both Pokemons are kinda low in HPs, and will Inadequance be able to reach a drill?
Oh, I think you can reach one, but he definitely can't reach two, and M.E. Weedle secures the victory, the finals victory, 2-0 to Inadequance. So he is, for sure, has a ticket to Japan, should he choose to take it.
Isn't it a BO5?
Oh, you're absolutely right, Nim.
Yeah.
We talked about this earlier. It is a best of 5, so Inadequance is not counted out at all yet. He still has the opportunity to go 3-0 against Emmy Weedle, securing that title.
Yeah, maybe he can reverse tie these battles. Who knows? Because Weedle really played well here against Inadequance and managing the moves, the catches perfectly.
Yes, I think the major game changer that round was obviously catching that drill run on the Noctowl, wasting a lot of that Dunsparce energy, because Dunsparce does have a move that is very effective against the Noctowl. Unfortunately, tapping on it, the wrong one just in time.
Yeah, here what would have done? I mean, would have shielded the Azumarill?
I think that was the only call, because the Dunsparce was so low that the wing attack damage from the Noctowl probably would have knocked it out before it would be able to get to a move. It would also, we already discussed, it can't roll out farm down anything, so it would have to throw a charge move at the Noctowl as well.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, I mean, if you want to go crazy, you can just try this solution, but you would be too low in HP then, and the Registed would have been able to lock you down.
Yes. Either way, these have been some fantastic matchups. Again, if you guys are just tuning in, these are the winners semifinals. The person who wins this gets the first sure. Moving on to Japan. I misspoke earlier. It is indeed a best of 5. Emmy Weedle is up 2, but you can't never count Inadequance down and out.
Yeah, never. Anyway, never give up. It's something that I learned thanks to everything. I mean, thanks to all these matches, because even Dancing Rob, our world champion, went from the loser bracket to the champion of the world.
That's right.
So everything is possible if you never, if you never give up.
Yeah, I completely agree here. And even if one of these people were to lose, like you said, they have every opportunity to still win through the losers bracket and flip the bracket and become the winner.
Yeah, it's true. So here, the loser of this match will play Tonton Batters for the 4th or 3rd place.
That's right. So all Emmy Weedle giving like a little cheeky grin to the camera there. And Inadequance is really thinking through what he wants to do for this. What would you feel like if you're in Inadequance's spot here? Because you're down 2. It's definitely not impossible to come back, but the favor is more in Emmy Weedle's court at this point.
I would go crazy. To be honest, I think I would just not think that much, just look at 3 Pokemons according to what Weedle played, and just press the fight button, because I don't want to think that much.
That is true. Some people overthink it, and then they end up thinking themselves out of a game.
Yeah. So he has not to lose his focus out of the game, because he has to try to tie break. So, to tie reverse this. So
that's right.
Yeah, you have to go crazy and to do some crazy moves, like bringing back the Shadow Sableye against the registered lead of Weedle.
We did talk about this earlier. This is normally advantageous towards the Sableye, especially on even footing here, and even more especially if the Zap Cannon doesn't do the attack debuff. But we have seen 2 out of 2 attack debuffs for Emmy Weedle, so maybe it will be third time's a charm in favor of Inadequance.
Yeah, and in the same scenario of the first game, like the Registeel shield the first one, and now Inadequance decides to flip this scenario by shielding the Sableye this time, and another attack dropper from Mayweather's Registeel.
Yeah, that is so disappointing if you're Inadequance here, but you still got to play this out. I mean, it's not like it's over by any means, but we do know that the foul plays might not be enough at this point, so we'll have to see how these two battlers choose to go at it here. The Zap Cannon will get there a little bit before the foul play. Will Inadequance choose to shield this? Otherwise, the Sableye will go down.
He definitely wants to take this shield, I mean, to take this lead just because he probably thinks that
oh my goodness,
there is
have a
another
double
fall.
attack. So even if this foul play takes it out, we have a Sableye that is, you know, not as effective on the field. However, it's still very strong.
Yeah, it's still very strong just because it's shadow and really impressive. So Mayweather decides to let the Registeel go here and going for the Noctowl, which is immediately entered by the aggressive switch of Inadequance on the on his own shiny Registeel, and Mayweather is able to go straight to Shadow Ball just because
it's a little unfortunate. It looked like he would have, I think Inadequance could have gotten to that Zap Cannon first, which would have maybe had a chance to debuff that attack that just went through. But we'll see if Inadequance is as lucky as Emmy Weedle with these Zap Cannons coming through, even though it is not very effective.
And he's not.
Take over half. Oh, this is a bit disappointing. We'll see if he chooses to go Shadow Ball again or a Seed Bomb bait this time.
Mayweather decide to charge move priority against Inadequance's Registeel because he wants to optimize his energy, and throwing this Seed Bomb, taking down the Registeel and not allowing it to throw another charge move here. So Inadequance, what do you want to do? Do you want to come back on your Shadow Sableye? Yeah, probably. No, you want to come back on your Dance Pairs now. So
it would be a little bit dangerous to come in with that Sableye because even though those Shadow Claws are very effective against it, that Trevenant had a lot of energy, and a Sableye does not want to, when it shields down, take that Shadow Ball.
Yeah, so here you just want to throw a not resisted move, so the Rock Slide on the Trevenant and taking down this Trevenant. Inadequance does not even try to undercharge it because he does not want to take some other damages on it, and Mayweather is probably going for at least charging 2 moves before throwing because he does not want to face this Shadow Sableye with all this energy.
Yes, Shadow Sableye does have a decent amount of energy left, and we do know that at this range, a Power Gem would knock it out. So if Inadequance is able to get another shield by throwing one of these Rock Slides, it could be a game changer in this front as well.
And he throws immediately here. Mayweather throws immediately because he does not really want to take the damages of this Rock Slide, because then he would be in a range of one single full play of the Shadow
but if
Sableye.
Sableye might be able to get to 2 foul plays before the Sky Attack goes off. Will it happen? It will not. Will the Sky Attack be enough?
I think the Sky Attack is enough to kill to take down the 2 other Sableye in the other games, to be honest, because it's Shadow.
And Inadequance, he already knew what happened once the Sky Attack reached. It was the only play that he had, though. He had to go double foul play because Emmy Weedle's shield was still on the field for him, and he didn't want to risk any extra wing attacks going through. But a very convincing 3-0 win for Emmy Weedle.
Yeah, just kicking Inadequance in this loser bracket, but the journey of Inadequance is not over yet because now he's facing Tonton Batters in another BO5, I think.
I believe it's a best of 3, because it is only the finals that are.
Yeah, it's true. So it's probably another best of 3 then.
Yes, so we'll be back with Inadequance and Tonton, but first we're going to have an interview with Emmy Weedle, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone. We have for sure secured one of our finalists for Japan, and it is Emmy Weedle. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
We were kind of talking offline a little bit because we weren't sure if you would get the ticket before being the winner of the senior division last year, but now we can say that no matter what, you are for sure coming to Japan.
Yeah, I'm really happy, of course. I mean, I'm really looking forward to hopefully being in Japan and trying my best to win it all there as well.
Yeah, maybe a two-time champion.
That would be amazing.
So tell me about these last matchups against Inadequents. I mean, we were watching them. They were very close. A lot of it came down to charge move priority and sometimes a little bit of luck with that Zap Cannon debuff.
Yeah, I was really lucky to always get the Zap Cannon debuff, where Inadequence's only Zap Cannon did not get a debuff. Obviously, most of you know Inadequence is an absolutely amazing player. So I'm happy that I could beat him, even if it was, a bit unfortunate for him.
Yeah, I mean, but sometimes that's just the way it happens. I mean,
yeah,
it's not like you can control if the Zap Cannons would give it. Otherwise, I'm sure it would be a 100% debuff like it was before.
Yeah.
But yes, so tell us what's next for you. So you have a potential to play either Tauntaun or Inadequence again. Looking at team compositions, do you have a player that you would rather be playing against?
Well, I mean, I honestly don't mind. I beat both of them without dropping a single battle.
Ooh, shots fired.
Whether that means I'll do it again next time is a different question, but yeah, whatever happens, I'll try my best and hope I win.
Yes, well, we were looking forward to seeing you once again in this chair.
Thank you.
So we'll be back with the next round after this short break.
Welcome back, guys, to our interview with our Pokemon Go World Champion, Dancing Rob. We have talked a little bit before our break about his Shadow Pokemon that he used in his World Champion roster. And now we are going to talk about the Shadow Pokemon that he didn't use. And first of all, Walrein. It has been nerfed since you played the World Championships, but flying types are more prominent now. So what do you think about Walrein? What position is it in?
I'm always a little bit worried about Walrein after the World Championship. Like before, it was definitely very good. And I had struggled playing against it, but I wasn't like tempted to play it myself. And after the World Championship, the problem was that Icicle Spear got nerfed. It was huge in my opinion, just because like some matchup, like the Medicham matchup got terrible. You're just slower in particular matchups, and now of course it might get better with Pelipper and the Noctowl Rise and all that stuff. But again, it's still a little bit iffy just because you have so many matchups, many Gem-G-Face that are just so disadvantageous at this point that I really feel like it could get really RPS.
That is a good point. So another Shadow Pokemon that has been nerfed just now. Nidoqueen, a big one. The Poison Fang nerf is huge, 5 more energy to reach it. So what do you think about Nidoqueen? Can you still play it really well, or is it just like out of the format?
The sad part is that we cannot make any 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Poison Fang memes anymore, of course. Problem with Nidoqueen is that it was already a little bit difficult in some of its worst matchups like Swampert. But there were some scenarios where you can like 2-shield and Poison Fang through, which made it a little bit better. But right now, I think Nidoqueen still serves pretty well in some of the roles that it has, like being an anti-charm, and some of these are like still doing fine against Noctowl or a Venusaur. Generally, I'd say it's also definitely really worse, and the meta will adapt to it, and Nidoqueen will probably not be in the focus anymore.
So with Nidoqueen out of the focus, I want to talk about a Pokemon that I love a lot, which is a Poison Fang user, which is Golbat, who is also a Wing Attack user, so it still just needs 5 Wing Attacks to reach the Poison Fang. And it is quicker for a Shadow Ball. So what do you think? Is Golbat the new Nidoqueen?
I'd say no, just because like it has some iffy matchups, for example, Galarian Stunfisk, and even in matchups that it should be advantageous like Medicham, it isn't really that good. Sometimes, like against other Noctowls, for example, it just doesn't have any shield pressure or something like that. I just feel like it's not one of the top tier Pokemon that I'm afraid you want it to be.
That was a really nice diplomatic answer to this question, and I thank you for that. We are going to be back right for the next featured match.
And welcome back, everyone. We are still in this Stuttgart Championship tournament with amazing Amanda and amazing Amandine. Sorry, we are back with our Amanduo with Amanda Lundberger. So, what do you think now?
Oh, this has been so exciting. Those last rounds were amazing. And I feel very happy for Emmy Weedle because, like we were discussing, we weren't sure if he actually had the ticket beforehand, but now we can say that he for sure has the road to Japan.
Yeah, it's true. So nothing is confirmed yet because we still don't know if the top 3 or the top 2 will get the ticket because maybe Mayweather is already qualified for the world, but we don't really know because the answer is still pending. So
Yes. And it is a win-win scenario either way because even if he does already have that ticket, then it's just going to cascade down to one of the other amazing players that is playing here today.
yeah, and we had like a little shell, just before because we have one battle before Inadequacies 1, just because now we have Tonton Batters versus Pokésquark.
That's right. This is the losers semifinals. And what do you say we just go right to the stage?
What?
We're going to go to the stage and check out the battlers.
Yeah, okay, let's go. Let's just go to the stage right now and check in for Toto Batters and Pokésquark's match. So, this is Toto Batters.
One of the top players. I love all these little
Little
plushies that they are doing here. They have the shaman.
It's so cool. I really love the shaving. Oh, it's the best pose of the game. Oh,
I think that
cutie
Munchlax is
Munchlax.
maybe one of the cutest little ones. And
It's true. I really, really love Munchlax also. I mean, it's a really cute plush. And
oh, look
here
at those.
we
And we
are,
have the
yeah.
Munchlax and the shaman just being best buddies. They're sitting right next to each other, smiling at the stage.
It's really, really cute. So let's have a look on Toto Batters and Pokésquark teams now. So both are already meta. We have now the moveset reveal of Pokésquark's Mew. So what do you think about this moveset reveal?
I think the moveset is, it's pretty standard, but it's standard for a reason. Standard means it's probably been mostly effective against a lot of the meta.
Yeah, more
One
consistent.
thing I was kind of maybe expecting from the Mew would be running Flame Charge because that is effective against the flyers like Noctowl, against the Registeels and the Galarian Stunfisk, and it also boosts your attack.
It's true, but here, I would have maybe expected a nice beam.
Oh, interesting.
From the Mew, because then you can take down the flying type. You can also take down the Registeels around because with Surf and not Zapcannon, sorry,
Wild Charge.
Wild Charge. Thank you, Amanda. Wild Charge. Everything is resisted on Trevenant.
That is true. And also, Wild Charge debuffs your own defense, so you only want to use that usually if you're going to be able to switch out of a scenario or if it's a last Hail Mary thing, if shields are down and it could be something that wins you the game, which we've seen a lot.
Yeah, but here, for example, the Pokésquark's Mew probably was really useful with this Wild Charge on his last match on the Noctowl.
Yes.
Because I think a nice being would have definitely not taken down the Noctowl.
That's probably true. Also, now that it's been revealed, I'm sure that Tonton is a little bit more skeptical to bring in that Pelipper because that Wild Charge is going to be knocking it out for sure.
Yeah, it's true. And Pelipper has no real player against Altaria, against this Wild Charge Mew, even if you can still do some things. Let's say against this Registeel, which is pretty scary as a Pelipper because your Pelipper wants to avoid it. And Galarian Stunfisk is, let's say, okay, just because you outpace with your Weather Ball now. But the matchup is still not the best one for a Pelipper.
Yep, that's true. For those of you following along, you can see the teams on the bottom of the screen. Pokésquark is running that Altaria, Galarian Stunfisk, Registeel, so a double steel ground type thing. Medicham, Mew, and Noctowl, and Tonton is running the Altaria, Toxicroak, Registeel, Pelipper, Swampert, and Lickitung.
Yeah, and here I think that the Lickitung is probably really, really good. Oh, see? There is a big view of the cute Munchlax and Jamin. I like it.
You love to see it.
Yeah, of course I do.
I also love that when they come up for the interviews, no matter who it is, they usually have a plushie that they're coming and bringing up to the stage.
Yeah.
It's a little bit of an emotional support animal, we could say.
It is. It's like a lucky charm,
Yes.
Because I always have one plush as a lucky charm with me while I'm playing,
Would be a lucky lucky, quote, charm? Is it going to be your Sylveon? Because we know that that's your favorite Pokemon.
Yeah, but I already have a tattoo of Sylveon on me, so Sylveon is
Sylveon
always,
is always with
me.
you,
Yeah.
in your heart and on your neck.
Of course. Do you have any Pokemon tattoo, Amanda?
I
Because
don't,
saw
but
that you have some.
I would consider getting one. I have to figure out where and which one it would be.
And we are jumping into the first game of this loser semi-final bracket, and it's an Altara mirror. So maybe one of them has a break point, and I think Totobatas has one. Not sure about it because no, they are both really, really good.
And they both went for the move at the same time, so we can now see that the Tonton Batu's Altaria wins charge move priority, which is good information for Pokescork to take. A Moonblast would knock it out at this point, but both of them going for the Sky attack. Will Tonton shield? It doesn't appear like he will, and now we see who Dragon Breaths down first. Maybe, oh no, we're having a switch out
for the Pelipper, because yeah, we were talking about this Pelipper, and this Pelipper was so risky here. Would you shield the Sky attack now? Because unfortunately, Pelipper was not able to take down this Altera before he reaches another move, and he does shield. So this is one shield for Pokesquark, and Totobatas is able to throw all these weather balls on this Galarian Stunfisk coming just now.
Yes, we do know that the weather ball from the Pelipper will come in before the Rock Slide from the Stunfisk. Pelipper always winning C charge move priority here, but now we see that Rock Slide going, which is going to do a lot of damage, and Tonton is choosing not to shield it. He knows that he can tank one, I suppose.
Yeah, he can definitely take one, and the Galarian Stunfisk has to throw his next Rock Slide because you can't much shot this Pelipper down.
Definitely not at that range. So now it's up to Pokescork. Does he want to use a shield for this weather ball? He does not, and now they're about at the same level. Wing attacks don't do very much either. Tonton going immediately in with the second weather ball, knocking out the Galarian Stunfisk and getting a reveal of the Pokemon in the back, which is, I believe, a Medicham.
Yeah, it's a Medicham, so Tonton is switching immediately on his Shadow Swampert, but a nice punch is coming through immediately, and Tonton has to shield it because otherwise you would just be countered down here at this range. So
yes, this is one of those times where power-up punch maybe could even come in handy on a Medicham, but just being able to counter down that Swampert, because Swampert is getting to these charge moves so quickly, but Pokescork still has both of his shields, now using one of them. Is this the key to victory, a double-shielded Medicham?
yeah, and now Totobatas is going for the charge move priority with the Pokesquark Medicham because he does not want to leave without throwing this move, and it was not a charge move priority. So Pokesquark is just optimizing his energy just to try to throw this Ice Punch, knocking down this Shadow Swampert, and now Totobatas is coming back with Altaria trying to reach another move with it, but Pokesquark Medicham is able to reach another Ice Punch just here, so the only win con of Totobatas is now to reach a Hurricane on his Pelipper, but
I think it's about to get countered down, unfortunately,
Yeah.
for Tonton Batu. I think maybe Tonton's only possible play was to wait out the switch timer a little bit more and try to catch that Ice Punch on the Pelipper, but that requires very good timing, and I think if he would have waited any longer, it would have been quite obvious to Pokescork as well. So it's one of those things where it's like, it's a mind game at that point.
It's a really mind game because Pokesquark makes a lot of good calls and he knows when he has to wait or not.
Yes, we saw it before how they were catching almost everything in the matches. It was a very fun match to watch Pokescork earlier in the
Pokesquark is the definition itself of go at them all.
Yes, exactly. He didn't know that it was charge moves. I thought it was Pokemon. Turns out it has to be charge moves.
Yeah, this guy is insane with he's in all his opponent's head, you know.
Yes.
Like he's catching everything. His watch is also waiting for his opponent. I mean, he's really optimizing energy because he's not trying to catch, but he's trying to wait for his opponent to build some energy. I mean, you don't have to try to catch immediately all the time. You just, if you want to try to catch, just wait before, I mean, if you're facing a really good opponent, try to catch just before reaching your move.
Yeah. I think that this will be a very decisive game. For those of you just tuning in, this is the losers bracket semifinals. It is only a best of 3. We did show a best of 5 for the winners finals before, semifinals before. Oh, look at this little Munchlax and Shaman.
These cuties, I love the flowers on Shaman's head. They're really, really, really cute.
So it is 1 for Pokescork here. What do you think? Do you think Tonton will be able to pull it back?
Maybe, I hope so, but it's not really well started here because Medicham on Total Battles is Lickitung and it's immediately answered by Pelipper, immediately answered by Altaria. So Altaria's, sorry, with Altaria resisting, excuse me.
Oh, but this is
Pelipper
very
wonderful, and
big, Nim,
yeah,
because
Total Battles is about just to bait here, and Pokesquark does not call the bait, and now he's not baiting. I think he's not baiting at all, but Atara is about to throw another Sky Attack on the Pelipper, and Total Battles decides to shield this Pelipper and
he
throw
is
the
at that Hurricane. He's going to charge up a little bit extra counting. Oh, he's
bait
going to bait
another
again.
time.
Will Pokescark use both of his shields, or will this be a little bit of a maybe a wasted effort? I think
And he
he's gonna
calls
let
it.
go.
He calls it.
And at this
Total
point,
Backer- yeah,
If you look, Tonton is still at a Hurricane, but maybe Pokesquark is not counting anything. It's another Weather Ball. He
And
does
he
not
lets
shield
it
it, and
go,
he
and
gets
Total Battles-
knocked out.
and Total Battles gets this switch advantage here. So Medicham is able to counter this Pelipper down, and
I will
take
say it is
that
a switch advantage, but now this Medicham has a lot of energy, and these Ice Punches are going to be very effective against Altaria. It's not something that Tonton wants to tank more than one of.
Yeah, so now Pokesquad just can stay in this matchup because you know that you reach another Ice Punch before you... Oh, and Toton decides to catch this Ice Punch on the Lickitung here.
So Tonton says, oh, you're catching all the catches? I want to get in on a little bit of that action too, catching that Ice Punch on the Lickitung, and Pokesquark immediately swaps out to that Noctowl. These licks are not doing much damage at all, but those body slams will add up over time. Pokesquark also taking his time, not throwing right away.
Yeah, and here Pokesquad probably did not shield because he knows that against this Lickitung he has two good answers to it. Noctowl being a neutral good answer to Lickitung, and Medicham being a strong answer to Lickitung.
That's true. Although Lickitung's licks do a lot of damage to Medicham. Medicham is also energy dry now, if you remember, and that Altaria's Dragon Breath is not anything you really want to contend with. So it'll be interesting to see how these two play it out. They both have a ton of energy on these Pokemon. Tauntaun releasing its next Body Slam before Pokesquark is able to reach that Sky Attack.
Yeah, I'm really curious on how both players will manage, because now that Pokesquark has the double Sky Attack, he's able to throw one Sky Attack, knocking down Total Battle's Lickitung, and just coming back with Altaria.
That's
And
an immediate throw of that
yeah.
Sky Attack, getting Tauntaun's last shield on the Altaria. What do you do in this scenario? Do you think he's automatically going to switch to Medicham and try to get to that Ice Punch?
Yeah, probably. Oh no, because Tauntaun has to throw if he does not want to take another Sky Attack here.
Or maybe, oh yes, he tried to do a charge move priority. Unfortunately for him, the Noctowl won it, and you can see they're already congratulating each other. Pokesquark taking out Tonton Batu from the losers semifinals, and Pokesquark will advance to the winners semifinal matchup.
And this time it will be Inadequance versus Pokesquark.
That's right.
Yeah. I don't
Wow.
want to confuse you, trainers. So the next match will be the finals. I mean the semifinals.
Yeah, the next one
sorry,
will be the
loser.
finals of the losers bracket, which will also be another best of 5. And like you said, it will be Pokesquark against Inadequance, who we just saw play in against Emmy Weedle.
Yeah, because Pokesquark here played really well and was completely in Tonton Battles' head. I mean, Tonton Battles did a really, really good job until here, and Pokesquark as well, because Pokesquark is about to do it from the loser bracket, so it's not nothing.
No, exactly. And even still, Tonton was still in the top 4 out of a tournament such as this one. It's very impressive to make it this far.
Yeah, it is. Tonton Battles is kind of sad here, but I mean, Pokesquark really did well, and it's really, really well deserved. So congratulations, Pokesquark, for this. I mean, it's not nothing. Tonton Battles being a really strong opponent, but his next opponent is also really strong because it is Inadequance, and we're coming back right now after this short break with the winner interview. And welcome back, everyone. We're still here in Stuttgart for this championship regionals with Pokesquark, the winner of this semi-final loser bracket. How do you feel, Pokesquark?
I'm so excited. I really feel really happy. I mean, the matches were really close. Maybe the next one, okay, it was a bit more in my favor, I would say.
Why?
Yeah, I mean, he had, yeah, I mean, he had not much chance with his Lickitung against my Medi and Noctowl, so I was confident to lose Switch there, get some farm on my Medicham in general. I think it was a bit, let's say, it was the right team to pick at this moment.
Yeah, because you were completely in his head, and that's what I say, because you did not really need this switch, so you were able to let this Altaria go here, and it was the right decision for you, because then Total Batsa's Lickitung had nowhere to go.
Yes, exactly. So yeah, I'm very happy about the result, and I'm getting more and more nervous.
I can understand. I can understand, but you have to feel confident because you made it so far already. So it's a really huge performance. I mean, it's really impressive. I'm really happy for you. So do you think you have a chance to make it against Inadequance for the next match?
Yes, I faced him in Lille actually, and he was the one that beat me and dropped me from the winners bracket. I hope I can take my revenge. Let's call it like that. But of course, he's an amazing player, and well, I'll be ready. As much time as I have, I'll be ready for him.
Yeah, because you are both really good players. I mean, all the players are amazing, but you did very well, and I hope that we will have a lot of really good matches. So good luck for your next match. We will come really quick, I think, after this short break.
So welcome back to Leo's Team Builder with my two experts. So we left off the discussion with Jumpluff, a really good Pokemon that I also think I can integrate in my team. But you know why I want to integrate it? Because I am afraid of Swampert. Swampert has fallen out of favor a little. It was a beast throughout so many different formats. And now since Trevenant was on the rise, the Pokemon has fallen out of favor. And now that Trevenant will maybe fall out of favor because of Noctowl, I think we might see some Swamperts again. What do you think about Swampert, Amanda?
I think a lot of really good people use Swampert. I've seen it on teams in the past. Especially Swampert with a little bit of energy advantage is going to be killer. Even in a Swampert mirror match, obviously the ones that can reach the move first are going to be the ones that knock out each other. Having that shadow damage, doing a little bit, 20% extra, is going to add up a lot. It's going to be able to take out those Noctowls. It's going to be taking out that Bastiodon like I'm talking about. And it can, it can do really well. I think you wouldn't be too bad to have a Swampert on your team. Is it also what you're thinking? You're doing 2 Flyers and a Swampert? Or are we still deciding?
I mean, I'm still deciding, but it sounds kind of good actually. So when I'm building my Swampert, what would you recommend me? Because I'm thinking I would go for one with a little more attack so I can win the CMP against other Swamperts, or would you go for a rather bulkier one?
Oh, that is the tough decision. You definitely want to have a little bit of attack because the higher attack one does get to charge off its charge move first, which is important in the mirrors. However, a little bit of bulk does a lot of good when it comes to, because Swampert is not the bulkiest of Pokemon to begin with.
Especially in Shadow form.
That's correct. So I would probably go with a little bit of attack just for that offshoot, because, I mean, I'm sure people in the chat are going to say a lot different, like, no, my Swampert's IVs makes me win this. Do your research, find out when you're doing your own team building what works best for the team composition that you're creating, because maybe there are particular matchups you need to win with the Swampert, and therefore you need to have specific IVs.
Okay, that actually sounds kind of good. Doing a lot more research at home then. So, Mandine, 2 Flyers and a Swampert. What are the problem Pokemon for me now? What do I have to prepare for? What do I lose against with 2 Flyers and a Swampert? Because I think that Swampert should be the Bastiodon and probably a Lantern as well. So what do you think I can run here? What are my problem Pokemon that I have to beat?
For me, it depends of your other flyer, because if you pick something like Altaria, for example, you can still be pressured by things like A9 is still a problem, let's say, because if A9 decides to go straight to Dazzling Gleam and not to Weather Ball, it's really a problem, to be honest, because then A9 can decide to double shield and it's a mess for your flying types. for your hydro cannons.
Okay, so how do I beat the A9 now?
Big Pelipper. Just Pelipper out the second flyer.
Okay, so I'm going to go with Pelipper, with Noctowl, and with a Shadow Swampert ideally. So, what's next? I think I want to integrate another counter user, maybe. So, my favorite counter user is Toxicroak, because I have the event one with the cool hat. So, do you think I should go with Medicham? Because Medicham has been a lot more popular.
Yep, definitely, because I'm sorry, because Medicham has like a lot of more bulk than Toxicroak, and you also have the Ice Punch coverage, so it's obviously a best answer, even though you can win the 1-0 against Noctowl with Toxicroak. So thanks to the coverage of Ice Punch of Medicham, it makes it way better versus flying types. So I think that now Medicham is better even against Swampert, for example, because with Toxicroak, unfortunately, you can't take the Hydro Cannon, otherwise you would just be much shouted down. And you can take at least one Hydro Cannon with a Medicham or an Earthquake.
Yeah, also the Psychic hurts a lot, and with so many flyers in the format, Ice Punch is a really good coverage move to have on your roster as opposed to Mud Bomb. So, guys, we are at Pelipper, Noctowl, Shadow Swampert, and now Medicham, which is also already a really good roster, I think. And we are going to go into another break before we go to the next featured match, and we will be right back with my team builder.
Welcome back, everyone. And if you're just tuning in for the first time, you are in for a treat because we are into the losers finals bracket. Leo, what do you think about this?
It's going to be a big one.
It's going to be a big one indeed. This is a best of 5. Yeah. And though arguably everyone is going for the winner position, I say this one almost has more stakes on the line because whoever wins this for sure gets also a chance to go to Japan.
Yeah, they can go to Yokohama. The road to Yokohama is right there. You just have to put your foot in it. And I mean, Inadequance has had a almost perfect record, yes. And then he got swept 3-0.
I know. It was something that maybe this has always been a problem for Inadequance. If you've seen any of the regionals in the past, he always makes it to day 2. He is a very, very, very strong battler. But sometimes, you know, when you're playing on the big stage, nerves can sometimes get to you. Also, you're facing other great opponents. And we've seen some really amazing battles from almost everyone in the past couple of days, especially day 2.
That is true, but how do you recover from this mentally? Because this is
the question.
This is actually a really tough one. So we have prepared a treat for you guys. So we will show you a little cool video of the top 4 players that we are going to see, or that we are seeing right in this tournament. So first of all, we have Pokesquawk. We are going to see him battle it out versus Inadequance here.
This is almost like a plushie battle. Is it the Munchlax?
Absolutely, Munchlax versus Pelipper.
Pelipper.
Yeah, there we go.
Who do you think would win in this sort of scenario?
90% sure it's going to be Pelipper.
I like these Go Battle League legend poses that the two of them have been using.
Where are the opponents? So we have seen both of these players who are going to face each other here in a best of 5 match.
That's right, and the winner will go on to face Emmy Weedle to see who's the actual Stuttgart regional champion.
Absolutely, and Emmy Weedle is looking good. If he gets beat in the winners' grand final, or in the grand final, not the winners' final, he will have another chance in another best of 5. So let's hope he loses the first game so we can actually see more games.
Yes, we love that. But this has happened before in the past. Last year, I believe in one of the U.S. finals, Rise to Occasion was up against Dunebug, lost in the winners' finals, came back to beat everyone through the losers bracket and flipped the bracket. So he won enough matches that he ended up winning the grand finals. So it is not out of the question. And if anyone can do it, it is either one of these guys. Inadequance and Pokesquark have both put on amazing performances.
Yeah, I can also remember that Basix played versus Vanny at the special event in Bilbao, got swept 3-0 in the winners bracket, and then came back for a convincing 6-1 victory in the grand finals.
So it is not out of the question.
Yeah. Absolutely not.
What do you think about the team compositions between the two of these? We do know that Inadequance is running quite an unusual team, and the moveset has been revealed for Pokesquark's Mew, and Inadequance obviously knows by now that it is indeed a Surf Wild Charge Mew.
So there are 2 Pokemon in the roster of Inadequance that have caused severe problems to his opponents. Azumarill and Dunsparce have been overperforming. I don't think we have seen Jumpluff once on stream from
Yeah,
him.
maybe it is just a little bit of bench pressure for those
Yeah.
potential grass and water types.
So he wants to really scare off those Swamperts, these Shadow Swamperts as well. Azumarill is a really strong Pokemon in this format because of the Ice-type Ice Beam move and potential Grass-type Pokemon that got scared away by the presence of Noctowl.
Yes, and that's true. And with the Pokesquark running a double flyer strategy, both of them not doing that good against Azumarill, the Altaria nor the Noctowl want to take that Ice Beam that you were talking about. The other things on Pokesquark's team actually do okay against Stunfisk, you know, because most Azumarills are running the Ice Beam Play Rough variant. The Hydro Pump is really what would do more damage to those Registeels and Galarian Stunfisk, although the Bubble Fast move is very, very important.
Bubble is generating a lot of energy, but also dealing decent damage because it is super effective. The Ice Beam is still a really strong move. Azumarill is really bulky, so it can, of course, take more than 2 Earthquakes even. I think even 2 Earthquakes and a Rock Slide. I'm not too sure about that right now. Maybe not. But I think the matchup is kind of okay. Let's see if we go into this matchup with a little bit of energy advantage or disadvantage. The Registeel is not something you want to face because of the Zap Cannon. Mew, of course, with the Wild Charge, also really dangerous, and you have no way to hit it for super effective damage. And Medicham, I think, is a really good matchup as well because you resist the counters.
As long as you don't get that Psychic debuff, usually the Azumarill has a better chance of winning that matchup. One thing I think will be kind of interesting here, you see the players are indeed getting ready for the matches, but I think that Inadequence's Shadow Sableye will be putting in a lot of work as well. It does at least neutral against a lot of these, and we're getting right into it with the Medicham against the Mew, which is not in favor of Inadequence's Medicham. Let's see if he chooses to stay in. No, he's immediately using Registeel as a safe swap and is met by that Galarian Stunfisk, but this Registeel does have a couple lock-on advantage and is definitely going to get to that Focus Blast before the Earthquake.
That is absolutely correct, and this Registeel is, of course, having a tough time versus the Stunfisk because mud shots do hurt, but the Focus Blast, as you have just seen, deals a lot of damage. However, it does not take out the Stunfisk, and you can't really lock this Stunfisk down, so you will have to get to another charge move.
In the same sense, the Earthquake does not quite knock out the Registeel, so both of them will have to get to another move, and Focus Blast hits right now. It is up to Pokesquark. Does he want to shield the Stunfisk? He does. He wants to get that Registeel out of the picture. The first shield is on the board.
I think you can because you are dealing a lot more damage with those fast moves. It is kind of hard to count the Registeel.
Will a Rock Slide be enough?
A Rock Slide would, of course, also be enough if you have to throw it, and he decides he has to throw this. You never ever shield this with the 1 HP on the Registeel. Unfortunately for Pokesquark, this Registeel was not taken out by mud shots alone, but I think for Pokesquark, the lesser evil is to use a Rock Slide here.
I think if you're actually Inadequence, this doesn't look that great because if you look in the back, there is that Registeel and Mew, and even though there are 2 shields on the board, like we discussed, the Zap Cannon and the Wild Charges are going to do heavy, heavy damage to the Azumarill. It goes ahead and takes that Rock Slide and switches in Azumarill and is immediately met by Registeel, and you can see in Inadequence's face that it is already kind of a bummer here. So the Zap Cannon will not be enough to take it out. He does get to this Play Rough beforehand, just in case. He's had horrible luck with the Zap Cannons debuffing his attack.
Yeah, and this is a really powerful same type attack boosted move, but it dealt no damage whatsoever.
Let's see if Pokesquark has the same Emmy Weedle vibes of getting an attack debuff every single time he throws a Zap Cannon. No! And you can see the relief on Inadequence's face there that at least he will have to do one more charge move to get him out.
Get a little bit more chip damage in there. Force your opponent to throw another charge move, even though I think that before you get to the next lock-on, next Play Rough, you can charge a little bit more energy. I think you could have gone for a few more lock-ons because bubbles are not that threatening.
It is true. But he wants to get that Azumarill out of there. I guess that's understandable. It is a quite bulky Mon indeed.
Yeah.
But now Inadequence counting is at the Zap Cannon. This could be horrible because if this does get the attack debuff, it is the only Pokemon that is left on Inadequence's side. But he does have that whole Mew to go through as well. And the attack did fall. Oh,
yes.
You can see it all in Inadequence's face. The luck is just not on his side when it comes to facing these Registeels, and he is not even going to throw. He's going to go ahead and get attacked down, and he's not going to block because he knows it is over at this point. So good game number 1 to Pokesquark, but it is only game 1 out of the best of 5, so there is plenty of opportunity for Inadequence to come back.
That is indeed true. The last matchup that we were seeing here was not the best for Medicham versus the Mew, because the Mew, of course, has the Shadow Claw charge fast move, and this is dealing a lot of damage while also generating a lot of energy.
Yes, it's one of those scenarios where Inadequence, I think he realized by the time that Registeel came in that there was nothing he could do. He saw the Mew, he saw the Registeel, and he was like, I just don't have enough shields to get through this. The attack buff or attack debuff on his Medicham was just salt in the wounds.
So basically what happened was that PokeSquawk brought all the 3 Pokemon I was addressing before that actually do well against the Azumarill. So
Yes,
Azumarill,
I think, PokeSquawk has definitely identified that Azumarill as a potential problem then.
yeah, and just bring everything you have against it. Will for sure work.
All in, as we say in poker, right?
Yeah. Absolutely.
And both of these players, really, they have to be all in at this point.
Yeah. I mean, you can't really play safe here at this point, especially not in Inadequence's position. I mean, now you got a little bit more information about the opponent's team, even though I think that everything is public by now.
That is true, that is true. And you have to wonder, maybe we will see for the first time that jump bluff, although it doesn't do that well against a double flyer team to begin with. So, however, if anyone can pull it off, it is Inadequence.
I think that the jump bluff does not look into look good into most of the Pokemon on the opposing
I mean, maybe the Medicham.
But
also
the Ice Punch is still hurt. Okay.
This is a much better lead for Inadequence here. Let's see what PokeSquark decides to do. He's immediately swapping out to that Mew and is met by the Shadow Sableye. Now this is chunking away. The Surf will not be enough, but he is at the Wild Charge, so that's up to Inadequence. He falls for the bait using his first shield here, but as you can see, just by Shadow Claws alone, that Mew is already down to about 50%.
Those matchup always look really dangerous. I mean, you are in the advantageous position, so you might actually get a shield here, or you are going to take out this Mew. However, you will have to shield because Sableye is incredibly frail and Wild Charge deals a lot of damage.
Yes, I think that if you're Inadequence, you want to try to maintain the, yes, exactly. And PokeSquark going for a Wild Charge here, which will debuff him even more. So I think these Shadow Claws might be able to take it out before he gets to another charge move. It indeed does. And now we have a fully loaded Sableye, but PokeSquark does have a shield advantage. We'll see if that goes to, ooh, and we have to remember that there is a Power Gem, which will be effective.
The question is, does PokeSquawk remember it as well? So we are throwing the foul play, which is not going to deal much less damage. So we are not going to see the first shield being thrown immediately. This is a lot of damage for a foul play.
Yes, I think that the Inadequence was worried that he might not be able to make it to another move should that first one be blocked. So going the safer route of doing the double foul play. And if you look at it, that Altaria is almost gone. And this is perfect because you can almost fast move farm down with the Registeel. An immediate swap up by PokeSquark, which I think that he's going to go ahead and try and get to a move beforehand, forcing PokeSquark to try to shield this. Will he do it?
So this is really good because PokeSquawk is switch locked. He goes for the shield. Does he get the attack drop? No, he does not.
No, and you can see Inadequence shaking his head. Yeah. He's never getting that attack debuff. Let's see if PokeSquark gets another one. He is 1 for 2 here. Could he be 2 for 3?
Now he's switching again. He's going into the Medicham, and Medicham will, in the no-shield scenario, not win this at this low health, but there is a full HP Registeel in the back that can actually do well against the Altaria, which does not deal too much damage, and one Focus Blast will for sure take it out.
This is a little bit of a dangerous position, though, because he has farmed up a little bit extra. Inadequence's Registeel is energy dry, so he will reach a move first, and the Focus Blast will be, I think, enough to take out the Registeel.
Really, because this Registeel is really, really strong right now. It has a lot of HP, and the fast move pressure is just not there for PokeSquark. So let's see how much damage this Focus Blast really deals to this Registeel. And also, even if it does not take it out, which it doesn't, there is a lot of energy on the Altaria, and Altaria actually goes for the Sky Attack already, and you would need probably another charge move to take out this Altaria.
No, but it's going to get very low. That Dragon Breath damage is going to be too much, and Inadequence goes down 2-0 to PokeSquark. So far, again, not over quite yet, but if you're in an Inadequence's position, you are maybe a bit nervous because this was the same position he was in with Emmy Weedle, and it's a very big uphill climb to get 3 in a row.
Yeah, that is indeed true. He is facing the corner right now, the back against the wall, and he will have to take 3 games in a row to actually advance to the grand finals. He has been in this situation before, not only in this tournament, but in many tournaments before. Yes, 3 or 4 tops in a row now. Incredible.
There is no argument that Inadequence is one of the best European battlers that we have. But yes, he always seems to get to this position day 2. He's always at least in the top 8 usually top 6, sometimes top 4. Now he's really
Yeah.
in the top 3, you would say.
Some players told me that he might be cursed to always enter the top 8. However, it is not a curse yet, statistically, only if he loses 8 times in a row and does not win one. Because, you know, statistics and stuff.
Math.
I don't think if it works like, I don't know if it works like that. I'm horrible at math. I'm miscounting continuously, but, well, that's my opinion on that.
So what do you, I mean, are you doing Hail Mary plays at this point if you're inadequate? Or, I mean, it's one of those things where he's got to keep his composure, you know. Don't let the mind games get to him too much here, because he didn't lose a single round the day before.
So here's what I would do here. Okay, pro tips now.
Pro tips
Just
from Leo.
pick your Pokemon, like look at your Pokemon, look at which Pokemon you are not going to bring, like the Jumpluff. And then pick your Pokemon randomly.
Interesting.
Surprise your opponent. Hope to. This is a desperation play from my end.
But sometimes that works, because at this point, everyone is wondering, well, since I brought this, he's probably going to counter with this, but should I just go with a different lead instead? And you're right, maybe some of the pressure is alleviated by just doing sort of a random pick.
Just pick something and then see where it brings you. At some point, strategy doesn't help if your opponent is also a great strategist. So you might just try to catch them off guard. They will predict something in your back. It's not only the lead that you have to win. You also have to bring a team that works against the opposing team. And if your opponent does not shield some attacks because he thinks, okay, this is my lineup, this is my Pokemon that will have to win for me because my opponent surely does not bring a Azumarill in the back, and then you lose to the Azumarill because for some reason Azumarill was randomly chosen there. This could be your game.
That is a good point indeed. We'll have to see what they end up choosing to do. They're taking a little bit longer, understandably, to choose this next round, because even though it is a best of 5, this could be a decisive match.
That is true. We haven't addressed the Zorora, right?
No, we haven't talked about it yet. It is very cute.
Little pirate.
In the game, Zoru imitates your buddy at the moment. So sometimes you will see interesting Pokemon out in the field that you wouldn't necessarily see in the wild.
I fell for this a lot. When I mean, when you're training, when you're having a Marill as your buddy Pokemon, it's not that surprising. You know,
I was like, a Mew, this is so exciting.
Wow, again. It's the 5th one today. Oh, again, it's Zoru.
Luck is on my side. I do like that they're kind of acknowledging the staff here as well. I mean, the judges are doing an amazing job helping keep this tournament run smoothly, and the stream judges also making sure that the opponents are getting everything all set up and making it so you viewers at home are having a good experience.
Absolutely. So I think Inadequate is going for the random tactic because he looks like he is finished building his team. He's just waiting for Pokesquark now, who is really trying to be in Inadequate's head.
Yeah, you can see at this moment the tensions are very high, because like we discussed, the winner of this for sure has a ticket to Japan. We have the thumbs up from one of the stream judges. It looks like they are both locked in and ready to go. So let's see. Good luck to both of these players. It's going to be a very good matchup, no matter what. Here we have the Sableye against the Stunfisk. We've seen this a couple times before, Leo. As long as he can avoid getting earthquaked, it's sort of in the favor of that Sableye.
That is true. However, as it is a shadow form, the rock slides still deal a lot of damage, and Stunfisk is arguably faster at these rock slides than Sableye is at these foul plays. We are immediately shielding this rock slide.
And it is indeed a rock slide bait, so that has been accepted. So he knows that Pokesquark will be able to get to an earthquake should he choose to shield up one of these foul plays.
Yeah, because if you don't, then you... Oh, wow. The first one even shielded. This is a really, really strong here, because now the second one is going to come in right before the earthquake. So maybe we will let the Sableye fall to the earthquake already.
I think if you do that, then you can come in with that Medicham and you get a lot of energy advantage.
That is true.
So I wonder if he will choose to do this. No, he is choosing to rock slide bait again, and let's see if Inadequate chooses to use both shields. He does not. Oh, he does. Very last second.
Oh, he does it, and that is really important. This immediately puts Pokesquark in the energy lead, and now there is another rock slide being thrown before this Stunfisk will fall to the Sableye.
Yes, but this rock slide will not take it out, and now instead of Medicham coming in and getting a lot of energy, the Sableye is going to leave with a lot, and this is a very interesting tactic, switching in the Mew to the Sableye right when it reaches that foul play.
So the shield advantage or disadvantage is now being tied up. We have a shieldless matchup here. This Mew is not going to be able to deal too much damage with wild charges or surf because there's not same type attack boosted versus this really bulky Registeel steel type.
But this is very interesting. Pokesquark is switch locked and immediately goes for the wild charge, which drops his defense a little bit. So now going for the surf afterwards. I don't know if this is the play. I mean, you know that you're switch locked, so most people tend to go for the move that is not going to debuff them before your opponent puts off an attack. But let's see how this plays out if he's going to use his last shield on the Mew.
No,
the Zap Cannon will be able to take it out.
There are no shields anymore in the field.
Oh, there is no more shields at all. You're right to use the last one on that foul play.
Exactly. So now do we see the Stunfisk trying to get some more energy because it is very unlikely to get locked down here. So we are seeing a Rock Slide still coming out. I think this was really great by Pokesquark to get the last energy out of this Stunfisk to get a bit more usage out of this.
Yes, and the switch timers are not quite up yet. I think he's trying to hold on. It doesn't work out. Oh my goodness, this could have changed everything. Now we have the Noctowl in the back. I think Nataquince's main hope is if he can catch a Sky attack, but obviously Pokesquark will be ready for this as well. The first Ice Punch goes through. It's going to do a lot of damage, but you're going to need one more to be able to take out this Noctowl.
And this will even be close because there will be a Shadow Ball available to the
Yes,
Noctowl. This is going to deal significant damage added up with the wing attack damage.
This Shadow Ball will put the Medicham very low, if not knock it out. There's still a possibility here. Getting to that Ice Punch and the counter damage could be enough on the Stunfisk. I think that maybe Nataquince has this matchup.
Maybe the play was to go for 2 Sky attacks.
I think the play would have been to go for 2 Sky attacks. Yes, it is
Wow,
enough. Nataquince staying alive. He is a BG.
Wow, and Nataquince really pulling this one back. I thought that Pokesquark had this.
I know, when that Registeel went down to the mud shot, I felt really bad for him because there was a move stored. The switch timers were not quite up. Otherwise, I think Nataquince would have tried to switch out to store that Zap Cannon for later. Even still, those lock-ons managed to take that Galarian Stunfisk down low enough that the Medicham could just do one counter and take it out, securing that victory.
Yeah, but I mean, Nataquince was probably really happy that, that he didn't throw the move because otherwise the Noctowl would have gotten one more wing attack off on the Registeel, taken it out, and then have the energy advantage over the Medicham, and that would have changed the game entirely.
That is completely true. Also, I think, like we discussed, if Pokesquark would have gone a straight Sky attack, because he did have enough for a double, then that could have been enough to take out the Medicham as well. But you never know. Like, Shadow Ball is a very heavy-hitting move for most Pokemon. I guess if if it's not the same type attack bonus, you don't have the same heavy hitting as, say, a Frostlass.
That is true.
Which would indeed be enough to take out the Medicham.
Yeah, Frostlass would have absolutely KO'd this Medicham at this point. So we are going to see both players locking in now. Pokesquark lost kind of a bit of momentum, and Nataquince probably getting filled with adrenaline now. There is some last hope. Are you going to reach for the stars here and try to reverse sweep Pokesquark to then absolutely reverse sweep Weedle in the finals, in the grand finals?
Like I said, if anyone can do it, my bets are on Nataquince.
Yeah.
Out of any player to do so. He is very, very good. He's been in these positions before. You know, he has been down. But he has to remember, day one, he didn't lose a single round. Losing one round does not mean that you are out.
No, absolutely. He lost one versus Weedle, but I think that he can actually pull it off against Pokesquark. But even though this game was really close again.
It was very close.
So the odds are still in the favor of Pokesquark.
Yes, and if you're Pokesquark, you also have to remember that too. He needs to get 2 more battles. I only need to get 1 more to secure this spot to play against Weedle in the winners' finals.
To go to Yokohama.
To go to Yokohama.
So
you can see they're both still kind of locking in, really thinking over stuff.
And they're still also having chats and they're laughing. It's great sportsmanship from both of these players.
Tensions may be high, but they are still having a good time.
This is what I love about the Pokemon Go community, because this match is actually going strong and the lead is in favor of Nataquince. This Sableye is looking fantastic against the Medicham. This dealt a lot of damage with 1 Shadow Claw. We are going to go into the Stunfisk. And now, is there an answer for the Stunfisk? I think that you can actually hit a great foul play here. I think this was a CMP, right? A charge move priority?
It might have been close, but if it is, then it is only a Rock Slide, and Nataquince knows that as well.
Oh, no, because now you can go into the Dunsparce.
This is very smart, because that Medicham will do pretty good against the Dunsparce. So even though this Earthquake will hit for very heavy damage. The Dunsparce is very tanky and can take it, and just charging up a little bit of extra energy. Drill Run at this point will most likely be able to take out that Stunfisk.
Yeah, almost at 2 drill runs. I'm not even sure. I think at this point a second Earthquake would take out the Dunsparce, so I don't even know if you want to go for that, because this was really close.
Oh.
The rollouts really don't do enough damage. Do you shield this?
I wonder if you do.
Nope. Wow, this was a surprise
But
victory.
then, do you end up using this Registeel to lock on farm down this Galarian Stunfisk? No, he doesn't want to take that risk at all, going in and using that to Shadow Claw damage, and now being faced off against a Registeel, which is not great, because if you see in the back, the Registeel and the Medicham, you really, really want to preserve the health of this Sableye. And I think Pokesquark, choosing not to shield, kind of gives the wrong impression in Inadequance. Maybe he thinks that, it doesn't matter about this Sableye, I can just let it go.
So there is another important thing. We are in a double 2 shield scenario here, and this is really favored for Medicham against
and the
Registeel
attack
as
fell, so
well.
I wonder if Inadequance will just charge up a bunch of energy and try to catch.
Oh.
No, he is going to throw. Will it be enough to take it out, and will Pokesquark end up shielding this? He is at a ton of energy, but Pokesquark choosing to let this go. It doesn't take it out.
This one still
quite
goes
yet.
through. It just hits the Focus Blast. No, he's actually shielding this. Focus Blast wouldn't have done as much damage as a Zap Cannon
This
would.
is quite dangerous. Let's.
Oh, and he's surprised by that. He miscounted that one, which is absolutely understandable. But at this point, we are now having the Sableye still in against the Medicham. It is
A
2
double shielded
shields.
Medicham. And also the attack did fall on the Sableye as well. I think that maybe if you're at this stage, you try to get the next shield with the Foul Play and then immediately go in with the Registeel. Because it's only the counters that are doing the damage to the Registeel from the Medicham. And the Zap Cannons are going to be hitting harder than the Psychics or the Ice Punches
That is
in
true.
return.
And now you are expecting, there are no Protect Shields remaining. So this is actually maybe a decent spot here. You could have tried to catch this one. Oh, we can still switch out. There is still a surviving Sableye in the back. So we are now racing counters to the Psychic. Psychic is not going to deal too much damage. Maybe the defense drop, that could be really important.
Yes, that could be important, and Pokesquark knows that as well, going for that Psychic. Inadequance has been having very bad luck against his opponents, getting these above
That is true.
attacks and debuffs, but fortunately for him, this time it didn't happen, and this Zap Cannon probably should be enough, also with the Shadow Claw damage afterwards, even if the Medicham... Oh, finally!
This is one Shadow Claw down.
Goes ahead and gets that attack debuff and is able to lock on farm down the Medicham, tying up the score 2-2. You guys, in this best of 5, we now have a decisive Game 5 for the road to Yokohama.
Locking down the Medicham once again. This
Wow.
Registeel has done so much work with these lock-ons so far.
These are amazing battles, and you can tell Pokesquark now he's losing a bit of his momentum, and you can see a little bit more energy in Inadequance as well as he's ramping back up.
That is true. He was looking really, really sad, and now he might get the chance to qualify for Yokohama with this next game. There is so much on the line here, so guys, keep calm. Keep calm and don't make bad decisions. Maybe don't go for the random team that I was advising them to do.
Maybe don't take the caster advice.
Please don't do it. It doesn't sound like the best idea.
Although they are really following we say don't take our advice, but they are making these games stretch out longer.
That is true.
More content for everyone in the chat to enjoy as well. So make sure, also if you're following along, you can do !bracket, but at this point, there's only one more match left after this, so maybe it's not quite as necessary.
So there's one more thing I want to address, talking about mentality of the players.
Yes.
I think that Inadequance got a lift up because there was pressure relief from his shoulders. He knew that, okay, I'm 2-0 down. It is okay. If I lose now, I'm out, okay, but I can just risk it all. And now there's so much pressure again. There is this realistic chance to go to Yokohama if you win one more game. Maybe he is overthinking now, so this could actually happen.
That is true. And at the same point, we joked around that everyone has joked that he is cursed. Maybe we're about to see the curse
Statistically,
being lifted.
He is not.
Well, it looks like we have one player that is already locked in, and we're just waiting on one more. But yeah, like I said, this is a very important, decisive Game 5. So I can understand that these players might want to take their time thinking things through. I just hope that they don't end up overthinking it like we discussed earlier.
That is true. We want the best possible game to happen. This game, again, was incredibly intense. And now we are seeing the lead. Registeel versus Stunfisk. This is an okay matchup for both.
Yes, and we kind of see the back line, it is a little bit of a rock, paper, scissors matchup going on in the back. So it depends on who is going to shield what scenario. Getting to that focus blast before the earthquake, will Pokespark choose to shield it? He knows it's a focus blast. There was not enough energy for a zap cannon, which would do a potential debuff.
Most of the time, you don't want to shield this first one as well, because it could be a zap cannon. Not in this case, though. You were absolutely right about that. Oh, and we have the Mew in on the Medicham now.
This is quite interesting, honestly, because neither one of these moves are going to do that much. And since Pokespark swapped in that Mew, he doesn't want to maybe take the Wild Charge before Natterquince throws his move. Natterquince very smartly waiting until the charge move goes off before he does his own.
Yeah, so we are now going to see the Ice Punch happening.
The Ice Punch just is not super effective against the Mew, but the Psychic would have been worse, and there's a lot more energy. So just doing a little bit of chip damage, getting off that second serve. Do you shield if you're Natterquince here? You do have a decent amount of energy, but you know that you're not going to be able to take out the Mew.
Does the Surf actually... Nope, the Surf actually KOs the Medicham, and now we are going into the Sableye, Shadow Clawing down the Mew, farming a lot of energy. The Wild Charge is going to come out. Do we shield this? Yes, absolutely. There is no reason for Pokespark to go to the Surf. We can't reach the second Surf, and it would just make no sense.
Yes, and he is going to be able to Shadow Claw down.
With one Shadow Claw.
And this is a lot of energy now, even though the immediate swap back out. There is the Galarian Sunfist that is full of the Earthquake, and Natterquince is down one shield. Does he choose to shield this up?
That is a really good question. He does not choose to shield it up. He identified the Sableye as the win condition in this scenario, even though he saw the Noctowl already.
This is... It's very hard to count with all these swapping in and out, but if Natterquince is counting correctly, he knows that this is just a Rock Slide. It is not going to be enough at this stage, and he will be able to take it out with a Focus Blast. But he does not want to. He wants to get some energy on that Sableye, and Pokespark is just choosing not to throw either.
Wow.
They both know the win conditions here. Natterquince wanted a little bit of extra energy for those foul plays, but a double shielded Noctowl is going to be very dangerous here. Let's see how these two very good competitors play it out. Again, this is the decisive Game 5.
So this is going to come down to the wire now. There is a lot of energy on both of these Pokemon. Can we see a potential Power Gem coming through and cheesing a little bit of a win here? We haven't seen any of the on the featured matches yet, any Power Gem being used. So
you see that even though we saw this game number 1, that Pokespark is at a Sky Attack. This will be enough to take it out, and this is charge move priority, and Pokespark will indeed be going on to Yokohama.
Both
Natterquince is
used.
accepting it, but this move will knock it out. Congratulations, Pokespark. You are in the winners' finals.
Sky Attack coming through. Sableye is falling, Pokespark is relieved, and we are seeing the 3-2, and Natterquince was not able to reverse sweep his opponent, but he made a big fight out of it.
Came so close.
That was absolutely massive. Congratulations to Pokespark, of course, to actually be able to take this fifth game then, after losing 2 in a row. This was really high class of both of these players.
Very, very exciting matches, and just shows the high caliber of the play that's been going on. Each thing has basically come down to almost charge move priority. Sometimes they're winning with almost 1 HP in a dream, as we say. So, I mean, my hat's off to both of these competitors. And once again, yes, congratulations to Pokespark. And I'm very excited to see these matches against the semifinal, or the final winners so far, Emmy Weedle.
And of course, also congratulations to Natterquince. He absolutely performed perfectly this tournament. It was not in to win this entire event for him. He made it so far, though.
I mean, third place is nothing to scoff at.
That is a really nice looking medal that he is going to get there. What a fantastic performance. So I think we're going to let Pokespark breathe through for a minute. We have had him on the interview for so many times, so we are not going to do an interview here. He is going to just sit in his place and wait for his opponent for the grand final. So guys, go nowhere. We will be right back for the grand finale of the Pokemon Go Regional Championships in Stuttgart. Welcome back, trainers. It is the grand finale that we are going to see here. It is Emmy Weedle versus Pokesquark. The stakes could not be higher, at least for Pokesquark, because Emmy Weedle has still not been defeated in this entire tournament.
That's right.
And we are, first of all, before we go into the match, are going to show you a little treat. We have a meta breakdown of which Pokemon was used the most in this tournament. And yes, no surprises there. In the top 8, we have seen 7 Medichams, 6 Galarian Stunfisks, and 6 Noctowls. So it is still a surprise to me that Noctowl was not the most.
I know. If you would have asked me ahead of time, I would have put money on Noctowl being the #1 pick. Maybe it is the #1 pick overall, but the top 8 meta breakdown has chosen Medicham as their fighter of choice.
And we can see Registeel in place in spot 4 as like with a big comeback here.
And also, surprisingly, Trevenant has been used quite a bit, even though we weren't quite sure how many of them we would see with all those wing attack buffs.
Yeah, Trevenant actually on spot 5 is really, really good. Then Lantern tying with the Trevenant and Altaria as well. Also a Pokemon that we did not see coming. And from then on, we only have 2 Pelipers and the rest is one-offs.
Yes, so what do you think of this meta breakdown? Judging by the team building that we did for you, there sadly no Unova Stunfisks on this list. I still think it would do rather well, but maybe you guys in the chat can let me know how wrong I was.
I mean, the other option was the Registeel, so I think that you went kind of right there.
He didn't even have a Registeel to work with here, so I mean, we had to make do with what we had.
That is true, but I have a fine Unovan Stunfisk now, so that's a good spot. So, well, I think that the team we built was really good. We have the Medicham, we have the Noctowl, we have the Pelipper, which was the only 2 times used Pokemon. We have the Shadow Swampert, which was also in there. So I think there was no Pokemon except for the Unovan Stunfisk.
Yeah, there was also a Shadow Venusaur that we think we had on your team. And we did see it in the tournament, getting rather high, but unfortunately not in the top 8.
Yeah, so these Shadow starters, really strong Pokemon with those Community Day moves are absolutely
It's true. They're almost what we call broken good.
Yeah, they are really insanely strong, and they are most of the time enough to take out the competition. However, we are not seeing a Shadow Swampert in the finals.
I don't think so. But speaking of being very strong, what about our top competitors here? Emmy Weedle, like you said, the only competitor so far who has not lost a single round, and Pokesquark, who has done an amazing comeback, going through losers bracket, winning the losers finals in a decisive best-of-5, and now going to play Emmy Weedles for the final.
Yep. Ooh, nice little stinger we have there. We are going to see our players. Yes, the Dubwool. Yes.
It's
oh,
so
no, this
cute.
is Woolly.
This is Woolly, yes, so the lower form. And this is one of my favorite things. I love that little Eevee hat that the Emmy Weedle is always wearing. Pokesquark going ahead, showing off that little Munchlax as well. And also, all these Go Battle League poses. It's fun to see what the trainers choose.
Absolutely, and now we are going to see both of them staring at their screen. Of course, this is what we want to see, them being in absolute focus right here. Or not in Emmy Weedle's case.
He's just staring off into the distance now, already dreaming of his road to Yokohama.
Is that the hiatus?
That must be it.
So you better start focusing, Mr. Emmy Weedle, before you are going to fall to a heavy competitor. Pokesquark is not going to be an easy match for him.
No, and obviously Emmy Weedle knows now that the Mew has the Wild Charge and also that Registeel has that Zap Cannon. I think that the Mantine might have to take the bench in this as well.
Yeah, and that's a bit unfortunate because Mantine is one of the coolest Pokemon that we have seen in the competition. And I gotta be honest, it is not surprising to me that we are seeing 2 Noctowls.
Yes, yeah. I mean, we did see from the graphic, it is one of the most used Pokemon for a reason. Also, you can see that both teams have a Medicham on it as well.
And Registeel.
And Registeel. So these are some of the top contenders.
And Stunfisk.
Yeah, you're right. You know what?
Those are pretty similar teams.
Pretty similar teams.
Yeah, so there was actually a formula to build the best team, apparently.
So what do you do if you're Emmy Weedle in this position? Your Trevenant maybe doesn't look as strong because there is that double flyer, and your Mantine doesn't also look as strong because of those electric-type charge moves. Are you down to potentially 4 Pokemon to use?
I mean, the Trevenant still beats the double steal as well.
That
So
is true.
It is really good against Stunfisk and against the Registeel. It is crazy good against Medicham and is really strong against Mew. So I think that you have the advantage with Medicham against 4 of the Pokemon.
That is true. Pokescork does have a very diverse team. You can choose to do something like a double fire or a double steel typing. Let's see. Emmy Weedle not scared at all, bringing that Trevenant right away. And in that matchup that you said was pretty good for it. Going ahead here, Pokescork has to throw the Rock Slide, which is not going to be that effective, but over time, they definitely do add up. And Emmy Weedle keeping his composure, getting ready to throw his charge move.
Yeah. Ideally, you of course want to have the Trevenant in against the Medicham, which would be the best possible matchup, but this is not going to be the case here. I mean, you still take the winning matchup, right?
Oh!
And the Shadow Ball was actually called. The Galarian Stunfisk has it has an okay spot against Trevenant because you have the ability to call bluffs.
Yes, but Emmy Weedle matching shield for shield here, saying, okay, if you're shielding this, then obviously the Galarian Stunfisk is good for you, or the Trevenant is bad for you. So let me go ahead and check move. Pokescork trying to catch a Shadow Ball from the Trevenant, but Emmy Weedle did not throw, and now coming in with one of Noctowl's hardest counters in this Registeel.
And this is really not good, looking good, especially because Pokescork has the Medicham in the back, and Medicham is supposed to line up against this Registeel, and this is just probably not going to happen in this.
Yes, I mean, it is true that the Galarian Stunfisk would still do well against Emmy Weedle's own Noctowl, but again, these Pokemon haven't been revealed yet, and this Zap Cannon is going to come in. He had a lot of luck last time with the attack debuff. He did not get it this round. I guess all of his luck was used up against Inadequance in that front.
Yeah, and keep in mind that this Trevenant, even though it's being at 30% or something, it has at least one Shadow Ball charged up.
That is true.
Whatever it comes in on, it is going to absolutely deal a lot of damage.
You think we're going to go for an aggressive lock on farm down? No, he's at 100 energy. Going to go ahead and throw this Focus Blast, which is a little more energy efficient. Hopefully for Emmy Weedle, he's thinking he can maybe get to another charge move. But I assume this Medicham is going to come in and just completely squash those dreams.
Yeah, M.E. Weedle knows about the limits of this locking on Registeel. So we are going to see a counter down, actually, trying to get to the Zap Cannon. Not going to happen. The Registeel falls. We are seeing Noctowl in on the Medicham. So we are not actually... I mean, that is actually pretty smart because you know about the Galarian Stunfisk, and if you go into the Trevenant, you would have to switch it out, probably. So we are just going to take this matchup here, which is still in favor of Noctowl most of the time.
Yes, and Emmy Weedle, I assume, trying to do a lot of good counts. He was expecting, again, Pokescork with these amazing attempts to catch the charge moves, but Emmy Weedle is on it, and he knows that this is a potential that his opponent will do. Throwing the Shadow Ball straight, it's going to almost take this out.
So much damage Rock Slide is going to come as a counter to this. Now is the only question, do you think that your Noctowl is going to be strong enough to take out, to farm down the Stunfisk? No, we don't think so. We are going to Shadow Claw down. We have another Shadow Ball.
Yes, Shadow Ball will be enough to take this out. Oh my goodness, if he doesn't shield this, should be enough to almost take the Medicham out, but the Noctowl also has a wing Sky Attack stored, so I think this might come down. This is really... Oh my goodness, Pokescork is going to have to charge up a ton of extra energy. He is doing so throwing this Ice Punch right at the Seed Bomb.
But now Medicham is also in Sky Attack range, so this really comes down if one Ice Punch can take out the Noctowl.
This could be charge move priority.
Oh, and the charge move priority is won by the Noctowl. This is a heavy attack invested Noctowl because only then it wins the CMP.
Yes, and you could see the surprise on Pokescork's face as well. And this is the Shadow Ball. It will be enough at that range. Emmy Weedle takes the first game in a charge move priority win.
And this is something we have not seen the entire tournament, that his Noctowl is actually a really, really heavily attack-invested one.
We did see it actually in the last matchup with Inadequance. They noted it about each other as well. They give each other a little wink and a point at each other when it happened.
Oh, so that is really, really strong. Then Pokescork could have known that. But
yeah, but I don't know if he ended up watching the stream at that point. He was probably focusing on his own matches at this point, but now he does know that indeed the Noctowl is beating the Medicham, which doesn't, you're absolutely right, does not happen very often. It is definitely an attack-weighted Noctowl, which also means that it probably has better matchups against the Galarian Stunfisk as well.
So this also means that you will have to have worse matchup against other Pokemon, because if you invest a lot of the attack points in the IVs, or if your Pokemon has the attack IVs, then it is going to be a bit less bulky.
That's right.
And you are going to take more damage, so you might lose a mirror match of the Noctowls.
That is true, and it's something that you have to take into consideration when building your team.
Yeah, this was an active decision. Which Noctowl do I bring? I take the one that wins the charge move priority versus Medicham.
And you know what? It won him a game.
Absolutely, in the grand finals.
So again, this is a best of 5. So Porcuscork still has plenty of opportunity to take this on. Emmy Wheel still cool as a cucumber here. At least he's not staring off into space. He is staring at the game at this point.
Yeah, he's focused and he knew about it. Of course, he knew about his decision of which Noctowl to bring, and it was fantastic.
Yes. Oh, this is a very nerve-wracking moment, I imagine, for both the players here. Everyone wants to take home the title of the #1 champion.
But I gotta say, maybe this was not to his advantage that he won the charge move priority there, or that it came down to that, because I think that this Noctowl was relatively healthy and could have taken an Ice Punch. So if he would have waited for one more wing attack, he could have actually not revealed that he won this, so he could win a stronger scenario. However, I don't recall the HP, to be honest.
It was about a little under half, so I don't think it would have taken it out, but you're absolutely right. This is not great for Emmy Weedle. He loves to lead this Trevenant. He has a plan, and the plan is being matched here, swapping in that Registeel and an immediate counter swap by the Galarian Stunfisk. You are going to definitely reach that Focus Blast first, but as we've seen multiple times, neither one of these is going to completely take it out. You have to use 2 charge moves, either on the Galarian Stunfisk or the Registeel.
Most of these Focus Blasts are going unshielded in the first one, because you know, if it's a Zap Cannon, I don't want to shield it anyways.
Exactly, you're going to look a bit foolish.
I'm not going to get locked down here.
Yes. Yeah, there's no potential for the Registeel at this point to lock down the Galarian Stunfisk. You do need to throw another charge move. And if you look, Emmy Weedle is going for the Zap Cannon. We'll see if Porcuscork wants to invest his shield. He does. Will he get the attack move up?
Look into the camera. This Zap Cannon, is it going to hit the attack debuff that you were just talking about? No, it was really well played by Emmy Weedle. However, it did not pay off.
And let's see if he chooses to use both of his shields. He is not going to shield this one up. Will it be enough at this range? There has been a lot of mud shots going through. Do you think that he'll be able to mud shot down before? I think a Rock Slide would be enough. Oh, going right at charge move priority here. Porcuscork taking out the Registeel that was fully loaded, ready to do a charge move of its own. If you're Emmy Weedle, you are going to go in. He's going to try to go in and get as much mudshot energy as possible. If he's counting, he knows that this is just a Rock Slide.
Yeah, and I think he's going to count. So right before he would have taken out the Stunfisk, the Rock Slide is going to come out, deal some more damage. It's better than nothing, I guess.
That's right, and this is a matchup that we have seen a lot before too. We know that the Surfs do a decent amount of damage, but the Earthquake will put the Mew very low. Will Porcuscork decide to shield this, or is he saving the shields for that Noctowl?
No. I mean, Noctowl is probably going to get lined up against Trevenant at some point, so I don't think that you really need shields for that, because I have had this matchup a lot of times, and you can throw as many Shadow Balls as you want. This Noctowl is going to just take them.
That's true. He's almost at double Surf. Will he try to go for another Earthquake? Is he going to shield this up? This is important as well. I suppose at this point, maybe Emmy Weedle will do a few more mud shots before throwing off that Earthquake, but there's always the potential for a catch. This time, Porcuscork did not catch them all. He's going to go ahead and take this Earthquake on the Mew, which will bring it very, very low.
I think Porcuscork knows that with the Trevenant in the back, this Noctowl is his win condition, and there is no reason to risk getting hit by a Rock Slide at this point. The Surf is a really good catch for the Trevenant, is going to be able to fast move onto this Mew. However,
but
I think
as you can see by Emmy Weedle's face, he was already shrugging. He was like, yeah, I don't even know why I caught it. I guess good practice for the future.
I mean, it was a good catch. You've got to be honest there. However, we are going to see that this Trevenant is going to struggle a lot against this Noctowl. Seed Bomb is coming out. It deals about 8%.
Yes.
About 8%, which is a pretty precise percentage. So we are going to just see, there are no shields that you need against this. We are not even charging here for Emmy Weedle's side, because this Noctowl just takes no damage at all from this.
Porcuscork is going to just go ahead and wing attack down and throw a Shadow Ball at the remaining Stunfisk.
And you can almost throw 2 Shadow Balls. There are no Protect Shields remaining. We are charging it up. This is going to be the 1-1 tie. Porcuscork is throwing the Shadow Ball, and Stunfisk is falling.
Point.
Point. Absolutely. This is going to be such an amazing matchup. 1-1.
1-1. What are you thinking at this point here?
I mean, Emmy Weedle thought that this Trevenant is such a strong Pokemon against almost the entire roster of Porcuscork. However, it got hard counted in the lead. Porcuscork reading that correctly, identifying Trevenant as the threat and leading with the Noctowl. And from that point on, he just couldn't get the momentum back. And after being switch locked and again hard countered. This was a really strong decisive victory for Pokesquark.
Yes, I have to agree here, and I wonder if we've seen it almost every game that we've played on stream. He loves to lead that Trevenant, but he does have a plan for what he wants to use as a swap. But I think this is very dependent on what he thinks the opponent has in the back. So maybe he misread what the back line was, because obviously the Registeel onto a Noctowl would have been a great counter.
So we are seeing a good use of this Mew in this tournament.
Yes, I think so.
Mews are popping off lately.
They are indeed popping off, and also with this very cool blue shiny Mew.
That is true.
Pokesquark is almost just bragging,
It-
throwing it in our faces that he's using this beautiful Mew.
It fits the surf. It's the water type Mew.
Yes,
Terrestrialized.
there you go. So I wonder how Weedle will plan to adapt to this. Last game he went like a Trevenant double steel, double ground.
Yep.
But he just didn't happen to get the alignment that he was looking for. It's not a bad plan, but if he's using it almost every time, you have to wonder, eventually, like you've seen now, it might not serve him very well.
I think what you want to do in the situation that he is in is look at the Pokemon that are not matching his. You know, there are Altaria and Mew. Like, do these Pokemon pose a really big threat against my team? Mew actually hits some Pokemon decently. It's good against the Noctowl. It's okay against the Noctowl. I don't want to say it's really good, because if you get a shield onto the Wild Charge, then you're going to have a bad time with Mew. The Mantine is threatened by it. The Registeel is not really threatened by it. Medicham is having a harder time because of the Shadow Claw. And Trevenant actually walls your charge moves.
Especially with that charge move, and the Shadow Claw damage from the Trevenant will do a lot, even though it is getting a lot of damage back from the Shadow Claw of the Mew itself. But that is an interesting kind of perspective. Will we see it again? No, Weedle's learning from his mistakes. He knew that Pokesquark thought he would lead that Trevenant again. He did game 1 and game 2, and now a Registeel against a Noctowl. We'll see. It's kind of strange that Pokesquark is staying in this, but maybe he's trying to catch a move or at least get a little bit of chip damage before Weedle is able to throw off his Zap Cannon.
That is true. Pokesquark does not immediately switch into the Medicham because he is probably fearing that the Trevenant might come down here.
Yes,
so
he's playing what we call an ABA, so he has two things weak to Registeel. He can't swap out because then his backline would be entirely weak to Registeel should Weedle decide to swap out as well.
So we are trying to deal as much damage as we could. These Shadow Balls are really good chip damage, however, they are not worthy of a shield.
Indeed, they're not worthy of a shield at this moment, and I think Weedle probably recognizes at this point what is going on, throwing that Focus Blast instead, a little bit more energy efficient, and completely undercharging it, though I still think this will be enough to take it out. Maybe he can get one lock on, we'll see. No
I think
chance.
so too, however.
And I think, if you immediately swap out here, because but in the back, I'm not so sure. If you think about the Trevenant versus Altaria matchup, it's not so cut and dry for that Trevenant.
No,
In fact, I would say it almost favors Altaria. It would be very interesting to see how these guys play it out. First Ice Punch has gone through, and it was shielded up by Weedle.
So we are having the shield advantage on Pokesquark's side. So we are going to see another Ice Punch coming down here.
And this one will not be shielded. Let's see how we choose to play this one out. He is almost at 2 Sky attacks, so he is going to go ahead and throw one. Do you think this is the moment where Pokesquark uses his Protect Shield, or is he wondering what is in the back?
Oh, he does not fear the Shadow Ball at all.
Wow.
And he's going into the Altaria, and now the Noctowl will have to try and deal as much damage to the Altaria as possible.
He is at 2 Sky attacks now, so this will do some chunking, and the
getting out of
Pokesquark knows
shield.
it. The first shield is now on the court for him. Will the second one go immediately off before that switch timer goes up? Yes, Weedle getting that second Sky attack on, and Pokesquark choosing to let this one go through.
I would be really confused if he did not let this one go through. But now we are almost at a Moonblast, and we are having a Sky attack as well. Those fast moves actually deal more damage for the Trevenant than a Seed Bomb would, so we are trying to get to the Shadow Ball. I don't know at how much energy his Registeel is at, but another Shadow Ball would actually get out a Protect Shield here, I think.
I think it has to, but it's one of those things where it's like,
be a
are
bait,
you sure you want to shield? Because it could be a bait, and baiting a Seed Bomb feels kind of silly, but he did correctly shield up this Shadow Ball, and now Weedle is at an uphill climb because this Sky attack will be enough to take it out. And with switch timers a little bit misaligned here, do you think he'll be able to get to that Zap Cannon? Or even Focus Blast at this range could possibly be enough for this Registeel.
Oh wow, this is going to be really close. The Dragon Breaths are dealing a lot of damage, and we are actually bringing out the Medicham,
He's
taking
sniping
down
down
Registeel.
and going ahead and countering
Wow.
down the Noctowl as well. Pokescork taking game number 2. But guys, this is a best of 5, not a best of 3. Otherwise, we would be already congratulating Pokescork for resetting the bracket. He still has 1 more to go. Emmy Weedle has 2 more to go to ensure that he keeps his number 1 victory.
Pokescork is actually looking forward to resetting this bracket. He just needs 1 more win. Emmy Weedle does really not want to lose this, because then it is completely open again. Then you are not the player that has been undefeated this tournament.
That's right, and it is a new best of 5 that will be starting.
Exactly, and you really do not have the momentum in that one.
What do you think? He's been pretty confident this whole tournament.
Yeah.
Because like you said, it's hard to not be confident when you have been winning almost every single round. But this could be the moment where we see Emmy Weedle finally lose.
This is going to become more and more scary for him. Maybe it's time to overthink this heavy Trevenant relying strategy, because his opponent has been bringing all the counters or calling the leads correctly. And I mean, he must have another win condition other than Trevenant.
Yes, I also think this is just a showcase of how strong Noctowl is. If you think about this, Pokescork leading a Noctowl into a Registeel, staying in and getting that Registeel still so low that it was not able to do anything against the Altaria that was in the back. That was a very strong plan. Sometimes that does not work out, but with the Noctowl in the lead, I think that it was a wow.
Absolutely, this
because
was
if it was Altaria in the lead, it would not have played out in the same way.
But imagine how good a Mantine would have been instead of the Trevenant.
That is true. I think he is very afraid of that Mew. Pokescork has been using it a lot as a safe swap because, like we said earlier, it is pretty neutral against almost everything on the line, only hard losing to that Trevenant.
But like this really, really strong Mantine could have ice beamed away Noctowl, and it could have wing attacked the Medicham, also annoying it with bubble beams, and it would have ice beamed an Altaria.
That is true. Getting up to that ice beam, there's nothing more satisfactory than seeing like that big flying bird that's been terrorizing the skies fall.
By this Mantine. I don't even know the English word for the animal. I was just gonna say something about it, but well, you never know. It's Rochen in German.
I guess we'll never know. Well, the Germans will know now.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, looks
you guys
like
know what I'm talking about.
They're both locking in here. Oh, again, look at all these plushes that are on the stage.
And Zora luring in the back. There we go. The immediate focus on this one. That's the important stuff. Okay, so we're seeing Registeel versus Medicham. This game 4 that Pokescork is leading 2-1 is starting off really good for him. But now both players switched out immediately, and we are still in a favorable matchup now.
Yes, and if you remember, we know that Weedle's Noctowl is very attack weighted here, which is the one that is needed to defeat the Galarian Stunfisk.
Yeah, so we are going to see a Rock Slide. It needs 3 Rock Slide as far as I know. However, this one is a bit more attack oriented, but still it looks like it would need 3 Rock Slide, does it?
I think it needs 3 because obviously that the mud shots are not doing enough damage to it. Emmy Weedle knows this as well. However, if they keep playing it over time, I'm sure it will change. In the one shields, theoretically, in this scenario, the Noctowl can take it, I believe, with the IV spread. So we will see if Pokescork wants to use his as Protect Shield as well, and he does. He wants to try to keep the alignment that he had so good in that first matchup.
I believe that also a lesser attack-oriented Noctowl can beat the Galarian Stunfisk and hit the breakpoint with 1 point in attack IVs, but I think that this 5-1 beats Medicham and hits the one of Azumarill, I think, guaranteed. And we are going to get to another Shadow Ball before the Rock Slide is going to be reached. So do we Protect Shield this now? It's going to be a close one. This is going to be almost enough damage to take it out, and Pokescork decided that it is enough damage to take it out. We are seeing a Trevenant switch trying to get the catch, and now the Noctowl is in there.
Oh, and you can see Emmy Weedle shaking his head too, because this is exactly the thing that Trevenant does not want to see. I understand not wanting to be completely farmed down in that last scenario, but swapping in something that has such a hard counter in the meta is a little bit dangerous. Emmy Weedle still has a Protect Shield left though, so it is not entirely over.
Yes, there is an advantage, but like Protect Shields are, I mean, they don't even do anything against the Noctowl, because Noctowl is just going to straight up farm you down, not using any protect shield at some point. You could throw a sky attack in there and completely undercharge it at some point to maybe get another wing attack off, but we are really going for maximum energy on the Noctowl
But
here.
you also have to remember there is a Noctowl with very little HP in the back, so this could be used as a sacrificial swap at some point. So we'll have to see how these two decide to play it out. I think if you are Weedle, you know that Medicham is in the front, so maybe you use your protect shield on one of these Shadow Balls, because the Psychic and the Ice Punch aren't going to be doing as much damage. We're about to find out. A fully healthy Registeel getting Shadow Balled by the Noctowl. Again, not doing that much damage, but it is definitely going to add up over time, and this Noctowl has so much energy.
And now counting is going to become even more important. You really, as Emmy Weedle, need to be precise with your lock-ons now. You will have to get maximum energy out of here. Oh, and we are switching into the Galarian Stunfisk charging the Earthquake. There was so much energy on it, no protect shields remaining. This is going to be so much damage, and there is also a Medicham in the back.
Oh my goodness, at this range, he's going to get to the Focus Blast. He's going to be able to not quite be able to. Mudshot down by the Galarian Stunfisk, and still enough to be able to throw this Rock Slide at the Noctowl. My goodness, this is going to be the decisive Game 3 for Pokespark.
That is absolutely insane. We are going to see the bracket reset, and it was a 3-1 even, not even a 5-game battle.
That is so exciting. We asked for it. We did say we want more content. We definitely can't be mad at these battlers here. They're putting on a show for us.
We got more content now, indeed. And of course, guys, it's not going to be a post-match interview here. We just want these players to absolutely stay in focus and have maybe a little breather in between those matches.
We need to keep their heads in the game.
So talking about a little breather, why don't we just have a little small break for ourselves as well, and then we will be right back for the real grand finale after the bracket reset.
Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, guys, for the bracket reset of
Oh
the
my
grand
goodness.
finals. M.E. Weedle lost 3-1 to Pokesquawk, and we are going to see yet another best of 5. What was that?
This was the first loss that Emmy Weedle took the entire tournament, and it was, I suppose, a little bit of pressure is off because both of them know that they have already moved on. However, everyone wants to be number one, right?
Yeah, absolutely. They are both qualified for Yokohama now, but I want to see if Emmy Weedle can adapt to this, because this Trevenant strategy that he was running just did not work. He really tried to force the Trevenant, but it just lost every single time.
I know. Every time he brought it, it seemed
Yep.
to be hard countered by Pokesquark. It's
Yep.
like Pokesquark has recognized that this is a Pokemon that Emmy Weedle likes to play, and he is willing to work around it with his own team composition.
Absolutely. So maybe this is now the time for the Mantine to shine, because this would have looked good in so many matches.
It's true, and if you bring it in maybe game one of this new bracket reset, then you put a whole new mindset
Yeah.
into Pokesquark. Now he's like, oh, is he going to be bringing the Mantine for all of these sets now? Even if he goes back to his old Trevenant ways,
Yeah.
having this Mantine could be also a reset in the battlers themselves.
And remember, Emmy Weedle won the first game of the last best of 5, so he just lost 3 in a row. The next game is going to be so incredibly important for him to not lose 4 in a row,
Yes.
and then maybe get entirely swept here.
And Pokesquark is in a good place now. He has a lot of momentum, like you said, winning 3 in a row. And when you're winning, you feel rather confident in your performance. Maybe he feels like he has a very good read on his opponent here. And like we've discussed, there's been many regional championships where the loser final winner
Yeah.
has come to reset the bracket and win the actual title. So we could be seeing that here again today in the Stuttgart regionals.
Yeah, because it feels like you have nothing to lose at all. When
That's
you're
true.
coming from the losers bracket, you know, okay, I reverse sweep this entire thing. If I lose, the opponent went undefeated. That's absolutely crazy. They deserve it then. They were the best player in the tournament, but I have a shot to take this down as well.
Exactly. He is the only person, Pokesquark is the only person who has beat Emmy Weedle this whole tournament. You've got to already feel good about that accomplishment alone.
That is indeed true. So no defeatless winner here in this scenario. So
And actually, you love to see that because, like we said, there's been such high-level competition this whole tournament. Day 2 has been stacked upon stacked, really good games back-to-back. And, I mean, that's what we're here for, right? We want to see the best Pokemon trainers battle it out to see who will be number one.
exactly, is it going to be Emmy Weedle or is it going to be Pokesquark? These are the really, it's tense.
It is indeed a very tense moment, but it's not tense for their plushies if you've noticed here. They still seem to be pretty good friends. Munchlax is leaning on that little Volley too. It's like a little bit of a support system.
Exactly, and there's also a Voltilam.
Yes. That's what it's called.
In German, yes.
Yes. A Mareep.
Mareep, yes, exactly. Sometimes, like, the basic Pokemon I get confused in.
No, that's perfectly okay. I suppose if you're reading it in another language, you're excused to not know always right away what the titles are.
Yeah, even though I always play my Pokemon games in English.
Oh, well then no excuses whatsoever.
Absolutely.
Oh, looks like both of these trainers are really thinking about it. Again, this is a best of 5. So it's not a typical best of 3. And also, there are different mind games that are being played with the best of 5 as well. It is a complete... I know a lot of players who are really good at best of 3s because they can kind of read their opponents in these small frames. But at best of 5, there's a lot of different things that can happen. We're getting right in. This is what you were talking about. We are seeing the Mantine.
And this Mantine has a decent matchup against it. I'm not too familiar with the stat of Mantine, so is it really bulky? Can it take loads of Sky Attacks or Shadow Balls? But we are going to see the first one here. It will probably go unshielded, so we can get an idea of how many this Mantine can take.
Mantine can tank quite a few. It is a rather bulky Pokemon, and now we are at the point where we're doing a Bubble Beam bait, but it is caught on the Galarian Sunfist anyway, which is what you want to see it here, right? I mean, you want to go ahead and lower that attack.
This is an absolute game winner, because now you can actually charge up more energy before your opponent gets to the Rock Slide, switch in your Trevenant, and it is so much less threatening when it is lowered attack. You already need so many different Rock Slides, or you can also go for the same Rock Slides. But now it's even
Yes,
worse.
look at that. Trevenant doesn't even care anymore. And I wonder if you're Pokesquark, if you're willing to just let this Galarian Sunfist go almost at this point, because, I mean, there's not much you can do.
There's also no real point in protecting it apart from the fact that this Mantine is looking really strong. However, there is also the Mew in the back against
Yeah, but
the
I think if you're Emmy Weedle, you're also willing to
Yeah.
let this Trevenant go because you've now seen the Noctowl.
Yeah.
You're saying, okay, I don't care how low this gets.
Yeah.
I don't want to give any extra farm to the Noctowl. And being able to knock out with that Shadow Ball, the Noctowl is still going to be able to get at least 2 or 3 more wing attacks before that Trevenant goes down.
Absolutely, Noctowl coming in immediately, taking a Seed Bomb, which is also maybe part of the reason, or due to the fact that he was still switch locked. He wants to get this timer down, so the
Yes, you can see
Noctowl
it now.
can't
Very
farm
smart. Look at
exactly.
you, Leo. You're calling all the shots, and this time not baiting at all, going straight for that Ice Beam before the Sky Attack goes off. Will Pokescork think it's another Bubble Beam? I think he does. He's not shielding it. This is going to do heavy
This
damage.
is so hard, and this Noctowl, there's still a Trevenant in the back, which is going to deal decent damage with Shadow Claws against the Mew.
That's right, and you can tell that Emmy Weedle wants to protect this because he's going to Bubble Beam whatever comes in, or maybe he'll just go straight for the Ice Beam. Although for a while, you would fear the Mew's Wild Charge. At this point, the Manton doesn't care.
Yeah.
It's already done its job. It's already
Yeah.
debuffing the Pokemon. Pokescork still has 2 shields left. He doesn't want to shield this up yet.
2 shields is really, really crazy, and you don't really... Like, look at how low this Mantine is. You don't even probably need a Wild Charge. I think Surf and Shadow Claw could be enough for that. You don't need to lower your defenses that much. Now we are going into the Registeel, and Registeel now is not the best Pokemon you want to have in the back against a Pokemon that has 2 Protect Shields on it.
That is true, but this, as we've seen, that the Mew's attack is already
Yeah.
a little bit lower, and also its defenses are lower from the first Wild Charge, even more so from the second one. Are we gonna see? Oh, it looks like Emmy Weedle was trying to catch
Wow,
it.
look at these
This is
Shadow Claws.
Bunking away.
But this does not help you at all because it is going to be still really hard
Yeah, at
to
this
lock
point,
this Pokemon
I think
down.
you have to shield this Wild Charge if you're Emmy Weedle. Okay.
Yes, and we are going for that, not taking too much damage here. And now trying to lock down the Mew. No, we are not having that. We are going for the Zap Cannon. This is taking out the Noctowl if it goes unshielded. And this is a really smart switch by Pokescork because the chances of getting locked down at this scenario are really low. And you can't...
However, if you're going to go ahead and this is a very smart play by Pokescork. He's got to throw the Surfs because if he throws the Wild Charge, he's going to get debuffed again, and the lock-ons are going to do that much more damage.
that is
he is almost at another Surf, but it doesn't even matter
it doesn't
because
matter.
Emmy Weedle is
Lock
able to lock
down.
and farm that Mew, getting game number 1 in this grand final matchup.
This was already such a fantastic match. A real strong lockdown by Registeel against 2 shields. I would have never seen that coming.
Yes, and you have to wonder, maybe Pokescork is thinking, maybe I should have shielded up that Noctowl because at some point you just got to get some damage. And the wing attacks, while they're not going to be effective, they are going to slowly chunk over time. You need as much damage on that Registeel as possible because otherwise that Registeel would have needed to throw 3 different moves to get out 2 Pokemon with very, very little health.
That is true, but if you shield some... Yeah, I guess you're right. I guess you're right.
Thank you. I'll take it.
I mean, at some point, the Registeel charged up so much energy.
Yes,
in
it
this
would have had
battle,
to
so-
throw something at some point because, as we've seen, lock-ons barely do any damage. It was only at this stage where the Mew had very, very little HP left that it was able
debuffed
to
like
lock.
thrice or something. So absolutely crazy. So we have seen the Mantine now and the Trevenant for once doing its job.
Yes, that's correct. And like I said, now that he's brought the Mantine into the mix, this may change up Pokescork's whole idea of what he wants to do. Because we did even see it against that Mew. And I think that was the big problem was when he went Wild Charge against the Mantine there, and then it was already debuffed once.
Yeah.
It took all this extra damage that it didn't need to take necessarily, which ended up being very crucial in the end game.
Yeah, and he tried to catch an Ice Beam with the Galarian Stunfisk, but ended up switching into it and switching into a Bubble Beam, which, of course, it doesn't deal that much damage, even though it's super effective, but it's debuffing your attack, and
Yes.
if you are switch locked for an entire minute with -1 attack, it's hard.
Yes, and that, to add a little bit of worse for the wear, there was also the attack drop on the Mew as well. So, I mean, the Mantine really did its job there. And also, Pokescork was able to get a little bit of information about Emmy Weedle, though. Emmy Weedle maybe likes to bait because he was at the Ice Beam and chose to throw the Bubble Beam. Will he even play it again? We see it again. We see it. Oh, but this is
cold.
not exactly where you want to see it if you're Emmy Weedle. So an immediate swap out to that Registeel.
Oh, and this Registeel is sitting pretty there.
Exactly. And if you're Pokescork, you say, that's fine. I will let you stay here.
So
But this is interesting. He's going to go ahead and Wild Charge, and he's going to maybe switch to one of the Flyers. This seems interesting.
this was immediately shielded, and now I'm thinking that Pokescork is probably just hoping. Like, he's hoping for the Trevenant. Like, trading this Mew for the Registeel is absolutely fine for him. Having these two flyers in there, they are going to have a really good time. Unless he uses up all of his shields on the Registeel, because then the Ice Beams of Mantine might be enough to win this game if
I
you
think
catch something
he might,
with Trev.
because he's recognizing now, he's staying in, he's throwing these wild charges after wild charges, and he is shielding this Mew. So, but now it's been revealed that it is indeed the Noctowl. But this is really great for Emmy Weedle because he does not have to put the Trevenant onto that Noctowl, which is the worst matchup for the Trevenant.
Versus the Altario still at least deals some damage. And we have the attack drop as well with the Zap Cannon, almost immediately
catching
taking
the
it out.
shadow, catching a shadow ball onto the Mantine, and it also has an attack debuff. So this one is not going to hit as hard as it normally would. Still doing a small chunk of damage, nothing too horrible. But now it's Emmy Weedle's turn. Is going to go ahead and just, I think, wing attack down. That's just getting a ton of energy, and neither one of these things wants to come in to get either Bubble Beam baited or that Ice Beam.
That is true. I mean, if you got the first attack debuff, then it is absolutely fine to take some more hits so you can charge up some extra energy. He is already tapping on the Ice Beam. He immediately wants to throw it on whatever comes in. He really wants to see it on the Mew or the Altaria, which he doesn't even know of. Mew comes in, Ice Beam is getting charged. Do you shield this or not? We are seeing that he does not bait this time. He's trying to play the mind games. The shield comes out!
The shield does come up. He correctly shielded this as well, and now the Mew's turn to get a ton of energy, although throwing right before able to get to another one. This will lower the defense of the Mew, but the Mew is almost at 2 wild charges, which will be doing pretty good damage, except to this Trevenant that's about to come in, but an immediate swap out to that Altaria, and Emmy Weedle is already shaking his head. Yes, he knows kind of what's going on. He's already going to go ahead and Shadow Ball it, which is very interesting.
No shields remaining, and Emmy Weedle still has one, so the energy generation of Trevenant is crazy high, so this might actually be with the 1-0 shield advantage, a matchup that he's winning because he can just shield this one up as well and reach the second Shadow Ball before we can see the next Sky attack.
This could be interesting. We do have to remember that the Mew has a wild charge stored. If the Trevenant gets low enough, it will be able to take that out. This will be very close, very interesting. We'll see if there's going to be a catch. There is no catch. This Shadow Ball is definitely enough to take it out, and now it is in Pokescork's court. Does he want to go ahead and use a move to take out this Trevenant? He's going to have to because the Mew is rather low.
And we are immediately switching in the Registeel as well. If that was a mistake, I'm wondering, because now the Surf is already going to hit. This could take out the Registeel.
He is still one away.
Oh, the Registeel is taken out. We see the race now, but do you reach the first Seed Bomb before you are getting Shadow Claw down? No, you don't. Trevenant falls to the Mew.
And Emmy Weedle, he's putting his head in his hands. He knows that he probably had that game. If he would have switched back into the Registeel on the Altaria, it might have gone a little bit differently. But I think he counted that the Mew maybe had a little bit less health or was possibly going to throw that wild charge instead.
I think he also could have gotten one more Shadow Claw in against the Altaria. This could have also mattered. But switching in the Registeel against the Mew was maybe not the play. You really... I mean, at this point it's really hard because obviously your Trevenant gets farmed down already. So you have to kind of switch. It's hard.
Yes, it's hard at this stage. Played very well by both teams here. I hope for Emmy Weedle's sake that this is not a repeat of what is going to happen in the regular finals, where Pokescork lost the first game but ended up winning 3 in a row after that. And Emmy Weedle, if you're him, you have this in the back of your mind as well. Like, I do not want this to be a repeat of what just happened.
Exactly, because then you don't win the title as the regional champion.
You can see it in his eye. He's replaying it in his head how he might have played it differently, shaking his head saying, no, that probably wouldn't have worked. But this is what really good players do. They can assess what happened, recognize the mistakes that they made in their plays, and correct them for the next time that they play.
Yes,
because this was very close. This could have gone either way.
Immediately try to get feedback from yourself. So if this Registeel was just a bit faster, if it had a bit more energy, could I have tapped for the fast move 1, 2, 3 more times at some point? Could I have gotten the energy to beat the Mew? These are all questions that these players are asking themselves. I mean, okay, Pokescork is not going to ask himself he could have beat the Mew, but you know what I mean.
I do indeed know what you mean, and we're ready to see.
Immediately getting into the next one.
Now, did you know that going straight Bubble Beam the Manton can beat the Galarian Stunfisk. So I know that Emmy Weedle knows this because he told me. So we will see how they decide to play this out. Getting to this Bubble Beam first is huge because these Rock Slides, though they are very effective, are not going to hit as hard with the attack debuff.
And this is, for a super effective move, not a lot of damage, but the attack debuff is, of course, really important. We are going to shield this one immediately, so maybe the plan for Emmy Weedle is to lower the attack further and further until we don't have to shield them anymore, because this is the strongest it gets.
I think it really depends. If you look at this backline here, whoever wins this will have alignment because there's a Registeel and a Medicham and a Noctowl and a Trevenant.
Oh, yes.
Those are both hard counters to each other, so we will have to see how they choose to play this out. Emmy Weedle correctly shielding up the first one, knowing that even though it was debuffed, it's going to do the most damage. Yeah. And now at this point, it's Pokéspark deciding to swap out, and this is where you want to see the Trevenant.
Trevenant really wants to sit pretty in here against the Medicham, even though, we are going for a Psychic, not even the Ice Punch. This is going to deal a lot of damage, and we are already down one shield. You don't really want to shield this, however, you are safe from counters. You can go for a Shadow Ball. At some point, you can even go for a double Seed Bomb, but we are going for a Shadow Ball now immediately, and we have so much energy stored. This Medicham is just going to fall in this scenario.
And you know, if you're Emmy Weedle, you're feeling very good about this because you see that Registeel in the back, and you're pretty happy. Even though you're about to get farmed down, going ahead and throwing the Shadow Ball, it is obviously a resisted move, but it will do a little bit more damage than the Seed Bomb, which is also resisted.
That is true. So now Shadow Ball coming out, Trevenant falling, a lot of energy stored on the Noctowl as well. Registeel comes in immediately.
Yes, he does not want that switch timer up yet, so we have to keep an eye on this because now that Pokéspark is throwing the Shadow Ball, he might be able to switch into this Galarian Stunfisk instead, and all of the attack debuffs have been reset the moment you switch out.
That is absolutely true. So we are getting closer and closer to a Zap Cannon. We are seeing the double switch immediately, still having this energy stored, going for a Bubble Beam. A Rock Slide was used in between, so we are now actually in advantage of energy on the Mantine. Bubble Beam is going to come out. We might see another shield here.
At some point, yes, because we know the first one will do more damage. He will definitely be able to get to another Bubble Beam, but Emmy Weedle is okay at this point. I think he sees Registeel as his road to victory in this round, so we'll see how this plays out. He's going to get to that other Bubble Beam before the Rock Slide. Do you go ahead and shield it if you're Pokéspark?
You could go for an Ice Beam as well at this point.
That's probably true. He's just adding it. Maybe he's hoping to once again lock on Farm Down.
Oh, that would be a really nice catch. So the... Oh, it actually takes this one and is going to throw out another Rock Slide. I am not sure if this KOs. It would be a really close scenario.
I think it will KO at this low. It is pretty low, even though it is double debuffed. Yeah. It is a super effective move. But like I said, this is a potential for a lock-on Farm Down.
It is absolutely crazy. And so this is the last matchup in this battle right now.
Yes, and of course Pokéspark does have two shields. He's going to use them this time. Let's see if Emmy Weedle ends up getting an attack debuff. He's been getting them a lot. No attack debuffs. Will he shield up the Shadow Ball? Because they will also add up over time, but he only has one shield left.
And now it is really getting down to these calls again, because now another Shadow Ball is going to take out. You don't want to fall for a Sky Attack bait at this point, so we are going for a Focus Blast again, knowing it has to be shielded. You have one less lock on with the Focus Blast, so you keep a bit more energy. You still have this one shield. Is it enough to reach to the second Zap Cannon? We are going to see a Sky Attack coming. It has to be shielded, but we are so close to the next Sky Attack, and I think Pokéspark has this.
I think he's going to hit the Sky Attack before he gets up to another Focus Blast, but we're going to have to see for sure. You can see Emmy Weedle trying to
really close. Sky Attack's coming out.
Oh, and even though this is resistant move, this should be enough to take it out, and Emmy Weedle realizes as well, and Pokéspark looks like he might take game number 2. Let's see for sure. Yes!
He even got the Trevenant onto the Medicham this game.
And this looks like so far it might be a repeat of... I mean, Emmy Weedle has to win this next game to keep alive.
Yes, absolutely, and Pokéspark has been so strong recently, and I want to see him leaving the Trevenant on the bench in this match.
You know what? He might, because like we talked about before, bringing that Mantine in was sort of something to reset the mindset. He's brought the Trevenant in almost every single game, so Pokéspark is thinking, no matter what happens, that Trevenant is in the game. So if it's not, it could totally change up all the matchups.
And this final is a real tribute to how strong Noctowl is, because Noctowl, of course, has been walling out Trevenants left and right, and every time it got into a bad matchup, it really came down to the wire with these Pokemon. It really got the Trevenant super low there. It has gotten the Stunfisk super low. This Pokemon is incredibly strong, even though there are Zap Cannons and Rock Slides left and right.
I mean, it is true. I think almost everything in the meta it needs at least 2 charge moves to take out the Noctowl. So even if you don't shield up the first one, you know that, I mean, I think that just the 2 shielded Noctowl in the end was too strong to play against. And I wonder if Emiweedle will take that into consideration as well. Maybe we see again another one of those double ground steel combinations, because Noctowl is good, but it is only one Pokemon. If you can take it out, then the rest of your team can perhaps run free.
That is true. I am excited to see that maybe Altaria could have a comeback in this next match. This Pokemon has put a lot of pressure. It is a really strong Pokemon in these neutral matchups because the Dragon Breaths weigh so heavily on the opponents.
That's right. It will be very interesting indeed for sure. If you guys are wondering what the team compositions are, you again can look at the bottom of the screen here where you can see what the trainers are also seeing I mean, we are really in the end game here. They know what each other have. They know which ones win charge move priority. They have been taking notes, vigorous notes about each other's play styles. And it's really going to come down to this. If Pokesquark can win this, he becomes the regional champion of Stuttgart. And if Emiweedle can win this one, he is staying around for one more at the best of 5 matchups.
So Pokesquark, we have to admit it, this guy has been calling baits left and right. This guy has always shielded the important attacks because it is insanely difficult to call baits against a Mantine.
That's right.
Because the ice beams against your flyers deal so much damage and the bubble beams deal not a lot of damage at all, and it is really important that you manage your shields correctly, because actually if you have a Registeel in the back, you can almost always go for the harder hitting move, because you are very likely that your opponent is very likely to not shield something, because you really need the shields against this energy generating monstrosity that is called Registeel.
That is true, but if you notice too that because the lock-ons barely do any damage, I guess we did see round number 1 that lock-on farm down.
Oh, we have seen multiple today.
But at the same point, you're not as fearful. So again, with the Noctowl, even though the Noctowl against Reggie is not a good matchup for the Noctowl, having 2 shields and knowing that you're not really getting any damage from that fast move put Pokesquark in the position to win that final matchup.
That is true. So Registeel is actually, since the decrease of the chances of lowering the attack on the Zap Cannon has fallen a bit out of favor. It is a counter to Noctowl, however, it is not a hard counter. We're seeing Trevenant again. However, this Trevenant is really strong against the both 2 Pokemon that Pokesquark is bringing, maybe thinking that finally Trevenant won't be on the roster of Emiweedle.
Let's see for sure how this will play out. We know that Emiweedle would probably win charge move priority if he wanted to, being an attack-weighted Noctowl, but he's choosing to instead get in that extra wing attack damage. We'll see if Pokesquark chooses to shield this or not. I suppose if you are Emiweedle, you're thinking, this is fine. Even if my Noctowl goes down, I have that Registeel.
Yes, and also this Trevenant is going to be incredibly important. You want to absolutely line it up against Medicham, because even though it has favorable matchups against both Pokemon, it still takes a lot of damage from them.
That's right. And we also know that because it is an attack-weighted Noctowl, it doesn't have the bulk that other ones do. So this Sky Attack plus the wing attacks may be enough, and Weedle realizes it as well and going ahead and tried to farm down an immediate swap out into that Mew. Let's see how he chooses to answer this.
Oh, and we are switching, trying to catch a wild charge. This is not happening here. Now we are seeing the serve. Do you protect this? Wild charge would be resisted, even though it would still deal some damage.
Yes, and it would still put it down after half. But I think Weedle at this point, it was like, okay, fine. I saw that Noctowl. It's still in there. Let me go ahead and use the Shadow Ball. But if you do remember, that Medicham is in the back too, so this could be playing exactly into how Pokesquark wants to be playing this.
Exactly, so Shadow Ball getting blocked, so you want this Mew to basically trade versus the Trevenant. You want to get it as low as possible, maybe to possibly counter it down with Medicham, because if you have the energy advantage on this Medicham, you're going to be in a really good spot.
Well, I think if you're a Pokesquark, you're still in a decent spot, because you're going to have to shield this up, and now depending on what comes in the back.
Now we have the shield advantage even on the Pokesquark side. Registeel does not like that at all. A Registeel that is not shielding anything is not the best Registeel you have there.
That's true. Let's see what will come in, because he knows that he's going to lose charge move priority, and Emiweedle has a lot of energy, but going straight for the Sky Attack. I think he was just going for the easier move to throw, thinking that the Noctowl might come back in, knowing that it would win charge move priority. I think he will throw the other one right away.
So Pokesquark is actually thinking that this Medicham might not be the win condition here. He does not know that his opponent has Registeel in the back. Registeel is going to be so important now that the shields are out. I think that Registeel at this HP actually wins this.
Yes, I mean the Medicham is so low at this point that the Zap Cannon would be able to take it out, and the Psychic, unless it gets that debuff, is not going to be that effective here. The main reason you want the debuff is so those counters hit a little bit harder. I wonder if he's going to try to catch. He is going to try to catch. Weedle realizes it, going past 100 energy, going to go ahead and try to lock on Farm Down. That is an interesting play here. This is just a Sky Attack. It won't do a lot, but we did see that knock out the Registeel in the last game. I think he's going to try to go for a full Farm Down.
So he's trying to go for a full farm down.
He's going to make it, and he's going to be able to Zap Cannon this Medicham.
Press the Zap Cannon. This one is going to take out the Medicham, not getting baited by a possible switch, and we're going to have this go to Game 5.
Oh my goodness, that Registeel had basically like 300 energy.
Yes, exactly. Like, if you have the Registeel and you manage to bait out the shields before, even with hard-hitting moves, then this Registeel is one of the best Pokemon in the game because it reaches those incredibly powerful moves this fast.
That's right. With the lock-on, it is almost impossible to count how quickly those are coming. It was a very, very good attempt by Pokesquire. We've seen this throughout the tournament. He's great at catches, and he is great at anticipating when his opponent is going to throw. But it hasn't worked out so well against Weedle most times.
Yes, I'm still confused by why he switched the Medicham into this Noctowl with so much energy.
I think that he knew that no matter what, the Sky Attack was going to be thrown at the beginning, and he thought maybe he could use that Noctowl later as a sacrificial swap, or maybe it did have a Sky Attack stored, and he didn't want to lose that nor invest a Protect Shield.
True, because he loses the CMP.
Yes.
Yeah, the charge move priority. So this is now incredibly exciting. We are going into Game 5 of the grand finale of the Pokemon Go Regional Championships in Stuttgart.
And both players still are looking very calm and collected. Even though I'm sure that their nerves are
they will be nervous.
At the brim here.
You can just hope for both of these players that they are absolutely in the zone right now, completely ignoring that they are on stream, just in the game right now, complete focus. And now we are seeing the rosters again. By now we know them by heart. We have the incredibly talented Trevenant on the side of Weedle. That's why he always brings it, because it's just like apparently his favorite Pokemon, even though some games were lost because of this Trevenant, gotta be honest.
I would say that most of the games that were lost in these two best of fives that we've seen so far have been because he couldn't get the Trevenant onto the Pokemon he wanted. And even in some cases, he was able to get the Pokemon onto the ones that he wanted, and it was still unable to finish the job.
So Trevenant still having good matchups. It's not the Pokemon that solves all your problems, and we are going to start Game 5.
And this is very good for Weedle.
Wow.
Again with Trevenant. And this, the Medicham does not want to see it at all. An immediate safe swap to that Noctowl met by the Registeel. Oh, this is looking already, I don't want to put anything out on paper, but looking very good for Weedle. And I wonder if he's thinking so too. But you don't want to get too ahead of yourself, because that's when mistakes can be made.
That is true. We are seeing the first Shadow Ball here, and this is good matchups for him all the way, because now he is countering this Noctowl. It's going to be really important if this has an attack drop or not. Are we going to shield this or not? Let's see if one of those attacks comes through, and yes, this almost takes down the Noctowl. So this would actually not anymore hard wall the Trevenant. You can actually beat it now. We have the Noctowl in the back for Weedle and an Altaria, so I think Noctowl beats Altaria in usual situations because of the wing attack buff that is so important here.
I think that is true. It also depends on some shielding scenarios and who gets to a charge move first. Are we going to see another attempt at a lock-on farm down? No, he is going to go ahead and throw this Focus Blast. I doubt at this stage Pokesquire is willing to shield up this Noctowl with a sliver of health left, but let's see what's coming in. Is it going to be that Medicham? This is very good for Weedle because he has alignment now.
Yes, so he also has quite a bit of energy already, but I don't think that he will reach the Zap Cannon or the Focus Blast before the counters comes through. So we are now having an energy advantage on the Trevenant. We are going to gain some more energy with some Shadow Claws, actually going for the Seed Bomb, trying to bait it out.
And you can see that there is no shield so far. Oh,
wow!
Protect Shield, and you can see Pokesquire's face. He was like, oh no, I fell for a very funny bait.
Wow, he has been correct all this time. All these games he has been calling out these baits correctly, and now the Seed Bomb coming onto the Altaria would have done nothing at all. Now his first Sky Attack is being blocked by the Noctowl. This Noctowl is actually a really good win condition right now. We are almost at 2 Sky Attacks, almost at 1.5 Shadow Balls. The first Sky Attack is going to come through. One more shield remaining on Pokesquare's side.
One more shield on both sides. No more shields now on Pokesquare's side. He has used both shields, recognizing that Altaria is his win condition, that Medicham does not have quite the moves that he was hoping for against the Trevenant, and shielding it up. A Moonblast, this is huge.
Correctly.
This will do more damage. Emmy Weedle, recognizing that his opponent needs to do something. He didn't get an attack fall either. Oh, catching onto this Medicham.
The Sky Attack, and this is not really the matchup you want to have, because you want to use that energy of the Noctowl onto the Altaria, but you can immediately switch back almost after, oh, we are just going for double Sky Attack.
Wow.
This opens up the Altaria against the Trevenant.
I guess what he's kind of hoping is Altaria still has to throw a move to take out this Noctowl, and it is almost in Shadow Ball range for sure, and the Trevenant is almost at the Shadow Ball. So if we can get it low enough, see, like we said, now Altaria has to throw this Sky Attack. It is not at another one yet. Can the Trevenant reach the Shadow Ball beforehand? This will be the big question. How much energy does Emmy Weedle have on?
Maybe a Seed
He's
Bomb
clicking
is enough as well.
desperately. Both of them are tapping as quickly as they can, but the Shadow Ball
Is reached by...
And you see it, Emmy Weedle keeps his title as the winner, and I think this is going to be it.
Wow, the Shadow Ball comes through, and Altaria is not wanting to take this. It falls down, and Emmy Weedle wins the title of Pokemon Go Regional Champion in Stuttgart.
Goodness. And you have to see that the Pokescore gave him a tip of the hat at the very end, too. He knew it was over, and oh my goodness, look at these two giving
Celebrate your champion, guys. Celebrate your champion, Emmy Weedle.
Weedle taking first at the regionals at the Stuttgart, Germany.
What a fantastic performance. Now we are going to talk to the judges a little bit, getting congratulated. We want all of those compliments now, rightfully so, because this was perfectly executed, really forcing this Trevenant into this matchup. And it proved us wrong because it won the last
Yes, I will say that the Trevenant was definitely the MVP of that last match. We had maybe given it a little bit too much of a
against the
hard
double
time.
fire.
That is true.
Yeah, he started off with the Trevenant versus the Medicham, and this is already winning the lead so hard. So this Trevenant, and like Altaria is a flyer, but these Shadow Balls still hurt so much.
And the thing with Dragon Breath is, it is a one-turn move, so it is doing a lot of damage as well, but it is taking quite a while to get to those charge moves, and Emmy Weedle was able to get to that Shadow Ball because it had a Shadow Claw or two advantage. Throwing that Seed Bomb bait probably also was the thing that sealed the deal there.
This incredibly important Seed Bomb bait. Oh my god, this was really huge. Emmy Weedle really... there we can see him with the Wooly. Perfect. What a fantastic player. What kind of fantastic matches. This Seed Bomb, we have to talk about this more, because in this scenario, like, another Protect Shield would have been amazing. A Seed Bomb would not have taken out the Altaria before the Sky Attack got hit, so this was really the key to victory here.
And could you imagine if Pokescork ended up calling that bait as well and did not shield it? It wouldn't have done that much damage, and then he would have had an extra Protect Shield for when the Sky Attacks came through from that Noctowl.
He would have won this entire thing, and I hope he's not too harsh on himself. I mean,
he
will
He
be
played
lying in bed tonight and thinking, why did I shield this? What would have happened if I did not shield those Seed Bombs? Because that would have been a lot of wasted energy on the
That is
Trevenant
true.
as well.
But I think either way, he cannot be sad about his performance because
absolutely not.
he clawed his way through that loser's bracket, won the loser's final, flipped the bracket, reset it to play in a grand final matchup against Emmy Weedle, who was undefeated at that time, was the only player to beat Emmy Weedle at least once. So there was no undefeated people in this tournament.
In the final game, he went for the all 5 games. The final match was incredibly exciting, and it was a race to the last charge move. So, guys, before you go anywhere, this was it from Amanda and me. This was our last appearance here on stream. Please don't leave yet. We are going to award the winners, the top 4. We are going to have a little ceremony with Amandine. So thank you guys for tuning in. Any last words, Amanda?
I was just going to say, it's been a pleasure casting alongside you, Leo. I've had such a wonderful time and really very excited to see all this high-level play done by all of the players here. Congratulations to everyone. You really did a great job. And yeah, that's all I got. How about you?
Yeah, same. So it was just great, like, meeting all these people again. Of course, it's so nice to get to these events, to actually go there and talk to the people. I love it so much. We've had so many amazing matches. This grand finale was incredibly exciting. And to be honest, thank you guys for watching, but I can't wait to hear what Emmy Weedle is going to say about this. So we are going into a little break. Thank you from us. And then we are going to be back with the awards.
From the bottom of our hearts.
Welcome back, everyone. We are still here in Stuttgart, and this tournament now is over. So we are proceeding at the ceremony award. Thank you, everyone, for hanging out. And let's just welcome Tonton Batters now for his 4th place. I have to do it. No? Oh, okay. Thank you, Tonton Batters. Now the 3rd place is for Inadequance. Congratulations for your 3rd place, Inadequance. The 2nd one is now for Pokesquark. And our winner now is, you already know him, is Miwidol. Congratulations, Miwidol, for winning this tournament here in Stuttgart. I still have a few questions for you. So, for example, did you expect to win this tournament when you registered your team?
Definitely not. I mean, the meta changed very suddenly for everybody, obviously. So it was really just put together a team of Pokémon that looked good in the new meta, and it worked out for me. So I'm very glad it did.
It's really nice. And were you like a bit scared when it came to the reset bracket?
Yeah, of course. I mean, I knew it was going to be tough. I had a very tough matchup against a very good player. Flipping the bracket was to be expected, but I managed to fight back and grab the win. So, very cool.
Of course it is. And do you have one advice, for example, for the PvP community now?
Araquanid good. Sadly, not in this current meta, but no, just try your best. If you lose, then tough luck, but try better next time, and hopefully anybody watching this can also win a tournament that they want to win anytime soon.
Thank you for everything here. And also, you already know that the winner is going to Yokohama in Japan for the World Championships. So are you excited to go there?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I mean, that's all I can really say.
Yeah, I mean, it's like a dream for everyone, I think. I mean, at least European ones. And it was really, really impressive, your performance today. So thank you everyone for hanging out. Thank you also to all the judges who were here, the professor. Also special thanks for the 2022 tournament for hosting us, for having us here, to allow all the players to be able to hang out here, to battle, and to be like really, really good in this Pokemon tournament for this organization. Thank you. And see ya in Liverpool, I hope so, the 21 and 22 of January 2023, for maybe in stream here with us or just in Liverpool.